due to this, so we feeling of existence of, individual being is created. So Aryan Vahanse pointed out this. Actually, this is very important. This Tinnan Sangati Passo is very unique to the world, which we had not heard before. Chakkum Paticha Rupecha Uppajjati Chakku Vinyanan Tinnan Sangati Passo. So I'll read out Tinnan Sangati Passo thing, and then I will end the today part. So what happens is the eye color shapes. The eye color shapes and consciousness is the eye consciousness. You know now that is what is happening at the sensor level, right? Which is called Patiga Sampasaya, right? Now in the mind, what happened? Mind consciousness with unimaginable speed, right? Sparks are formed, and as a result of this speed, mind takes the image as a real object, right? That we call Adivachana Sampassa, right? So, Manancha Paticha Dhammes Uppajati Manovinyana. So, in other words, this is the place where Tinnan Sangati Passo happen, meaning Ditta Sutta Mutta. So, that means now let me take a very small example. Okay, now I will say like other one is the ear sensor. Then without your knowledge, new vibration is taking place, coming together of these two vibrations. So this is the magic. There is a kind of a transformation of vibration occur, right? So kind of a transformation of vibration occur at your mind consciousness, right? So so what happens is when you see the same book again, what will happen? When you see the same book again, back again the same vibration taken place at your eye level. So we call in Dhamma that is the Chakku Vinyane, or some awareness will arise, we say. But we know now it cannot recognize whether it is a book or whatever. Okay, your Chakku Vinyane cannot identify any image. But this Chakku Vinyane is also kind of a vibration. Okay, then what happened? This vibration will be matched with similar previous vibration in your system. This is called telepathy system. So due to this telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be matched to the previous vibration occurred to your system, right? So you think it is your past memory? No. You will think that is my past memory. My mother has told me this. Actually not. This is the telepathy system. Your whole body is a sensor system, like a circuit, right? So whenever condition present, your system, sensors in the system continue to spark. And without your knowledge, it will form, various vibrations. And so you are living means sort of like changing from one vibration to another. So I'll come to that part. So when the condition change, your experience basically change. That's happen automatically in the system. So Do you think your mind consciousness can see the present? No. Because if you really analyze this process, what happens is the what whatever you experience by the mind consciousness, whatever you experience, because you can't experience at the eye level and the other sensor level, no. Your experience means self experience means whatever the experience you feel in your mind consciousness. But if you look at now this whole process, your mind consciousness is formed always by past vibration, because we understood at eye level, even though a new vibration happened, that new vibration is automatically matched to a past vibration, and ideally your mind is looking at past, no. So you have to understand. So it is kind of a past vibration, it match and give the interpretation. So that's why we say your mind will never will able to see the present, because it's always looking at some past vibration, right? So it will not, I mean, then it arises and in the next blink of an eye it disappear, because it can't survive, because this vibration can't survive, so it disappear. So then it will be another new vibration. But since this is happening continuously, you feel like you are alive. You feel like you are alive. So, so in our mind consciousness, at a very high speed, trillions of sound, shapes coming together and ignite like sparks all the time. So this data, due to this speed, actually there is a speed only. If you analyze this whole Dhamma, it's only a speed, end of the day. And all everything is vibration. So these data, due to this high speed, turn very fast in circle and giving us a illusion that thoughts are real in nature. So now we see this is called Chittaropana Bale, because we feel it is alive, it is there, that outside is exist, and the moment you think that the outside is exist, what happens? Automatically yourself exists. This is what is happened. So that ignite, that power, that power generating in the system, stating that no, look, there is outside. So you have to see that that's yours. All that comes, that naturally created in the system. So there is no separate self inside, because it's only a flow of thoughts. Flow of thoughts. Mind consciousness means it can't survive a minute. I mean, at a fraction of a second, it disappears. But continuously, it arises, disappear. But you will not feel it, because this happens continuously, and you feel alive. That alive is yourself. There is nothing more than self. So now you have to answer your question yourself. Where is you? You now realize at your senses, eye, ear, body, you can't find you. They don't bother whether you sit on a luxury chair or a very poor chair. That doesn't issue for the body. So then who has the issue? You think my mind, because my mind wants a comfortable seat. But if you really analyze, so where is that I-ness? But if you really analyze the formation of thoughts, what happens is, so these senses, what is generated, at each point, whatever that sensor, sound, colors, smell, taste, combine, everything combine due to the contact, and mental formations are created. This is what happening. So due to this, so we feeling of existence of individual being is created. So Aryan Vahanse pointed out this. Actually, this is very important. This Tinnan Sangati Passo is very unique to the world, which we had not heard before. Chakkum Paticha Rupecha Uppajjati Chakku Vinyanan Tinnan Sangati Passo. So I'll read out Tinnan Sangati Passo thing, and then I will end the today part. So what happens is the eye color shapes. The eye color shapes and consciousness is the eye consciousness. You know now that is what is happening at the sensor level, right? Which is called Patiga Sampasaya, right? Now, in the mind, what happened? Mind consciousness with what unimaginable speed, right? Sparks are formed, and as a result of this speed, mind takes the image as a real object, right? That we call Adivachana Sampassa, right? So Manancha paticca dhammes uppajati manovinyana. So in other words, this is the place where Tinnan Sangati Passo happen, meaning Ditta Sutta Mutta. So that means Ditta means seeing, Sutta means hearing, Mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation is the body feeling, all that coming together, right? So I can prove this by taking a small example. So let's see now at this point this ditta sutamuta coming together means what uh, so what at that point only you see tables, you see chairs, right? Right. Now let me take a very small example. Okay, now I will say lime pickle. Okay, I will say lime pickle. What is happening to you? So you get an illusion of a lime pickle. How that happened? I said only two words, right? But you got a illusion of a lime picker. Now think about your mind experience. You experience something, but that something is a full package. I would say it is a full package because your mind experience includes, now if you analyze now your feeling, that what you experience in your mind, I just say for two words, no, but what is coming in your mind, it's a total package, no. You feel the lime pickle, you see the color, you see the image, and you get the smell also, and you start mouth watering also. That means you feel the taste, and so oh, everything comes together, no. So this is what is mind consciousness is. This is the real nature of the thought is, because it now vibration occur at your ear. That's just a word. Your ear has no problem over this lime pickle, but look what mind does for you. Mind created the whole package and giving it. But if you understand this magic, I'm sure in this audience, two people will not have the same illusion. Two people will not have the same illusion. One would have a illusion or taste everything of a Sri Lankan flavored lime pickle. Another would might have a Indian colored lime pickle. There can be another person who will not like lime pickle at all. So if so, do you think that particular illusion occurred in your mind just because I say those two words? If you say so, it is unfair. That is created in your system. That is created in your system. So this is the point you need to understand. So whatever the created illusion is different from one person to another. So, now I think the point we need to understand. So we are living means what? We are living means what? Living means actually this kind of mind experiences or thought appear and disappear. This is what's happening. So when I say ice cream, so you can't control now. You can't control. Automatically the thought of now ice cream come when that illusion is formed. So I mean you can't control this. No, you have to understand. So the thought appear and then thought disappear, right? So you will not able to find the self here, but you mistakenly take outside as real. No, it is real lime pickle and I am the one who is eating this. Now some of you, I'm sure, would have swallowed now. So if I ask what you salute, actually what you ate is just a thought, because there is no real lime pickle here. But if you think it is my thought, that is your mistake. That is your ignorance. Because due to your ignorance, you connect the concept called self to each of these experiences. That is what happened. You take all the thoughts as yours. So that is called Sakkaya Ditti, Atma Drushtiya. So you blindly accept because you do not know the science behind this process. But moment you understand this science, you understand there is nothing called self living inside. So it is just another thought. It is just another belief. So, so drop that and understand the science. Don't try to forcefully, take yourself front and, attack it. So when you understand this naturally, you will be, develop detachment from the outside world. That means not that you are not associating them, you are associating very well, but you are ignite. That is the current you are generated. Because the moment you take that as my house, my book, my pen, automatically that ignite comes and that all sankara forms. So that is another teaching, a very unique teaching told by our Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse to the world. That's a unique finding. The moment you take the outside as real, all sankaras are formed. So all lobha, dvesha, moha form. So you can't say you have no moha because you are in avidya. You are taking the outside as real means what? You are in avidya. So there is some avidya behind your thoughts. So naturally you are exposed to sankara and or karma and all that. But the moment you have the light of the true Dhamma, what will happen? Naturally, you will understand this. Due to that understanding, we say insight, understanding. It is not thinking, it is understanding. Due to that insight, that your ignite will reduce automatically. Gradually, it will come down, and then you will experience akuppa cheto vimukti. So that akuppa cheto vimukti is the one, because you will not have shaky mind, because all the time you are in a vibration. You are living means what? Vibration. So it is one vibration change to another vibration. So that's why you feel suffer. You think, you take all that thoughts as yours. So you are in suffer. But gradually you will be moving towards less ignite. Yourself, deteriorate. And the final stage of this is ultimate happiness is you have not kind of any, impact from those vibrations. So vibration will occur no matter, but you have the ultimate, relief or liberation from mind. I hope that is enough for today. Is there anything, Venerable Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance leader, please provide your comments.
Yeah, it's okay. What we are doing, we are explaining the truth. But you are hearing is it's not a belief. You can think it. You want experience. You can realize what is this explanation. Sometimes it's you're not hearing like this. But what is Buddha said? What is real depends on origination. So we have experience. Long period we realize in this, we practice in our human mind, how is creating. There is a science. Buddha said that. This avidya meaning is you don't know the science. This is not a physical material. This is our mind. Mind is like a energy, magnetic power, electric power, like that. This mind power. How is creating this power? Power is your alive field. Nobody is here. Power is here. It's not permanent. It's like a wave. You know that sound like a wave. Scientists are talking, no, sound is a wave. Scientists are talking is your colors also waves. Yeah, this hot is a wave. Everything is like this. That is the vibrations. Quantum theories. New scientists are talking. Same. Buddha said before 2,600 years ago. Buddha said this. Quantum theory, yeah. The Buddha's one. Rupantiko also Rupang is the Buddha's word. Is a quantum theory. You can realize. Rupantiko meaning is vibration. Rupantiko also Rupantiko also Rupam meaning is something there, there's the vibration. Vibration somewhere, that's the word. Non-vibration is the truth. Vibration is mirage given you to. Everything is creating vibrations. Non-vibration is the spiritual truth. Vibration is the word. Okay, you can realize. You want experience. This is the spirit of Buddha's words. What is dependent origination? Okay, we can discuss. Don't be hurried. Today sometimes our Dhamma friend, she try explain, but I think it's speedily doing. But this is not syllabus or exam. This is your life. This is your mind. I asking you the question, have you circle of birth or no? Sometimes you tell, no, I haven't a circle of birth. Are you sure? You don't know. You haven't experienced. Okay. Don't be hurried. We want more time. It's okay. We explain it tomorrow also. Many guys studying this Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. You can follow, you can study, you can teach, you can understand, you can study Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. You don't believe, you don't trust. Practicing is the special. You want experience. I give you to the message. What is the truth? What is the Buddha's word is truth? What is the true Dhamma? What is the true dependent origination? That is why Viveka into the Buddothpada. That's the meaning of Buddothpada. Viveka into the moment is the Buddha's word is the, what is that Shana Sampati, this present moment is the only the moment, not past, not future, it's a present. Your mind is, these are thoughts, but it is not real. Unbelievable Dhamma is here. Every living beings have a vibrations. This vibration is not over after your death. Okay, you can realize. How is ending these vibrations? That is the Buddha's given whole world, the theory and the practicing you want to do that. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. Teran Sarnai today. Thanks everybody to help us to explain this Dhamma discourses. Teran Sarnai to you. Teran Sarnai other.
Good morning, Teruan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma. Welcome to the English Zoom talk. We would like to pay our respects to our Honorable Ajahn Bahansa, and we thank thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. Yesterday, our Buddothpada Dhamma friend gave us an introduction and an overview about the philosophy of the Buddha and about how a thought is created. And she explained to us about how this thought gives us a false view that I exist. Today, we will learn about the dependent origination, also known as the Paticca Samuppada. The dependent origination teaches us about how a thought is formed and how this thought creates a world outside, which is an illusion. Without taking much of your valuable time, I would like to invite our Buddothpada Dhamma friend to give us a talk on the dependent origination. Thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Please accept my humble worship. Teruvan Saranai everyone. Today we are planning to continue our discussion on dependent and origination. Before that, if we ask why people suffer, people suffer due to not knowing the reality of their existence. If we look at the sufferings, people suffer in their thoughts and lost in the cycle of samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, not knowing the absolute truth. The Buddha said once, "One thing only do I teach, suffering and its end to reach." So only one thing Buddha has told the world, that is suffering and the way to end it. You keep on suffering because you have not received the true message of Dhamma. Through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message received through our noble friend who experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. It is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows. The absolute truth to end the sufferings was hidden under the dance of time. Now, of course, the rays of wisdom are blowing in all directions. Now let me ask, what is Dhamma? The Dhamma is about understanding true nature of things. The Dhamma is understanding the 12 links of Paticcasamuppada. Dhamma Titiñāna is the knowledge of Paticcasamuppada. All Dhamma are impermanent, compounded, arising owing to a cause, perishable and ceasing. That is Dhamma. So, to understand what is Dhamma, you need to understand origination of Dhamma. Once you understand Paticcasamuppada, you will realize what is Dhamma about. So understanding Dhamma means it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. The understanding brings liberation, the release of the mind from all bonds and fetters and issues in the cessation of dukkha or suffering. It is very correct to say the Dhamma is understanding the 12 link of Paticcasamuppada. Paticcasamuppada translated into English as dependent origination. In other words, depends on causes and condition. which is the Dhamma of cause and effect. So, if we want to understand Dhamma, we should have a deep understanding of Paticcasamuppada, dependent origination. Buddha revealed one treasure to the world. That one treasure is Paticcasamuppada. Understanding the Paticcasamuppada is important because one who sees Paticcasamuppada sees the Dhamma. One who sees the Dhamma sees Paticcasamuppada. Further, Tathagata stated that the person who does not know the dependent origination is not a real Shramana or Bhikkhu, or will not arrive at the super-mundane path in the same life. So, that statement of Lord Buddha provides indication that why we need to understand Paticca Samuppada. Let's look at Upatissa's question. I think you know Upatissa, who later became known as Arahattera Sariputta. Upatissa question Arahattera Attaji. Upatissa's question was, what is your teacher's doctrine? The answer was, Ye Dhamma Hetu Pabava Te Sang Hetun Tathagato Aha Te Sanchayo Nirodho Evangvadi Mahasamano. The meaning is, whatever from a cause proceeds, the Tathagata has explained the cause. Its cessation too, he has explained. This is the teaching of the Supreme Sage. Therefore, with no doubt, we can clearly understand Buddha has revealed to the world the Dhamma of cause and effect, Hetupala. The next point, I want to draw your attention on the depth of Paticcasamuppada. Actually, the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is very deep. I'll draw your attention to a conversation between Lord Buddha and Ananda Thero shows how deep the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is. One day, Ananda Thero arrived at the Tathagata and said, Bhante, the Blessed One, this dependent origination is very deep. It appears to be very deep. Bhante, it is a miracle. I see it as a Dhamma that is not deep. Then the Tathagata uttered, Mahevang Ananda Avacha, Mahevang Ananda Avacha. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, this dependent origination is deep. Appears to be something deep. Being not having realized this Dhamma, go from confusion to confusion, unable to overcome woeful states and samsara. Here the confusion means people lost in samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, due to not understanding Paticcasamuppada. Now I think we can understand that Tathagata himself has shown us how deep the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is. Now, let's take a brief look into Anuloma and Patiloma Paticcasamuppada. After enlightenment, Buddha contemplated kind of deep thinking over the dependent arising as to how things arise. We call Anuloma Paticcasamuppada. Basically, Anuloma Paticca Samuppada shows how things arise, or we can say how yourself arise. We can see a kind of relationship here. It is like when this is, that comes to be. With the rising of this, that arises. This is the rising of the whole mass of suffering. So that is the kind of relationship we see in Anuloma Paticca Samuppada. Then after enlightenment, Buddha contemplated over the dependent arising as to how things ceases. That is Patiloma Paticca Samuppada. The relationship we can see there is kind of like when this is not, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. This is the cessation of the whole mass of suffering. So if we sum up, the kind of relationship we can see in Paticca Samuppada is when this is, that is. This arising, that arises. When this is not, that is not. This ceasing, that ceases. Because of A arises B, because of B arises C. When there is no A, there is no B or C. Imasmin sati idang hoti, imasmin asati idang nahoti. Now, let's first look at Paticca Samuppada in order of arising. Paticca Samuppada in order of arising means attachment to something leading to the generation of the corresponding bhava. In other words, Paticca Samuppada in order of arising means appearance of suffering, and how suffering is conditioned. Appearance of suffering is, we know, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya. Then how suffering is conditioned means the second noble truth, that is dukkha samudaya satya. Therefore we can say Paticca Samuppada in order of arising means appearance of suffering, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya, and how suffering is conditioned is the second noble truth, the dukkha samudaya satya. Now, same way, let's look at the meaning of Paticca Samuppada in order of ceasing. Paticca Samuppada in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering and how it ceases. Therefore, we can say the Paticca Samuppada in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha satya, the third noble truth. And how it ceases, that is dukkha nirodha gamini patipada, the fourth noble truth. In overall, we can say Paticca Samuppada explain true nature of our existence and sufferings. So, as we discussed earlier, Buddha's path is the path of understanding. Rather, it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. Now I will read out Anuloma Paticca Samuppada. Avijja paccaya sankara, sankara paccaya vijnanam, vijnana paccaya namarupam, namarupa paccaya salayatanam, salayatana paccaya passo, passa paccaya vedana, vedana paccaya tanha, tanha paccaya upadanam, upadana paccaya bhava, bhava paccaya jati, ජාතිපච්චයා ජරා මරණං සෝක පරිදේව දුක්ඛ දෝමනා සුපායාසා සම්භවಂತಿ. ඒව මේ තස්ස කේවලස්ස දුක්ඛක්ඛන්දස්ස සමුදයෝ හෝති. Meaning, formation sankara arises due to the cause called ignorance, avijja. Consciousness, vijnana, arises due to the mental formations, sankara. Names and forms, namarupa, arises due to consciousness, vijnana. 6 bases, salayatana, arises due to names and forms, namarupa. Contact, phassa, arises due to 6 bases, salayatana. Feeling, vedana, arises due to contact, phassa. Craving, tanha, arises due to feeling, vedana. Clinging, upadana, arises due to craving, tanha. Becoming, bhava, arises due to clinging, upadana. Birth, jati, arises due to becoming, bhava. Decay, jara, death, marana, sorrow, soka, lamentation, parideva, pain, dukkha, grief, domanassa, despair, upayasa arises due to birth. This is the arising of the entire aggregate of suffering. It is like this. As the smoke rises due to the fire, the fruit rises due to the tree. The thing Dhamma, which caused the arising of something which was not present earlier, is called dependent origination. Now I think it is the right time to discuss 12 terms of dependent origination. So we'll start one by one. Let's start with the first one, ignorant, that is avijja. What is avijja? Ignorant. What is ignorant? Tattva katama avijja. Dukkhe ajnana. Dukkha samudaya ajnana. Dukkha nirodhe ajnana. Dukkha nirodha gaminiya patipadaya ajnana. Ayang uchchati avijja. This shows ignorance means not knowing suffering, not knowing the origin of suffering, not knowing the cessation of suffering, not knowing the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is called ignorance. Actually, ignorance means not knowing or understanding true nature of our existence. Ignorance is like darkness due to its nature of covering the truth. It is like a colored glass due to its nature of distorting facts. The person who looks at the world through a blue glass sees everything as blue. Similarly, the person who looks at or thinks about his 5 aggregates, Panchaskandha, Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, and the world outside with an ignorant mind will see them not as they are, but in another form according to the film of ignorance. So, as per the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha. The 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, and the suffering, dukkha, are the same. What is suffering? Buddha asked, and also Buddha answered. Buddha has well explained. It should be said that it is the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha is the suffering. So Buddha has told that to the world. Therefore, reason for the suffering is the 5 aggregates of clinging, that is Pancha Upadanaskandha. If we understand the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, we'll able to relieve from the suffering. The 5 aggregate means nothing else but your mental process. You see books, chairs, trees outside. Now think, for you to see them, there are series of mental activities taking place without your knowledge. So now I am going to explain that process. Right. The 5 aggregates of clinging are Rupa, form, Vedana, feeling, Sanya, perception, Sankara, mental activity, Vijnana, consciousness. When you say aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skandha. When you say aggregate of perception, that is Sanya Skandha. When you say aggregate of mental activity, or we call volitional formations, that is Sankara Skandha. When you say aggregate of consciousness, that is Vijnana Skandha. When you say aggregate of form, that is Rupa Skandha. So, this Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is taken as Nama, that is names. Remember, all outside experience first felt in our system as a Nama part, or we can say name part. So let's look at one by one. First, we look at Vedana Skandha. What is aggregate of feeling? Vedana Skandha. This is the mental force to facilitate the identification of any contact at sensor level. Sensor cannot identify objects. So Vedana is a facilitator in the identification process. It's a facilitator only. So Vedana perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Buddha compared this feeling or Vedana to a bubble. Based on the Vedana Skandha or feeling, the next part of the mental activity process, that is the Sanya Skandha activate. Actually, Vedana and Sanya arises together. Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. Sanya Skandha we call perception in English. Based on the feeling, that is Vedana Skandha, Sanya Skandha or this perception form sense impression or cognitive ideas. Buddha compares this perception to a mirage. Now in this exercise, telepathy mechanism will facilitate matching of the vibration occurred at sensor level to past vibration, kind of a similar experience. So, Sanya Skandha perception also perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Right. We discuss about Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha, so you will understand later much more. So now we'll start with the Sankara Skandha. The Sankara Skandha are all the other mental activities other than Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha. Sankara Skandha is the speed of mental activity which causes the illusion. So we can say Sankara Skandha is the mental activity which facilitates the whole process of generating the illusion, which is not real. But due to the speed of occurrence function of Sankara skandha, the form or illusion is created. So if I ask why this form is not real, because it appears as real due to the frequencies of vibration. This is not done by anyone. Complete natural process. Buddha compared mental formation to a plantain trunk without a hardwood, that is a banana trunk. So we discuss about Sankara skandha. Now we will look at Rupa skandha. So what is Rupa skandha then? We already know all outside experience first felt in our system as a nama part. We can say name part. And then the form or the illusion is created. Due to our ignorance, this created form is taken as real or taken as outside, which is called Rupa. Rupa is a mental form, and it is the belief that outside exists. Buddha compared Rupa skandha to a lump of form. So you need to understand Nama comes first. Rupa or form is secondary to that. That is why Nama Rupa and not Rupa Nama. So Nama Rupa are correlated. So they need each other to form the illusion. But remember, that is the place where two extremes of I-ness and outside is created. This is the place where you create duality. This duality brings energy or power to your system. Okay? So let's see what is Vijnana skandha then. So what is aggregate of consciousness? Vijnana skandha. Right. This is the last one under the 5 aggregate. Vijnana skandha is the cognitive consciousness of the things. Arising of mental consciousness means the identification of table, chairs, trees, etc. Buddha compared Vijnana skandha to an illusion. So, due to the ignorance, we take the illusion as real outside and seeing the mental consciousness or arising of Vijnana as inside or self, ego, I-ness present. The two extremes created. Your level of suffering will be higher if something happened to those objects. This means within the two opposite ends, plus and minus, power get created. Yo bante vijitvana majje manta nalippati refers to this process. If you carefully see what is this burning, what is this current inside you, actually your ego or self is equal to this current. These two ends exist only in the mundane plane. The liberation from this refers to the Arya or super-mundane plane. Right. We have discussed all the 5 elements of the 5 aggregates of clinging, right? So this is the mental process, natural process, which create the illusion for you. Then only you can recognize table, chairs, and trees. So this arising of Pancha Upadana Skandha is referred to in the Dhamma as dukkha. Sankitena Pancha Upadana Skandha dukkha. In short, Pancha Upadana Skandha itself is dukkha. Now let me link the same Pancha Upadana Skandha with the Anatma doctrine. As per the Anatma doctrine, these 5 clings aggregate, Pancha Upadanaskandha, cannot be taken as a self. Why? Because they are resulting from causes and conditions. And if those causes and conditions are not there, then there would not have a self existing. So Buddha has clearly mentioned these 5 aggregates are anicca, dukkha, anatma. So I'll read out Buddha's statement. Once Lord Buddha mentioned the 5 aggregates are impermanent, that is anicca. Whatever is impermanent, that is dukkha, unsatisfactory. That is without self, anatma. That is not mine, that I am not, that is not myself. So as Buddha mentioned, rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness are impermanent. So now I think we have come to the end. The time is actually limited. So I will actually, whatever the word I spoke here is really, I was able to speak because of the Aryan Vahanse. Because Aryan Vahanse explained me all this during the last 1.5 years. So actually, Aryan Vahanse will take 1 more minute to see whether we can receive any comments to this from our Aryan Vahanse. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Teruvan Saranai.
Aryan Vahanse, I can continue if there is, do you want to add anything up to so far, Aryan Vahanse?
So that's the problem is there.
Yeah.
That one is how is mind is created. That is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But other things are there's other topics that
Yes.
5 aggregates
Yeah.
and there's 4 noble truths. Also, that's the other headline.
Yeah.
So the mind is creating is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But you're explaining that
Yeah.
other side. It is
Yeah.
not the today's head that's explaining because we want to first know how is this mind creating. There's a
Yeah.
dependent origination, only the mind creating is.
Yeah. Okay,
But
Aryan
that is a theory points. But we want practical side.
Okay, Aryan. I'll do that.
Yeah, how is mind creating? That is the dependent
Yeah.
origination. So
Yes.
that's the explanation is Buddhist. It's okay. I think you can.
I will continue,
so
Aryan.
other thing is Buddha's words are the Buddha's words,
Yeah.
but everything is not the Buddha's words.
Yeah.
Sometimes I explain my experience, so
Yeah.
it is the we won't correct it because Buddha's words are everybody knows. There's the Tripitakas are there and the many books are there. So we can't tell them my experience. I can tell my experience is my experience, but I can't tell what is the Buddha said that.
Yeah.
So it's want to be corrected. It's okay. You can continue. It's okay.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Actually, our Aryan Vahanse is sharing to the world his own experimental experience, but all that experience is well in line with the Tripitaka and Buddha's wording. So let me come to the topic back. So, right. So as Buddha mentioned, Buddha and as our Aryan Vahanse taught to us, Rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, consciousness are impermanent. So if there is any cause and condition for rising of these aggregates, they too are impermanent. So that we have to understand. Now, let me link this same to Sakkaya Ditti. So, what is Sakkaya Ditti? Sakkaya Ditti means the view that there is a self existing behind or within these five aggregates, that is Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So, elimination of Sakkaya Ditti is necessary to attain the stream entry Sotapatti. Now I will come to the practical side of this as instructed by Aryan Mahanse. So you will understand the frequency of vibration does all this. So speed of occurrence of the mental activity is the skandha. It appear, it disappear, so nobody doing it. So as per the message we received from our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, so ignorance means not knowing the pure truth. So because of the ignorance, we continue to believe that we exist and we experience the outside world as real. So it is always when we fail to see the true nature of things that our view become clouded. We fail to see mirages, illusions and deception. The delusion of mind mistakes the unreal for real, result in confusion, conflict, disharmony, and perpetual sorrow. So when a man is caught up in this illusion, he perceives things incorrectly. He perceives permanence in the impermanent, pleasure in pain, self in what is not self. So he deluded by his own senses. Well, now if I ask you a question, do you know that what you experience or what you feel is due to a natural process? It is a scientific process which is not in control anyone. Your experience, what you feel is not in control of yourself. Actually, if you understand, you continue to suffer in your thoughts. If I ask you, can you control your thoughts? Actually, you are not able to control your thoughts. Therefore, you will realize that you continue to suffer for a thought which is not in control of yourselves. So thought appear and disappear. Now, if I give you an example, if a firebrand is rotated rapidly while standing in the dark, it will appear as a ring of fire. Anyone can understand that there is no ring of fire in reality, though it appears so. Due to the speed of the firebrand, it appears as a ring or a circle. So that is what is happening in our thoughts as well. So pure truth will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thoughts. So that was just now explained by Aryan Mahanse. That is the important message we need to communicate to the world. Because this pure truth, the Aryan Mahanse's experimental experience will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thought. And understanding the reality of your life, your existence. When you analyze this more closely, you will realize you are trapped inside your senses. If you rightly look at it, you are trapped inside a cage called ego. One who understands the reality will improve its wisdom and will gradually reduce his self or ego. Therefore, it is very important to understand true nature of our existence. As long as you are ignorant about the pure truth, you will be born in each and every thought, self is present, our ego is present, all the problems started. This means as long as we are ignorant about the pure truth, we'll always be in suffering. So, right understanding or insight remove illusions and help the man to cognize the real nature of their underlying all appearances. So when we discuss True Dhamma section, we'll explain you the scientific process which was taught by our Aryan Vahanse behind the formation of your thoughts and your existence. So as we listen to our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, our ignorance will reduce once we understand the message of true Dhamma. That is called Satya Jnana. So true knowledge of the Buddhist doctrine must be realized by ourselves. So Dhamma Chakkappavatthana Sutta, first sermon, clearly address Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana and Krutak So Satya Jnana part must be understand fully to eradicate the ignorance. So we'll tell you that on a different day. Most of your problems will be solved along with this knowledge. So with the right message from noble friend, your sakkaya ditti, this notion of self or ego will be removed. And one develop wisdom. That's we call yathabhuta jnana, which is called insight of seeing reality. So wisdom is what? Wisdom is the one's experience that he has automatically free from thoughts and objects without any mental force. Please understand there is a difference between knowledge and wisdom. So wisdom you gain is something beyond thoughts. Wisdom will guide you towards attaining unshakable deliverance of mind, that is akuppa cheto vimukti, as explained by our Aryan Vahanse. So we'll discuss about Satya Jnana part later because there is another specific day to discuss as per our schedule. So now we'll come back to this Paticca because I'm trying to explain the 12 element in Paticca one by one. So let me finish that first. So how to overcome ignorance, because we have been discussing about ignorance. Now let's see how to overcome ignorance. Now, to overcome ignorance, four things is important. Number one, association of noble person, that is Sappurisa Sevane. Number two, listening to true Dhamma, Saddhamma Shravane. Number three, wise attention, that is Yoniso Manasikara. Number four, correct Dhamma practice, Dhammanu Dhamma Patipada. That will reduce your ignorance. Now, if I ask you why association of noble person is mentioned first in order by Lord Buddha, the reason is this element of true Dhamma or Satya Jnana must be received from someone with experimental experience. Because that Kalyana Mitrya or noble friend only can give the right message, and also is the only person who can guide you until you reach the right path and realizing Nibbana. So I hope you understand why it is important. So I think you have to associate our Aryan Vahanse and take continuous guidance to clarify this Satya Jnana part if you are interested to get rid of your suffering. So you definitely take that approach. So okay, so if now we discuss about Vijja, so what is Avijja? So Dukkhe Jnanam, Dukkha Samudaya Jnanam, Dukkha Nirodhe Jnanam, Dukkha Nirodhagamini Patipada Jnanam, Ayang Uchati Bhikkave Vijja. So I hope you can understand. So we have to, once we learn what is suffering, so basically we'll able to see all these problems arises due to mind. So once we understand how the mind is created, definitely we'll able to have vijja. Right now, let me come to the second principle in the doctrine of dependent origination. That is volitional formations, what do you call sankara. So avidya pachya sankara. Avidya pachya sankara. That means meaning dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So tatta katame avidya pachya sankara. Punyavi sankaro, apunyavi sankaro, anenjavi sankaro, kaya sankaro, vachi sankaro, chitta sankaro. So there are several kinds of sankara, that is volitional formations. The first one is punyavi sankaro, that is meritorious volitional formation. Then apunyavi sankaro, non-meritorious volitional formation. Anenjavi sankaro, imperturbable volitional formations. Then kaya sankara, that is the bodily volitional formation. So these are the mental formations arising from many bodily activities. So then vachi sankara, the verbal volitional formation. These are the mental formation arising from when using words. And then chitta sankara, the mental volitional formation. These are the mental volitional formation arising other than kaya or vachi sankara. So I hope you now understand the types of volitional formation. Now coming back to our dependent origination, avidya pachya sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we being to feel jealousy, revenge, attachment, aversion. All these are sankara. Sankara can be lobha, dvesha, moha, greed, hatred, delusion. So Buddha stated that radiant is the mind at the birth. It is soiled only by defilement. So our Aryan Vahanse also explained to us this concept very well. So once, when you are in birth, your mind is very radiant, but later it is soiled by defilements. So remember, these all sankara are impermanent. Sabbe sankara anicca. Just like the two fireballs on a stick, once rotate, that create the fire circle, which is an illusion. That is not real, only illusions. So, as explained to us by Aryan Vahansa, at every moment, a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind. It immediately disappears. So everything that happens only at this moment. I think that is in line with the Buddha's wording also, autta sambhutang uttanam bhavishyati. So as explained by Aryan Vahanse, this means whatever experience you have at this moment never come from past. And the experience will never last either. It would completely be destroyed in the same moment. Nothing will remain. So you have to understand the nature of your mind. So I'll take one wording from Dhammapada. I think all of you are familiar with that. Mano pubbangama dhamma, mano setta, manomaya. What is the meaning of that? Mind proceeds things. Mind dominates them. Mind creates them. So we have to understand the world is led by mind or thought. Okay, so it is quite clear that our existence is the mind or consciousness. Therefore, free from mind is the way to free from suffering. Right. Now let me talk about the third principle in Patisamuppada, that is the consciousness or vijnanaya. Sankara pachaya vijnana, meaning dependent on sankara arises, depend on sankara arises consciousness. So what is sankara pachaya vijnana? Tatta kataman sankara pachaya vijnana, chakku vijnanam, sota vijnanam, grana vijnanam, jivha vijnanam, kaya vijnanam, mano vijnanam, idang uchati sankara pachaya vijnana. So what is consciousness? The six consciousness of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. Right? So, this, if you look to the Vibhanga Pali, you will see eye conscious means Chakku Vinyana, ear consciousness Sota Vinyana, nose consciousness Grana Vinyana, tongue consciousness Jivha Vinyana, body consciousness Kaya Vinyana, mind consciousness Mano Vinyana. So those are the 6 types of consciousness caused by formations, sankara. So all these consciousness arising due to the condition. So they ceases when the conditions not present. So as explained by Aryan Mahanse, the mind consciousness, thought or vijnana is formed by the stimuli coming from the 5 senses. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. So later you will understand that there is nothing as thought either. A thought arises and disappears immediately. There are 5 sensitivities which help the rise of consciousness. So they are ear sensitivity, that is the Chakku Prasada. Number 2, eye sensitivity, Chakku Prasada. Then ear sensitivity, Sota Prasada. Nose sensitivity, Grana Prasada. Tongue sensitivity, Jivha Prasada. And body sensitivity, Kaya Prasada. For example, the sensitivity in the eye, Chakku Prasada, helps the consciousness to arise, which is called Chakku Vijnana. So the things that we cognize through consciousness are called object. Object means Arammana, Aramunu. So, as per our Aryan Mahanse, at a blink of an eye, billions of consciousness would have started and fallen away. So each unit of consciousness consists rising and cessation, Uppada and Banga. So that is so then what is the mind? So there is nothing called mind. Mind means chitta, chaitasika. So arising of the mind consciousness means it is the state of mind. There is nothing called mind. Arising of the mind conscious means the mind. So we need to understand. So formation of consciousness arises only when conditions present, which is not done by anybody. It is a natural process, right? For example, there cannot be any I-ness in I consciousness. For example, you are not able to control I consciousness, Chakku Vijnana happening. So now you understand that arising of consciousness occur when the conditions arise. It is a natural process. You can't control the rising of consciousness. Therefore, considering as I see or I hear is due to your ignorance of not understanding the cause and effect principle shown in Paticcasamuppada. Actually, as explained by Aryan Vahanse to us, your sensor will not identify the object. So, Chakku Vinyane is a state of feeling or a spark. So, continuous spark, which is a natural process, will cause formation of form of color or light. Kind of a image or photo. Light is created in the prasada. So prasada means the birth of prasada means the creation of the light and the rising of the chakku vinyane there itself. So we call vision. But remember, your eye consciousness has awareness only. It does not know what the object is. So mind consciousness, on the other hand, is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as real objects. So you will recognize chairs, then tables at the mind consciousness level. So mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced us when we were very small. And Aryan Vahanse explained to us this identification process happens in a telepathy mechanism, right? So anyway, we will tell you about that on a separate day under Satyajnana part. Actually, it is really worth for you to listen that science which is, explained to the world by Aryan Vahanse. So it is very worth listening to it if you need to end the suffering and if you need to enjoy a happy life. Right, coming back to our topic. So let's take another example. For example, ear. So when a sound wave strike the ear, awareness of hearing created in the sensor, in the ear consciousness. But it does not know what the sound is. So I hope you can understand this sensor, how the sensor works, right? So we have been now discussing about the consciousness vinyane. So vinyanang anidassanang anantang sabbato pabang. This means that thought ceases to materialize at that moment for the one who realized the wisdom. One who realized the truth of mind, consciousness, there is no outside and there is no self or inside. You come out of the illusion. You know there is no way to experience the outside world. Chakku vinyane cannot recognize object. So what you can feel is the illusion that is your mind consciousness. So that illusion will be different from person to person, even for a same object. For example, when I say ice cream, one would get an illusion of a chocolate ice cream. Another would get an illusion of a vanilla ice cream. So for the same object, illusion would be different. So what you experience is what you created in your mind, whether you like it or not. So, in the Rohitassa Sutta, the Buddha told this very beautiful quote. So, in this one fathom long body alone, with its perception and thoughts, do I proclaim the world, the origin of the world, the cessation of the world, and path leading to the cessation of the world. So that means what? What is world? World is your mind. So your world is created in the mind consciousness. So if you can free from mind, you free from the world, right? So, so in my explanation, I use Right, Aryan Mahansi actually told us that telepathy mechanism. So mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced to us when we were very small. But Aryan Mahansi clearly told us there is nothing called data or memory. So there is no thing. You will not find things in this world. So it is only all are vibration. So you have to understand that. Anyway, we'll explain all that once we discuss Satyajnana part. Right. So I think it is enough about the Vijnana. Now let's discuss the fourth principle of Paticcasamuppada, that is names and forms, that is Nama Rupa. Right, we'll start Nama Rupa section. So what is Nama? Nama means the feeling, perception, mental activity and consciousness. They are called Nama. So as we discussed on the previous section, thought means that is the illusion of the mind or Vijnana Mayava we call Chitta. You actually live in thoughts. Now you understand thoughts actually does not exist Upada and Banga. So that is there. So what is Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa? So Tatta Katamang Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa Atti Namang Atti Rupang Tatta Katamang Namang Vedana Skando Sanya Skando Sankara Skando Idang Uchati Nama. So the three aggregates, the aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skanda, aggregate of perception, Sanya Skanda, and aggregate of formation, Sankara Skanda, are the name part. We call Nama. So when you say Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupang, meaning depend on consciousness arises names and forms. So Nama, as we discussed, three mental factors. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. All these are actually Chaitasika part. Feeling, perception, mental formation are Chaitasika part. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. Perception is Sanya. Then mental formation means Sankara. So these three mental factors we can identify as Nama. So words, now remember the words are certainly important, but as the Aryan Mahansi also try to highlight that, but more important is what you understand, what is going inside you, how these mental formation occur, and how you trapped into this mental formation. So we learn about Vijnana, which is a illusion. You need to understand that this illusion is made by coming together of Nama and Rupa. So Aryan Mahanse gave this example to us. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, that is Nama formation, right? Nama, pineapple. Then image of pineapple come to our mind. That is Rupa. So, we'll elaborate that more. So Nama means what? Nama means thought, a belief of an insight, right? Insight. Then Rupa means what? Image or a form, but belief that the outside exists. So coming together is a thought. So this is the explanation of Aryan Mahanse on this. So it is important to note even with the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the five aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha. So, five aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha, and the suffering dukkha are the same. Right? Therefore, we have to understand, I think we discussed about this Pancha Upadana Skandha, that is the mental process which derives the illusion. So if we understand that, that means we understand how the thoughts are formed, how these illusions are created in our mind. Right. Now, I will come back to the important part. Let me ask you a question. Can you experience the outside world? Always what you experience is your mind consciousness. That mind consciousness or illusion is the one created by your system automatically, which is different from person to person, irrespective of the fact that everyone experiences the same world. So, who create this illusion? That is your system output. So you need to experience that names and forms generated from your system, whether you like it or not. So this is very important point you need to understand. If you think that the created chocolate ice cream as your thinking, or it is as your thought, that is your mistake. That is your ignorance. If you analyze this closely, this Nama Rupa, names and forms, created naturally. It is not done by anyone else. It is not done by you. It is out of control of yourself. So you cannot control Nama Rupa or names and forms happening. If you think it is yours, then that is your ignorance. That is the point, as well explained by our Aryan Vahanse. You have created an inside and outside. You have created the duality. You have created two ends. But truly, these two sides doesn't exist. There is nothing as Ajata inside or Bahidda outside. I hope you understand. One side is that we believe we are here, that is I-ness, and we believe that the outside world exists. The two sides creates duality. The duality will generate current or power in your system. So which will cause the created objects or illusion in your system as real. So due to this, you will be more attached towards them. I think we have to end the session. Time has come to end. So I will ask Aryan Vahanse to add any comment on this. Avasarai Aryan Vahanse. Please accept my humble worship, Aryan Vahanse.
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Theruvan Saranai, that's a, I think it's a theory part is going today.
Yes,
Not a
Aryan
practical
Vahanse.
side. It is not a practical side.
Yeah,
Practical side is a vibration here.
yeah,
Everything is a vibration. There's a creation is a vibration creation. It's not a like that. That's a what we are looking the our syllabus. Our syllabus is not a practical. We can read the syllabus and we can talk the syllabus, but it is not practical. Practical happen, you can feel it. What happened here? What is the illusion? Illusion is our soul. That's our life feel. That's an illusion. Everything is an illusion. That's a dependent origination. Everything. The sankhara is a vibration. Speedily, we are talking about the rapid speed. So, what is this five aggregates? What is these five senses? These five senses are creating, that is the world, that is the illusion world, is the sensual world, not real. So we can talk the suffering. How is suffering coming? This illusion is the case. So really, Buddha won't end in the suffering. How is the ending this suffering? We are in the illusion now. So someone understood this. Someone understood what is illusion. He can be happy. So someone in the illusion, like a blind person. How is ending suffering? It's not happening. That is why this dependent origination is everywhere. That's the illusion. What is this dependent origination? Dependent origination is our mind creation. Someone get this mind creation is reality, is real, is permanent, is existence is okay. That is the illusion. You are you are looking the mirage. Not a real, it's a stimulation. It's a fantasy. Not a real. So we won't talk the suffering and origin of suffering and cessation of suffering and way to the cessation of suffering. We want to talk that. But first we want understood the mind. That's ignorance. That's avidya. What is this real? It's a vibration. Non-vibration is the real. Vibration is the illusion. This your colors, your forms, your eye is illusion. Your ear, sound is not real. It's illusion. It's censoring, it's sensually. It's happening in the sense. Something happened in your ear, you are deaf. You haven't a sound. This sound is outside door. Where the sound? Sound is vibration. Sound is not a sound. Sound is a wave. It's a vibration only. What is these colors? These are vibrations. This is not real. It's your eye is creating, that's your colors. That's your forms. You are blind, where's your colors? Where's your lights? That's word is gone. It's not real. So this is the case, human mind, every living mind. That is why in suffering. Because they are thinking, they have death. They are thinking, they have birth. But this birth and death also some miracle. It's a illusion. It's not real. It's a thought. But we can't understand. How is creating these thoughts? That is the dependent origination. How is creating these thoughts? How is happening this? Everything you are thinking, everything you are mind, everything your thoughts. How is creating this? That is, we are trying to explain this word, this vibration. What is this vibration? What is this sensations? What is this vibrations? What is our life? What is our feel? What is our soul? How is happening? This non-soul Dhamma is explaining this word in the Buddha. Nothing else. No being, no living being, nothing existent is the real. Others is illusion. How we understood this? That is our duty. That's the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses are. Try to doing this duty. This whole world. This present moment only the alive, but it is not the real. Past is gone. Future is not coming. Only you are you remembering something. That's present moment only the thought. You are thinking the future. This present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought also not the real. This illusion. You are living only the moment. That's the birth and the death. This present moment, something you have, existent feel, that's your thoughts, is a real. You are in miracle. You are in illusion. Misconception. Not real. So this is not easy to understand. So tomorrow we won't understand, tomorrow we won't discuss how is eye is creation. It is the best, I think. How is ear creation? How is thoughts are coming? This rapid vibration again and again and it's happening this. That's the vibration. That's a eye also have consciousness. Mind consciousness, how is happening? That's a five senses are working. That's a eye consciousness and ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and taste consciousness and your body consciousness is together. One consciousness is coming, that is the mind consciousness. This together is happening is the formation. Sankara. This Sankara is Abhisankara. It's a vibrations. Colors also, sounds also, that's the thoughts also, chair, table, sun, moon, everything is Sankara. Not a real Sankara, meaning is illusion. This is today, I think, is the most popular. This word is topic. What is the real world? What is the real is here? Is a nothingness. That's a Buddha's explanation. Somebody's understood this. Calm and cool. No pain, no burning, no suffering. Because understand what? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, you can body sense feeling, and you can think. Normally is you can do your job and your business and you're studying everything is normally going into your life. But you understood what is real. You are in calm and cool. What's the happen is okay, doesn't matter. You are in the cool. Is the understand one. That is the Buddha's path, this dependent origination is go in the inside meditation. Inside meditation is understand one. Not concentration meditation. Concentration meditation is okay. It's, you little bit you do that is because it's the calm coming that your mind is coming to not complicate. Your mind is coming to just a cool down. Yeah. That's a meditation is good. It's okay. Concentration meditation is not bad. Concentration meditation, whole world people are doing. Because Hindus are doing, that's the Christians also doing, that's the other religions also doing. It is not the Buddha's explanation. Buddha's explanation is never heard before. Dhamma is inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. We can't play the games, this true Dhamma. Because one true is here in this world, not two, on the one. Only the one. One truth is here. Is your thoughts are illusions, not real. This is not a game. This is a real. Your life and cycle of birth, ending is coming. Today, you understood this, what happened here is your cycle of birth ending. No any birth. This is the last. You won't do that. You won't end the suffering. You want, if you want endless happiness, you won't understood what is the truth here, what is the true Dhamma, what is the dependent origination, what is the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. That's our way. That's our way. It's okay, that's our experience. Whole world we are explaining. How is coming this path? How is the happening? This is not an enlightenment. It's a Hindu swan. This is super awaken to the moment. That is the Buddha's word. Please keep and be careful using the English word, because this is not a baby's playground. This is our life. It's not a game. There's a real reality is here. What is the real? What's the truth? We want to know. It's okay. We can experience. This is not a believing. This is not a believing. You can experience. It's okay. We explain. You can experience. After you can get it. Oh no, it's okay. Everybody, that is our explanation is very well. I think it's today is to try to do that. It's okay. How she can do, she try to do that. Is we thanks for her. It's okay. Everybody, tomorrow we can discuss. It's okay. What is the reality? Teruvan Sarana, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි නමස්කාර.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Welcome to the new Buddothpada English Zoom sessions. These sessions will be held daily at 8:30 a.m. Sri Lankan time. Those who listen to Buddothpada sermons are truly fortunate because Buddothpada sermons presents a very rare Dhamma discourses never heard before. We want to share Buddothpada Dhamma discourses to the world so every human being can be free from suffering, live in peace and eternal bliss. Buddothpada Dhamma discourses reveals the true essence of Lord Buddha's doctrine, which was hidden under the dunes of time. And it guides us to the practical path to Nibbana, which is Vidarshana meditation. Did you ever wonder what is life? Why are we born? Why do we die? And why do we suffer? Sometimes you are happy, but sometimes you are sad. What is this oscillating life? This is a never-ending circle. We do everything to be happy, isn't it? But even when we are happy, we feel that there is something missing in life. Though we try to cover up suffering in various ways by offering pujas and doing various rituals, the death is inevitable, isn't it? So, is there a way out of this suffering? Yes. And Lord Buddha in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra revealed to the world how to end this suffering. It was the never heard before Dhamma, the dependent origination Dhamma, or Paticca Samuppada Dharma. There we can see how the thoughts are created and how we suffer because of a thought and how to get rid of suffering. The clear path to Nibbana through
Satya, Krutya, Krutajnana. This is the ultimate truth. This is the true Dhamma which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world. And this is what you can listen from Buddothpada sermons too. But to understand this true Dhamma, we need the guidance of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. Buddothpada sermons will help you to find the correct path to Nibbana. This is a gradual process. While on the path, you will definitely feel the difference within you because your defilements start to diminish. Lord Buddha said, those who worship me with flowers and lamps are not real worshippers, but those who follow and practice my teaching are the real worshippers. So today, we want to share Buddothpada sermons to the world so every human being can find solace, peace, and tranquility and be free from all suffering. Path to freedom from thoughts, path to freedom from suffering, path to seeing the truth. This is the way to total freedom. Now, our Buddothpada Dhamma friend will start the sessions. Teruvan Saranai.
Well, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. First of all, we humbly pay our homage to the Perfect One, the fully awakened One, the Supreme Buddha. And I hope everyone is well and happy today. As we are in an individual journey of understanding the world and the self, we also feel like that we have to share whatever we gain in this path to others as well, so that we share the knowledge and the actual individual experiences we gain in this path. So today we are actually starting for the first time a new series of Buddothpada Dhamma discussions. It's not a discussion as such today. So I'm kind of going to give you an overview of everything as possible. So in that, I would say I take a humble effort to explain things, but if I do a mistake, I apologize. Because the angle we look into these things can be slightly different from the way someone else might not. It might. So it's actually, that is actually why we are trying to do this, because the Dhamma, the Lord Buddha has taught us a lot of things, and the way we look at it, there can be so many different angles that we are looking at it, but we are just humbly explaining something that we learn. And in this path, we have been guided by Aryan Mahansa as well. So Aryan Mahansa has been teaching us for a long time, and I would say I'll start talking about, so the dependent origination is the topic we have chosen for the first time. And why we have chosen dependent origination is actually, Lord Buddha has explained, if you know dependent origination, you know Dhamma, and if you know Dhamma, you know Buddha. So we are actually trying to look into that from another perspective. So when we talk about dependent origination, it's actually a set of words, I would say. I'm not going to actually go deep into these words. Okay, if you want to know the words, it would be like ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form, six senses, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, old age, and death. Did you understand anything? Okay, sometimes may, but it's kind of like series of words. But Lord Buddha's who explained how the mind works actually understood dependent origination the day that he attained the Lord Buddhaship. So we will try to understand it, what it really means. So as we are living in the sensual world, so we are in Kamaloka, what is in English sensual world. So in sensual world, we are actually experiencing every day. We are experiencing something every day. So when we experience something as a child or as a baby, we experience something. Do you know what it is? Sometimes as a baby, if you can really go back into that from our like imagination, we can only imagine that time because we have come so far away from that. We can't actually go back to that immediately. We just have to imagine how we actually got these impurities into this small mind. So it's like a white sheet, or as Lord Buddha explained, it's like a clean sheet or cloth. Clean cloth. So it's a clean cloth which is getting dirty. And he actually understood that how this clean cloth is getting dirty. And the clean cloth is an example to the small baby's mind, which is so clear. Have you seen a baby smiling? How beautiful that is? Do you think he has anger in that? Any ill, hatred, anything like a jealousy? There's nothing. If there's any bodily harm, the baby will cry, but that's it. So how did this clean cloth became very dirty? Slowly it get dirty. It's not like a sudden thing which happens. But is this happening according to a plan? Not really. It's really a process which happens automatically. It's not someone actually making it dirty. Is the baby making it dirty? Not really. That clear mind, the clean mind, is getting the clashes. So that's the dependent origination in a different nutshell. Like if you try to explain how this mind got into this problem of having all these defilements and impurities And at the same time, the Lord Buddha understood at the time of the attaining the nirvana, he understood there is a process. What is the process? There is a process of birth here. So I'm not talking about the birth of the body. I'm actually talking about the birth of this self, the feeling of existence. Did the feeling of existence, it can actually be, I'm talking actually about the sensual world, so don't take me wrong. In a different worlds, the feeling of existence must be dealt differently. So I'm not talking about that at the moment. I'm talking about the sensual world where we are the humans. We have like a human, like a body where we have 5 senses, and with the 5 senses, we have another sense which is the mind, and it became 6 senses. So that is where we are describing this, is because we can't describe it apart from our senses. We have to describe it according to what we know. So the dependent origination, what is it all about? It's about how this mind got dirty slowly. So as I said, ignorance. Well, we have the ignorance, so we'll keep it aside because we are having the ignorance at the moment. And then how do we talk about this forming of mind, or forming of feeling of existence, or forming of this one thought? So when one thought is arising, the first thought in the mind, the impurity is already begun. It's already begun because imagine the baby. The baby starts to hear the world. He doesn't know what he's hearing. He sees the world. He doesn't know what he's seeing. But slowly, in this process, this is not happening. The baby is not doing anything. It's just a process. From the eye, we see something, and automatically, if we keep naming it, the system make it together, because that's what it is doing. So if you call Amma or Ma, mother, always you see a shape and a form, and then if you're given the sound, it will be like the system itself picks it up as a like one thing. Then the I is born. We call it I is born. Lord Buddha explained it as that's the beginning of the birth. Why? Because 2 senses are now forming a another mind, a one thought. It is actually not there. Do you get it? Do you think there's another sense other than this 5 senses? No, but this ability of humans, it's not only humans, it's all animals. So the humans, I'm only talking about humans because it's easy to talk about humans because that's what we know. So the 5 senses, they are giving various inputs, and then this system itself has the ability to correlate them or making them together for, and that is the actual birth where the mind is originated. So the feeling of existence, the Lord Buddha understood, okay, so there is the child or the baby with time understood, okay, the picture which is there, or the shape or the form is actually is related to this sound, Amma. And it becomes together. Is it somewhere? Is it actually available? No, it's actually in the mind that it's forming this new form. It is actually a sankata, or it is a new creation. Do you really feel it? What I'm trying to say? Did you see that how the Amma or the mother is formed in the mind? It's a mind creation. It's a beautiful creation, actually. It's the wonderful creation of the beings that they are able to do this. But what is ignorance here? Ignorance is not knowing that it is happening, or not knowing that it's actually a creation. So mental formations. Okay, and there's another part to this. That this is the best part of it. When you come to mental formations, if you actually go into this formation of this illusory world, you will never be able to actually get this shape and form to the sound and make a new illusory Amma or mother in the mind, because at the same time, this happens so fast. It's actually very scientific at the moment. Scientists are trying very hard to prove these things. What is the actually they think they think a lot of things, but this mind, they haven't developed a computer or a software which is fast like our mind. There can be other beings which have minds better than this one, but I'm talking about the humans. So the humans are trying to make another software which is faster than our mind, which has never happened, because they're always slower than the mind, because the mind is trying to develop something which is faster than the own mind. So this fast happening of these mental formations is the real reason why we feel that there is something. Okay, this goes very deep. If I keep talking, I don't know. So if you think that you saw a form and a shape, even that shape and the form is actually created because of that fast formation. It's so fast that you feel that it's static. It's there are beautiful examples, like imagine there is okay, I can give you an example like this. There is firework above the Sydney Bridge, 31st of December. If you have seen it in the TV, or in Sri Lanka, there's so many fireworks, or even Toran. So you know that it's a firework, don't you? We know that. So are we do we have ignorance there? No, we know that it's a firework. But aren't they beautiful? Then when they are beautifully making the fully like imagine a word. Don't you see that there's a word? But we know that it is illusion, don't we? We know that it's there only is some lights which are happening very fast, which appear as one thing. Do you get the point? It appears as one thing. It's the same thing which happens in the eye, that this creation is so beautiful. I mean, I'm calling it beautiful because this is really interesting. Not that actually the creation is beautiful, but actually the way of creating this illusion is so fantastic that we forget that it's the illusion. So the eye, even the shape and form that we see is in itself is for the creation. So if someone asks, so have we seen actual shape and form? We don't know, because it's only, we can appreciate only what we can appreciate. We have to come to that's a full understanding. Humans can appreciate only what human senses are able to appreciate. But in future, if someone developed another new sense and attach it to the humans, they may be able to appreciate another level of creation. But at the moment, it's only 5 senses, and the mother or the amma, even the shape and the form, it's created in the eye. It's created in this system. So Lord Buddha says, the feeling of, actually Lord Buddha was trying to understand from very beginning, how am I feeling I'm existing? What is this? What is the meaning of this feeling of existence? And why we are afraid to die? Why we are feeling that we are actually going to old age? Why are we feeling that this feeling? And that's what he was experimenting on. He's the most the highest person with wisdom. So he was his the whole idea was trying to find out how on earth this happened. So ignorance and mental formation, which happens with this fast formation of mind, bring about the consciousness. That's just this process, because this is happening so fast. You feel something is there static, you feel the difference. As I told, we can appreciate only what we have in these our senses. So because it's happening so fast, we feel something. We can't really avoid this. That is how it is. So we feel the consciousness. Well, for instance, just imagine the world is slowing down. Our chitta, this formation of mind, slows down. We won't be able to actually do this mental formation like this. We will never know what we will be actually forming, because the slowing of this actually will hinder what we form, because it's just a formation. And do you understand even the word? It's a mental formation. It's beautifully worded here, mental formation. It's not out there, but because of our senses, the eye, the ear, and our bodily, the feelings, the touch, the taste, the smell, they all come together, and a mental formation occurs. And that mental formation, is it there actually? Well, never know, because that's a mental formation. We are actually forming it according to our senses. And that's where the consciousness occurs. This is a natural phenomena, and this is a natural process. No one is doing it, and it's a beautifully led by Lord Buddha. It's so beautifully led by Lord Buddha. And in this process, the problem is when these forms and the sound and everything, the feeling and the actual, the form and the shape we saw, everything get together, name and form. We already have formed the 6 senses. It's not only 5 senses now. Why? Because there's another sense. Is it somewhere actually located in the brain? No, it's a sense which is originated in this combination of 5 senses. It's a natural phenomenon that this combination happens, and that's where the contact happens. When this new sense is originated, when the 6 senses are formed, the contact happens. You can't avoid it because it's happening, because you take that new sense or the mind formation so seriously, and the contact is unavoidable. And the feeling is unavoidable. If the contact happens, you have to have a feeling, because there is a like a feel that there is something. In sensual world, this would be actually a mother. So you feel it. Have you ever felt it? Have you ever thought about it? So it's actually not the actual form, shape and the form I'm talking about. I'm talking about the new feeling you got because of this mental formation. Did you feel it? And if you feel it, can you avoid craving? No, you can't. It's not someone craving about it. It's actually this process makes it like an attachment, because there's a new feeling here. So the craving occurs. Is someone craving? No, this is just a bond or an attachment or like a magnetic force. It is there, and you just get clingy. So it comes to the becoming. What is the becoming? There, the mother is actually there. You become. The mother is another becoming. So they actually exist. There's another thing happening behind that, because when the mother, you feel the mother is existing, this feeling of existence also is originated. My friends, it's very difficult to explain, but this feeling of existence is then and there originated with this becoming. That's called jati, or the birth. So, in a nutshell, I would like to say this, I'm actually talking about one thought that child was able to form. So someone might say, no, dependent origination is about the bigger picture, the human from birth to death. No, I'm talking about birth of one thought, one, how this mind actually originated. So slowly, this baby is learning. What do you mean by learning? Actually, learning means forming mental formations and making them together to form several entities. So what are they? Mother, father, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, what else? My house. So the baby is learning. What is it? What does it do to that system? Is there a baby learning it? No, the system is actually getting updated all the time from this each and every thought. And what is the underlying process ongoing is this Pono Bhavikas thing, this each and every bhava, or the becoming or birth back in the background, because you feel that there's existence of something, at the same time, this feeling of existence gives you the feeling of existence in yourself. Because apart from the shape and form, origination in that sense, there's a different like an energy forming because of this new mental formation. It feels like static, so it's a different energy now, so that human being, this little baby, this process ongoing in that body actually feels this existence, because there's a different energy now. What is the different energy? Okay, there's existence, a life feeling. It's different to the initial one. It's different to the clean cloth that you had. This is actually happening slowly with the mind developing into, so you might tell the baby is learning, the child is learning. Now the child has become a young adult, the young adult is still learning. So what's happening? There's so much mind originating, the feeling of existence getting stronger and stronger. So the 5-year-old feeling of existence is not that bad, because there's no much data there, no much becoming has happened. But when you are like 35, you have so much feeling that you have gained, that you are existing. That feeling of existence is very strong. So the dependent origination actually is how Lord Buddha tried to explain to us how this mind is getting polluted, or the impurities continue to happen. It continue to happen until this body and this system stops. Actually, does that mean that the system will stop? Not really. But anyway, the dependent origination, if you really understand the dependent origination, Lord Buddha says you understand Dhamma. What do you mean by that? So if you understand that feeling of existence is actually a process, like it's a fundamental process, it's nothing to do with actually this person. Or from that example, it's not the baby doing that, it's not the young adult doing it, it's not the adult doing it, it's not the elderly person doing it. It's actually happening. No one can actually stop it. Even if it's a baby in the jungle, no human being to tell that this is the mother. You don't need someone to tell that it's the mother. You will interpret in some way that the name part of it will happen in some way. That's how the animals get it. Do animals call by Amma, Tata, Maldi, Aya, and nothing like that. But don't they have a own way of communication? So they are naming in their own way. Do we know that? No, we don't, unless we go into that mindset. But from the human perspective, we are actually getting this creation. It's I think the basic creation, but it's the most complicated creation in the world. That's why no one has even been able to beat that creation yet. I don't know whether it will happen in the future, but no one has been able to beat that creation yet. It's such a natural phenomena happening. These mental formations, which is happening due to the fast formation of mind or its thought or chitta in that words, this fast pace of things, we can't stop it. It will keep happening. Even for Lord Buddha, it will keep happening. But what did he get rid of? He got rid of the ignorance. He knows. Okay, mental formations do happen. Consciousness do arise. Is there a problem? No. Name and forms, they arise. Is that a problem? No. But what is the problem? Problem is the feeling, we take it as real. We take it as we feel it. And that's where the problem is, because the feeling of existence is a formation, another formation. It's another thing that is sankata. The feeling of existence is sankata. It's formed. It's a creation. If we don't know that, we feel that we are feeling. That's the most problematic thing in here. This the creation of mind. That's what it did. It's a natural thing, but that's what it did. So this cycle of samsara keep happening because there's no end. This feeling of existence is given a value. So there's someone to die. Actually, it's so so good that Lord Buddha understood this and explained to other humans. Come and understand how this existence or the birth happens. Birth happens in the eye. How? Because if it's in the sensual world, birth happens when the mother or the chair or the apple arises, because it's a formation of 6 senses together, and you feel that it's real. At that, when you feel that it's real, that's where the becoming happens. That's where, friends, that I want to emphasize, that becoming happens when you feel that this formation is real. If you know that it's a illusion, no one actually gets into this trouble. But if you don't know that that's this dhamma, you actually feel that the whatever that is formed, amma, tata, or mother, father, apple, chair, school, house, world, sun, whatever, named, having a form, when they come together and we feel it's real. And when we feel it real, the feeling of existence originates. That's where the birth happens. That's in sensual world. But even in the other worlds, even when there is a feeling, even by the light, still that happens, because the light is also originated in the organ, in the senses. So finally, nothing is actually there. It's originated. That's the cause and effect, the origination. So this, what is it? Dependent origination. It depends on all these mental formations. If this happens, this happens. You can't really avoid anything. You can't really stop it. If this happens, this happens. You can't really do anything about it, but you have to just know it. The ignorance is the basic part that we have to fight. And so the dependent origination is like a set of words that Lord Buddha told us so that we could understand as actually a process. Because in human mindset, we like to actually word it down because we are full of words, full of protocols, full of maybe equations. We like things in order. So the perfect one, the Lord Buddha actually explained it in such a way that the humans can get it, because otherwise no one will understand that. So they are being organized into a pattern: ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form. But friends, this, because of the fast formation of chitta, if someone is going to take, I'm going to get the craving out from here, I'm going to take the contact out of here, it's not going to happen. Why? It's so fast. You can ask this from a neuroscientist. If this is such a fast formation, no one can actually take it away from that. That's not what we are going to try and do. We are going to actually, because the humans are having another way of understanding these things, because they have like a different level of understanding, they can actually understand that there is a process. Even though it's such a fast process, still we can understand that it's a process, so that we actually the craving, the clinging, the becoming, the birth slowly reduce, because we keep understanding that it's a formation, it's a creation. If you have a sensory organ, there is always going to be a creation. You can't avoid that. Even if it's an animal with 2 sensory organs, that even that animal, even with one, they are going to create this own world. That's what Lord Buddha called the Salayatan Loko. The organs are going to create that world for that being, for that animal or the human or whatever the being. The world is originated. You can't really avoid it, because it's a creation of the nature. As I told you before, it's a beautiful creation, but the problem is we haven't understood this before, and we actually start living in that. Imagine I'm going to a simulation. Simulation is where the people act in a like a thing. As example, I can simulate a patient having a heart attack and having a cardiac arrest, and we simulate how we are going to do the CPR, how one is going to do help with the like everything else, like in a atmosphere where this is happening. That's a simulation. But friends, well, the problem with this Salat and Loco is this simulation is so nicely done, we can't even understand that it's a simulation. That's such a good mind that if you really understanding that it's a simulation, it's really difficult because it's such nicely done. That's why Lord Buddha told this Vijnani can play like a magician who is in doing the beautiful magic in a junction where there's a lot of roads. Still, that magician is doing that beautifully so that the who are actually seeing it will not understand that it's a magic. It's unless we really understand that it's a magic, we will never be able to wake from that. If we are to wake from this simulation, we just have to understand that it's a simulation. It's a process. It's nothing to do with us. It's just that feeling of existence is actually a creation as well. The most problematic part of it is this fast formation of mind. Is such a fast thing. Not even fraction of seconds. It's even smaller than that. Such a software where it functions so good that all seems static and existing. So I think I'm actually trying to give you like a overall view of this dependent origination. I'm not sure how successful I am because it's kind of difficult, but I think I may have given some idea, because the feeling of existence is not actually real. But are we not feeling it? We are. That's not a problem, but we need to understand that Lord Buddha, after attaining this understanding this Dhamma, actually even succeeded in not feeling that. If you're not feeling that, there's no one to die. Does that mean the function is gone? No, because this is actually the new part which is originated because that there's a ignorance of not knowing that it's a formation, not knowing that it's a mental formation, not knowing that it's a formation of or creation of your senses, not knowing that the feeling is a creation, not knowing that actually craving is also a creation of feeling. So if one is happening, the other one is already happening. It's always dependent on the previous one. So if the ignorance is there, you can't really avoid being born each time with a thought, and each time you are trying to maintain the feeling of existence, because this Pono Bhavika is like you actually get a liking for this feeling as well. That's the Bhavatanha. Like you feel that the feeling of existence is real, and you actually even like starting liking that. How come is that? How bad is that? Something is a creation and you start liking that. Where are we going to end? Nowhere. It will be a cycle of liking, cycle of never ending cycle of liking, because it's something that the thing we like is actually a creation of the mind. Does that mean that outside is empty? No, not really, because how do I know what is there outside? Because these senses are not able to go beyond the senses. Even if we put a new sense, like imagine the science get into that level that they attach a new sense, still it is limited to that sense, new sense as well. So it will be 7 senses, but what's the use? We are again getting bounded by this number of senses we have, and the world it is originating, creating. So the creation is we need to understand that it's the creation. This is difficult. Sometimes for some, this will be like too much. Yes, don't listen to that if you feel that is too much. But there may be someone who actually would like to try and understand, what is this? Who I am? This is a question that is being asked multiple times again and again in the world. Who am I? But then answers are so widely different, people get really confused. Until you gain the nirvana, I think the confusion is there, because until you become the arahant, the ignorance is there. In some form, the ignorance is always there. And there's 3 worlds that we go through, sensual world, the rupa and the arupa. So ignorance is there in whatever the level. So in this talk, I have been talking about the sensual world mainly, because we are trying to understand, why did this clean cloth become so dirty? How did it become dirty? How did this beautiful small baby, without any defilements, without any impurities, became a young adult or a child full of hatred, full of jealousy? How did that happen? If a human being in somewhere in this world is wondering about what is happening, then it's time for you to do a little bit of research about it. Why don't you? Lord Buddha has explained such beautifully how these mental formations are occurring. And what's the importance of knowing that? Well, if you want to beat death, well, you have to stop this feeling of existence happening, the birth. How do you stop the birth? You have to stop the becoming. How do you stop the becoming? You have to stop being clingy. How do you stop the being clingy? How you have to stop craving. So how do you stop craving if the feeling happens? So the every time you feel that something is happening to you, you can't really get rid of that, because you feel that it's happening to you. It's happening to me. You are feeling it. So if you feel you are feeling it, no way you can get rid of that problem, because you're going to become of that. If you feel that there is something out there, you feel you are existent too. You can't get rid of that feeling unless we go through this truth again and again and again, understand that's actually a mental creation. So I think I have tried enough for today to try and explain this dependent origination. I know it's a bit too much sometimes, and too much words, but I tried hard to explain it in simple terms. this fast formation of mental creations is the main factor that avoids us to understand this happening, and it will continue to happen even though we understand that if the ignorance is gone, the mental formations will keep happening. It's not going to stop. But the problem that we are stopping here is the craving and the becoming. We stop that because then the jati stops and the feeling of existence is gone. The human beings is not going to be a slave of your six senses. It's then becomes beyond six senses. So friends, it's all about the talk today. May Nobel Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tervan Saranai. Tervan Saranai, everybody. That's explaining. Yeah, Tervan Saranai. Thanks for that. That explaining. Not easy. Yeah. This real dependent origination today, the whole world have question. What is the real dependent origination? What's the practical is happening? Everybody know. For every Buddhas understood this. This one is the understand. Dependent origination. Someone understood this real dependent origination. So first time in this world, someone understood, that's the Samma Sambuddha. So someone understood this Dhamma, he became a Buddha Sravaka. That's a Buddha's son, like that. Sutra is there. Someone understood this real dependent origination, Dhamma. So inside is happening the chain automatically. It's want to be real as a truth. Otherwise, it won't be the someone understood. What to be the experience? It's a practical experience, not a believing, not a thinking. It's going to be happening. It's the special. So, what is this Buddothpada Dhamma discourses? Today what happening? 2,500 years ago, the Buddha's time, thus Tathagata Thero, so Buddha, Tathagata Samma Sambuddha, we are talking. So, what happened after becoming today? You can realize whole world, Buddhist people doing the concentration meditation. But it's not Buddha's, never heard before them. What is Buddha explain the 5 teachers after became a Buddha? It's not a concentration meditation. There's a before came a Buddha. There's a Siddhartha Tapasa time. It's doing that. Buddha did that. But not became a Buddha. That the Siddhartha Tapasa and 5 teachers together, they are finding the truth. They are doing that concentration meditation, but not became a Buddha. That is why Siddhartha Tapasa left that teachers, 5 teachers, and going alone. This concentration meditation is not a Buddha's path. Why Buddha left that 5 teachers, and why finding the truth left the concentration meditation? That one is not Buddha's explanation. After became a Buddha, what is Buddha's word? Buddha telling the 5 teachers is the first time after became a Buddha. I'm telling you, never heard before. This Dhamma is the real. That's the never heard before Dhamma we are talking. That one is the dependent origination. That one is understanding one. What is the understanding? Is the human mind. Human mind is a miracle. It's a simulation. It's not a real. It is true. No being, no living being, nothing existent. That is the Buddha's teaching. Humans are in illusion. Every living being is in illusion. So, this difficult one is this real Buddha's explanation. Understand. It's very difficult, we know. This Buddothpada Dhamma discourses, we are doing Sinhala language because we are Sri Lankans. Our mother language is Sinhala. We can speak Sinhala very well. But we won't given you to this real message. This whole world using other languages, English. International language is English one. So we are discuss after everybody. Our here in Dhamma discourses like this, doctor. Many guys now today understand what is the real dependent origination. And they have experience otherwise. They know this one is the real. That is why we are unity. We are together doing this. This Dhamma is not. Dhamma is a nature. Dhamma is happening automatically. System is our mind creation. This one, someone understood what is the real. No one is here. No soul, non-soul. No living being. Otherwise, our mind is automatically creating this sensual sensuality. This mind is creating these six senses. This world is creating like a miracle. It's not real. It's illusion. We are in simulation type of world. We have death. We are thinking we have death. We are thinking we are born. But these are thoughts. Every time these six senses creating that, thoughts are coming, thoughts are creating. Every time is happening this. These senses are creating, is automatically is happening. No one is doing. Nobody is doing. You are also not doing. You are also the thoughts only. So you can realize. Future is, you are remembering something fast. This present moment is only the thought. You are think something future. This present moment only the thoughts. Only the thought. This present moment thought is otherwise not real. That is the nothingness. This one not easy to understand. How is coming today? Your thoughts, chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon. How is coming this? You are in childhood. That's a baby. Before kindergarten, baby. Don't know anything. That's the radiant mind. How is this craving? Defilements are coming. These are only the mind creation, not anywhere. This is the case of human mind, every living mind. So we are trying to explain this whole world, what is the truth is here. It's okay today explaining this very well, I think. Thanks for our doctor. It's okay. That's today, tomorrow we can join another discussion. This real dependent origination Dhamma, we won't find it. You can realize, you can find that what is the real one. What is the, you can experience, it's okay. Practically you have experience, it's okay. That's the dependent origination real. It's okay not to believe in, not to trust. Okay, everybody. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Zoom discussions as, who's that, madam is okay. Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone, Saranai.
Niruan Saranayaren Mahanse.
Bakit dami
Lord Buddha teaching reality of life is we are living on birth, that is formation. In Pali, Chittena Niyati Lok Chittena Parikasati. Refer to Sabhasa Sutra in Majjhima Nikaya. To overcome our defilements, we have to practice Dasana Pahatamba. We have to see reality of our thought, reality of thought, all this nature of our mind is thought are arising and pass away. That is the cause and effect. It is the reality Lord Buddha speaks to us. We have to pay attention to listen real Dhamma for that we have to associate noble friendship. Likewise, we have to contemplate Dhamma what you listen. We have to listen and contemplate pure Dhamma, wished by Lord Buddha to understand the roots of suffering and address that at their source. While you are practicing Dhamma, if you have to clarify regarding Dhamma, I kindly invite you, Buddothpada now to share the pinnacle of Buddha teaching Nirvana, the ultimate liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Kindly please make sure you mute your mic and turn off your video camera. Let's take this great opportunity to clear and unclear errors of Dhamma. Just a few moments, we are once the join with us till we are silent. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai Arana sir, Namaskar. Let's take this great opportunity to clear and unclear us of Dhamma. Okay, somebody unmute your mic and end with Arana Hanse. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Aran Vahansa, I have a question with regard to the practical side of things of the Dhamma. I have been observing my defilements and their nature and how they are born in the moment, and whether I immerse myself in those defilements. One thing that I've noticed, I would like to ask you that because I am a woman, I have noticed, I think I can explain this in this Zoom. There is no issue because we have doctors who join us as well. They can correct me if I am wrong. I have noticed that the hormones and its functions and how they function in the cycle also has an impact on the way the thoughts are created and the way the feelings are created. And I was wondering if there is a connection to the notion that you always explain, that there is no self and it is just a process. So I want to see if that is actually a valid connection.
Yes, question is what is the connection? Is hormones and uh, is a is a feel. Uh, I think may I correct your question? Not clear to me.
Okay, the
Ask me again.
question,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
the question is whether there is a connection between a woman's menstrual cycle and the hormones and the feelings and thoughts that arise in those moments, and how there is no self involved in that process. I want to know if this is actually an accurate explanation of it, because that is how I sort of understood the way it happens for myself.
It's a process. Yeah, it's a hormones and feelings. That's connecting. That's your question is the process is non-soul. Yeah.
Yes.
So how is this creation? That's the question. So how is
I want
this?
to know if it's correct, that
Yeah,
explanation,
it
that
is
it's a
correct. Yeah,
process.
You're correct. Yeah. It is correct. Yeah.
Yes, because I have noticed that there are some weeks of the month where I feel that I feel more defilements coming up for various reasons, and I also feel that in those days, I sort of immerse myself in those defilements. And there are some periods in the month, like weeks in the month, where I see the thoughts come and go, but I don't attach myself to it. So I just wanted to know if there is a connection between that and whether that process actually happens.
My test.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's a question is not clear to me. Yeah, where are you sitting in Sri Lanka or Sri Lankan one or your foreign one? You are in America?
I'm
Yeah.
from Melbourne, but these days I'm in Sri Lanka for a holiday.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Your question is again, you asked me what's the final question, is not the
Yes.
first part.
Yeah. So what I want to know is if this is a correct explanation when I say that because this is how I've understood it, because of the hormonal process, some days of the month I feel as if I have these defilements and I see them very clearly and I end up attaching myself to it without control. And there are some times in the month I feel that I see these thoughts and feelings come and go, but I don't attach myself to it. And this is an observation that I have done for a few months. And I want to see if there's a relation of like the hormonal function to that as well, because it's a process without a soul and without a soul and a self. I can make it simpler. I believe you've heard that when there is a full moon, there are some changes to a person's health. There is a belief that when there is a full moon, there is a change to a person's health, and how they behave also changes with that. So I wanted to know if there is a similar process happening, and that is what we accidentally attach ourselves to because we don't have a clear understanding of the Dhamma before we actually learned it. So I wanted to know if that was a correct explanation from my end.
I will discuss with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's I think your question is hormones is creations and other feelings. Your question is a female hormones.
Yes, yes.
Your question is a female is a menses or something happening. That's
Yes.
a process. Yeah.
Yes, during that cycle when the feelings change and how we think that we attach ourselves to it, but how it's actually a process. I wanted to see if that is exactly like what is happening in that process naturally without us saying it is about myself and self and soul.
Yeah. Now, I would tell you something. That's a physical body is this female, especially. There's a cycle of this menses is happening. That's your question is want to be asking the doctor because it's the physical body is operations there. So Dhamma is the other one, but it's okay.
I
I'm not
wanted
a
to
doctor.
see if there's a connection.
Yeah, that you asking the connection is what is this happening here? Why the anger is coming on? There's many ladies, so menses
Yes.
happening, there's hormones changing, so many
Yes.
feelings are changing. Yeah, irritable.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the physical body's creation is here. Yeah.
So it's just a process then.
Are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor.
It's okay. It's okay. Your question is that's the feelings you're asking. The Dhamma is that there's the defilements, there's the some type of connect is here. You are thinking this hormones creations is a physical body's operation. There's a no non-soul is here. It's okay. It's a process is here. It's okay. You accept it. No,
Yes.
you accept.
Yes.
It's okay. But you have, you accept. Yeah, but you have some type of question. Is how is this happening? No, how is this happening? How is this ladies this feelings changing is happening? Because it's a process. Not non-soul is here.
It's
unconsciously happening. No. It's clear.
Unconsciously, yes. I want to know if defilements have arise easily in that state, in that irritable state.
It is not a defilement related.
Okay.
Yeah, it is not a defilement related. That is unconscious there because it is a hormone creations there. So you feel this. This body. Yeah, like a robot. Body is creation. You know, there's a body pain. Something happen. Your body some type of damages something happen, your body have a pain, but it's a body pain. It is not your sadness or suffering or coming your it's a other side. Body pain is the other one. That's a your suffering of the, for example, suffering is a mentally. That's a body pain is a body pain. This two type of this. That's a body pain is coming to neuron. That's a through neuron. Are you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
It's that's a we are talking about the suffering and sadness. It is not it's the other one. That one is other one. Other side is that we are talking about the sadness and suffering is our mental formation. No, it is our mind. Yeah, mental formation. But hormone creation is not a mental formation. It is our body. That's a physical body. That's a neurons. That's a creation is there. Hormone changing. That's a you something happened. Something touch your leg, fingers. You have pain, but it is a body. It is not your mental formation. It is not. It is a body pain. If you touch fire, immediately your hand is get out. No, it is a function, reflection. That is neuron one. But there's a pain is there. That's a you know that's your skin coming hot or cool or something happen. Very hot day is coming. Is your skin is very no, that's a setting is coming, and you can't tolerate. That's your pain is there, more pain. So it's a body, it's a neurons, it's a hormones creations. It is not a mental formation. It's not your mind. Understood this?
Yes.
But it is same thing. That's a pain. If you think that's pain, it is coming to mental formation. It is coming to your mind consciousness. You are thinking that your body have some pain. You are thinking about that. That is after coming your mental formation. That is your mind. That's your coming to sadness. So something happened to your leg. You are thinking, my leg is something happened. The leg have pain, but you're thinking, my leg. That's your soul is there. That time, your soul is creation is there, not Dhamma. That's not Dhamma. That's a lay persons thinking this one, not a Dhamma understood guys. So that's a lay person is what is thinking. They are thinking my leg is damaged. It's a thought. It's a sadness is coming because my leg is damaged. That's a thinking. That's a mental formation. That's a mind. That's a sadness. But your leg have something happen. Your leg something happen. There's a pain. Pain is a body pain. It's the other one. Your mind have sadness. My leg is happen. You're thinking. That's thinking is a other one. It is not a body pain. You are thinking the body pain is how is a pain is pain is coming. No, again and again pain is coming. But if you're thinking, it's a thought. It's given you to sad. But that one is the other one. this body, physical body have pain. It's a burning, yeah, it's a pain there. But it is other one. It is not a sadness. Understood this? Are you
Yes.
understand?
Yes. Yes.
So this hormones like this happening, body, physical body creation. This is the physical body how creation. This type of creation. During the cycle, uh, if you're getting anger, there's a menses, there's a cycles happening, no, irritable. But just anger only. If you take it's a mental formation, but it is a yeah, just a body have some pain. That's a anger. That's during that that's a cycle of menses. That's a hormones. That's a creations there. That's a inside your that's a that part of the females. That's a hormones. You know, estrogen, progesterone. No, that's a hormones are creating. That's inside happening pain. So that one is given to you. You can't tolerate it. It's something happen inside there. That's a body, physical bodies, that creation. But that's melatonin. But you don't get it mental formations. It's okay. It is a body body. It's a just anger. Yeah, it's okay. It is a body. Is given that type of your leg happen damage something. That type of your weather is changing. Your skin is given you. That's pain. Everything is. It's not a mental. These are not a mental formations. These are your body pains.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Yes. If you shout to during menses period, menses period to others,
Sorry.
so
Yes.
don't take it like a mental formations. No,
Yes.
yeah, it's out only. But just a small period is going, is changing. No, normal, your mind is coming. There's a
Yes.
ladies, females have this. I think
Yes.
this one I want to be there's an experience have a ladies, but I am telling that's the thing. This situation realizing
Yes.
you
It
can
is.
you have experience. You know this.
It
You
is
know this what is
very.
happening.
It is very interesting to connect it to Dhamma to see how even the mental formations change around that time. So that is why I wanted to see if it's a valid connection to make.
Yeah, that's a mental formation. So you get it. No, you are thinking. But you not get it mental formation. It is not a mental formation. Uh, but you understood this Dhamma. You are not getting this mental formation. But you don't know this Dhamma. Yeah, just anger. It's okay. Then over.
Yes.
Then sorry. You tell sorry somebody, so you tell something, shouting or something at that time, message time is coming to body pain and your anger is coming, that's why you can't tolerate, something you are telling, some words, hormones period is there, you're
Yes.
telling sorry because
Yes.
they don't know your menses is here. This is
Yes.
type of happening. So the misunderstanding is coming at that time, no?
Yes.
It is interesting. That one.
Yes.
Question also interesting. Yeah, special. Yeah. But it is not. It is not continuing. No, it is a
No, it
small.
is not. It's not.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is not a permanent. Yeah,
Yes, it's not permanent.
that
Yes.
that anger is an unconsciousness anger, no? You can
Yes.
understood, you can understand it because you know Dhamma. I know.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you are listening this Dhamma. You are I think you understood this non-soul Dhamma. Nobody is here. It's a process is here. You told this.
Yes.
Before the question, I think.
Yes. Yes, I've been
Conscious
observing
anger only
this.
defilements. Conscious anger only defilements. Conscious. You are.
Conscious anger.
Yeah, that's a defilements. This is a body
I
pain.
understand.
Yeah, it's a hormones. Yeah,
Yes, that's what I wanted to know.
unconscious not hormones. Hormones is creation.
Unconscious.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it's not only anger, because around that time I get all sorts of thoughts, not just anger. I feel very depressed sometimes. I feel very low. So I wanted to know if that was part of the process as well.
Yeah. You have
Just
to
like,
realize the more hormones only.
yes,
Yeah, this is only a hormone.
yes,
It's
yes.
okay. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy because you understood this Dharma. Yeah, it is very nice. Are you Sri Lankan guy or Australian guy?
I'm Sri Lankan.
It's
I've
okay.
spoken to you, but in Sinhala.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think this is a English Zoom discussion, especially
Yes.
to my English. Otherwise, want to be uh, uh, established. My English.
No, I
Yeah,
felt I could ask this question better in English
but
because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
in
The
the
same time, unconscious sadness is there, no? Yeah,
Yes,
same time.
yes,
Yeah,
true. Yes,
yeah. You have experience. That is why you are telling this, no? Depression
yes,
also. You are telling that. Yeah.
yes.
Otherwise. What is the understanding? This is the understood one, no? Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. Just you understood this Dhamma. You think like a robot. It's happening everything like that. It's a physical body have hormones. It's a creation. It's happening here. It's mind. Yeah. Mind is not
Yes,
uh, real. Yeah.
yes.
It's
It is.
changing. Mind is not. Yeah. This is changing. This is not permanent. Yeah.
Yes,
It is a small period is there after menses period is gone. No, after your normal is there. You are not like that. So this small period is there. Your uh,
yes,
yeah. At
yes,
that
true.
time, yeah. At that time, you have to be very alert. Alert.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, I.
That is how what's happening. Yeah. How is creation? How mind creating? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So everybody, I think it is very nice this explaining. This nice this your discussion. I think because
Yes,
many women are listening this Dhamma.
yes, true.
Yeah. Oh. So misunderstanding. No, somebody is looking this. You, uh, uh, they are misunderstanding. Really anger, they are thinking, but it is not a really anger. No? Mm.
Yes,
Yeah, misunderstanding. There's somebody not understood this. Yeah, you can tell him, but how are you telling no others? I have
yes,
answers. You
yes,
don't think about it.
yes,
How is telling that? No, you are doing
yes,
some or something. No, business or something. How are you telling? I have answers. This time you don't. You cannot. You're not listening this. You can't tell
yes.
it. You
But
can't tell.
Aaron, answer on a
Yeah.
personal level, it is very helpful to understand the Dhamma, especially to deal with those
Yeah.
emotions around that time, because I know what to expect and what's going to happen. So, like you said, I'm better prepared and alert, and it is still a very slow and steady process to understand this without any effort. I still have to make efforts to understand that what is happening is actually unconscious, but in that moment. Otherwise, yes, it is very helpful, especially to women when they listen to the Dhamma. They can understand what is actually happening to their body, and they can really have some level of control as well. I think it is very helpful.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's okay. You
Thank
have
you.
another questions?
No,
Have
that
you-
was it. That was the
It's okay.
question I had.
It's
I
okay.
announced.
It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Right.
It's
Teruan sarana.
terus.
Okay, so now this is the chance for the another person.
How is that, no? Everybody, I think, listen that discussion. There's a consciousness, anger is a planning, no? There's a non-conscious. There's a unconscious anger is not a planning. Just that moment is coming and gone. Yeah. So females have this there's critical times at that time. No. So I think it's a ladies. I want to telling. Sorry for that. This is how is telling? No, I have answers at this time. Yeah, yeah. People want misunderstand. Men should understand this. Otherwise, no. It's okay. Others have any questions? There are some. I think what you think about it, others. So you have experience like that. Yeah, this unconscious anger is like this. This especially this type of because this here how many you have like this same experience. I think. What do you think about it? I asking others. So females, I think you have experience like this same. What do you think about it? Yeah, your mic is unmuted. Yeah, your ideas given this. What do you think about it? I asking others. What do you think about it? That explaining and that's question. Because it is special. It is a rare this question or this discussion. First time I are asking me, not single discussions. No, I haven't. Yeah, not coming like this question. First time this question type of ask. What do you think about it? No, it's okay. Yeah, everybody is humans. No, people. We can discuss it. Don't be shy because this is a physical. We have experience. You have this type of experience as a woman, so especially want to be taught this because of whole people, every people. This one want to be understood. Ladies have this type of unconsciousness. You know, there's a situations here. emotions, unconscious emotions. Yeah, what do you think about
Teruan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa.
Teruan Sarnai?
Aryan Mahansa, personally, I feel if you think about it according to the Dhamma, maybe one could think that the body and the pain comes only when a mind is formed, and there's no such thing as mind, it's an illusion. So if a person has that issue at a certain part of the month, then maybe the person should understand that there is no I, there is no me, it's an illusion, and try to understand that situation and manage the 3-4 days Aryam Vansa. Maybe be conscious when the person gets upset. Just be conscious that there's no person here. Then that might help to reduce the anger and look at it in a better way, Aryan Vansa. That's what I think. Teruan Sarnai Aryan Vansa.
Teruan Sarnai, yeah. It's a natural, no? Natural phenomenon. It's understand. Yes, others, what do you think about it? Yes, thank you for explanations. Kundalini, no? How?
Thank you.
Yeah. No, you're not asking the question today.
Aryan Vansa, if there's others who would like to ask questions, I can wait for some time and then
Yes, sir.
ask you, Aryan
Sir.
Vansa.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Teruan Sarnai Aryan Vansa.
What do you think about I think that there are discussions you have. So Kokila is there, is a doctor, no? What do you think about it? Kokila, you here? Teruan Sarnai.
I was thinking about the question. It has, it's a bit a tricky question because, yes, physical body has its own problems, hormones and side effects of hormones. Yeah, all of these things are there. But as soon as you think too much about it or focus too much about it, it becomes conscious. So it's a really a very difficult margin there. When you say go according to the Dhamma, it's a very difficult, I would say a very linear margin there, because as soon as you start focusing on that, it can become a defilement, actual one, rather than just an emotion coming from the system. So it would be only you or the person who is having the problem will know whether it is the conscious problem or the unconscious problem. So it's a tricky part because it is only you who will know that. Because if you keep concentrating on all the changes that the body does, because see, imagine we have like a flower. Flower go through a change, like so many changes and production, but they don't have, like, that process is ongoing. There's no problem of defilements there. Because of our thinking process and avidya, I forgot the English word for that, and avidya and tanha, there is a mixture of things which the demarcation becomes very difficult. So I think, Aranwansa, the more you understand Dhamma, more you will be able to actually understand what is coming from the body. Because imagine you feel the anger, or you feel irritability, whatever. When you focus on it and you think this is due to my hormonal system and so on, it already is becoming a problem. So I think if you have the awareness in any of these situations, you'll be okay. But if the awareness is not there, then you actually can fall into the defilements and self and all these things. That's what I thought, Aaron, once.
Yeah, you are telling that's Kokila. That's awareness is how can control it. Are you telling that?
No. The problems will occur, but if you're aware, then it's not a problem. But only that person will know that.
Yeah, awareness is there. It's okay. You know this, but how is it? I think it can't control.
It can't be controlled, but you will know that. But the problem is when you focus on that, and because I know some people who focus too much on that, and that become a vicious cycle.
Without awareness is coming that one at that moment.
Yeah.
What you thinking? That's a that time. That's a menses time. That's a ladies have this, but awareness is the lady can control it. I think it can't control. No.
No, Arana. So what I'm trying to say is, when it becomes a thought, then it becomes a vicious cycle. So the depression in this period time becomes a vicious cycle if you keep thinking about it. So I'm telling her,
You have awareness. You can control it.
you're not actually
Not going.
know it. You know it. Just you know it. That you're not controlling
Yeah.
it. Problem is, people without knowing any Dhamma, just ordinary people, will be thinking too much about these hormonal effects, thinking my body is doing this, so they keep thinking about it. So that
Yeah.
becomes like,
Because that's awareness is there. She know this menses time. She know I'm coming to this type of that's a situation. So she can she can
she will just know.
be careful. Be careful. No, there's others contacts and she can control. No, others not going to. Sometimes she can get a holiday to job. No, she leave that day. She can leave the job.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to focus is like someone actually can get into like another level by keep thinking about these changes also, if you focus too much on that. So it's a bit of a different thing I'm trying to focus. I don't answer because I have seen so many people focusing too much on it. So because they are actually turning into my leg, as you said, my wound, my leg, and I'm suffering. That thought process ruins the whole system. So they take it as my period is making my emotions bad. So I'm becoming an angry person. So that thought process poisons the whole system. That's what I'm trying to say, Adam.
Exactly. Mm. awareness you have mental formation, you can avoid. No, that's your theory, no?
Yeah, I don't know answer because otherwise you get carried away by the. I mean, you get the emotion, but the emotion is not the problem. The thought process behind is the problem.
Thought process.
I mean, thought process in the sense the thing like
Yeah.
they keep
So,
thinking about it.
yeah.
The like I'm suffering, I'm sad, or this the that these thoughts associated with the emotion gives us the trouble.
Yeah. But Dhamma understood is can, no?
No
Is
problem.
no
problem.
Yeah. So I think it is good explanation.
Answer,
So,
I think, as you have said before, I know in Sinhala sermons you have said, when, I mean, I'm not, I can't say it as my experience, but I really understand that can happen because there's no male female here. There's no, it's all like another level of mental formations we do, like male, female, I'm a female, all these things. So this, if you're really into Dhamma and you're aware about at the really into the moment, then these all become like no problem, and even these changes will subside. Additional problems will subside. It will be only the basic emotions or basic feelings you will have, but everything else will subside. That's what I think. You have told that in Sinhala sermons as well, in past.
what is the subside? It's meanings.
Like reduce, like additional thinking about I'm a female, I'm going through these things, but there are also just mental formations. If you keep understanding this deep, then I don't think these emotions will be highlighted to you. Like it's a normal thing. It won't be highlighted to yourself. So it will be like feeling chilly to your tongue. It will be just that, just a sensation, just sensing. So you it won't be highlighted to you. So you will become, your defilements will subside automatically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's understanding people. No, that's understood. That's someone understood this Dhamma. That's a additional. That's a type of yeah. It's a relaxes. No, that's not more question. Like no type. This critical time, I think, can control some type of control. Can, but is normally is coming physically. So body, so situation is as the so body pain is coming. No, inside pains are coming, but mentally is okay coming. But some type of can no, that's a cool down that time. I think that's your explanation. You are explaining that one. I think I'm correct.
Yeah.
Some type of Dhamma is understood this.
Yeah.
Okay, awareness is otherwise there. It's okay. Understood this. This physical body is okay. There's a yeah. I think some type of can control it, but
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Hansa, Vahanse's faith, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Hansa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. This is yet another session of Buddothpada PeoTV English series. This is actually these 2 hours from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. is allocated for the discussion because rest of the day you will be listening to the sermons done by different Dhamma friends. So whatever queries you have, whatever problems you have regarding these sessions, these sermons, you can always join us during this period and then get them clarified. So as you know, what our noble friend Aryan Mahanse is disclosing us is the no self Dhamma. Actually, that is what exactly Lord Buddha disclosed nearly 2600 years ago. That there was no self, there is no self here, but that is what we have been following, or that is what we have been thinking, that there is a self and there is a material world, and we are living in this material world, and then at the end, while the world is there, we come to the end of this life and we'll be born again somewhere in this world. That was the concept that we all had. But very clearly, Lord Buddha has said that Salayatana Loko Loko, that means very clearly, Lord Buddha mentioned that the world is created with the help of the senses. So there's nothing experienced below this, beyond this limit of the senses. That is what Lord Buddha has mentioned in his sermons. But we knew these phrases actually, but we didn't go deep into those. So now, little by little, the light is being shed to the path, and we can see where we are going. Until that time, we were actually groping in the dark. So more and more sermons are being preached by Aryan Mahanse, which disclose more and more important and deeper facts about this Dhamma. So it's actually a golden opportunity for you and me, that we are fortunate enough to listen to this Dhamma, and also not only that, whatever the queries that we have, we can get cleared then and there, because throughout the day there are 8 Zoom discussions, and then this English Zoom is there around the clock 24/7. So whatever the queries you have, always there's a very good chance of often there's a good chance of talking to Aryan Mahanse directly and get them cleared. So we will start our discussion today. Dr. Kokila also has joined. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. We can start with some topic. I didn't think of
Other
anything
friends have,
particular. Yes.
yeah, other friends have not joined yet today, so we can have a discussion. Well, anything in that case.
Yeah. Actually, I listened to the early morning discussion today, morning one, but I think throughout the day, Dombogoda Center, they are having the sermons done by Aryan Mahanse himself. And he has been discussing very simple matters. which are very important, but in very simple ways, how the how this myself is interpreted. I just actually listened to part of it. Something that I heard. I don't know whether you could listen to the
No,
whole
I
thing.
couldn't actually listen to any of that. A single thing, no. I listened to the early morning one, but not the Dhammapada one yet. I might have to do it in a weekend or something.
Okay. Dhammapada one, I think it's a long one because it's a continuous thing. It's going on still. Yeah, something I heard was, I mean, in very simple ways, he was explaining how this the self-perception. Now, rather than going into sort of deep explanations, what he was saying that self-perception, you means the tree. So that was the way he handled it. He said, you are trying to find where this myself is. It's not certainly in a part of the body, in any part of the body, and not in the mind, and not outside the body also. But just look around. If you see a tree, if you see the mango tree, and that is where you are. So that means, in other words, the thought of mango tree is coming to be real, and that is where you are. And he briefly explained how the dependent origination or this paticca samuppada can be applied then and there to the mango tree. Now we see the dependent origination as something very serious, and we used to remember the 12 steps. If somebody asks what is the path of this Dhamma, a person might say knowing the paticca samuppada. But actually, what is meant by paticca or dependent origination is how the thoughts are formed and how the thought becomes real. So, in other words, how the real mango tree came up, that is simply the dependent origination. I mean, it's written as a line of 12 things, but what we have to understand is that all 12 are happening at the same time, in the fraction of second, in this moment. And when the mango tree becomes real, all 12 steps are happening at that point. So it's the ignorance, because of the ignorance there is construct or sankara, or in other words, when the construct is there, that means there is avijja or the ignorance, and vijnana or the consciousness means the same. That means sankara, what is constructed, is felt as if there is something real. So there is this duality where it's explained as consciousness or vijnana, which means, in other words, nama rupa, or that is the naming of the form, which means a vibration is given kind of naming or description. That is what's nama rupa. And how the nama rupa or the name and form is occurring is with the sense of functions. The sense of functions, the three categories, the ditta, sutta, mutta, what is seen, what is heard, and what is felt, come together, combine together to form a different type of a vibration, which is the thought. So that is where it is passa, or the contact. And that means when the thought is felt real, which means the mango tree is real, that is where the craving or the tanha occurs. And wherever there is craving or the tanha, or that real mango tree or the existing mango tree, that is where the jati or the birth of the self And wherever there is a birth, the sequence of Jara Marana. Jara means, I assume, deterioration, and Marana means a death. So those two are invariably attached to the birth or the jati. And that means the mango tree is real to you now, and that is where you are also born. So the real mango tree means self, and that is where the suffering and sorrow. So even though it is described in 12 steps, as I said earlier, it's something happening right at this moment. And the mango tree is real, and you are also there. And also he explained about that Kamashrava, Bhavashrava, Dittashrava, Avijjashrava, those four also on the same stimulus of mango tree. So you like to keep the mango tree, or you have some kind of attachment, or you want to keep the mango tree, that is a Kamashrava, and that feeling of existence, which is the Bhavashrava. And invariably, when there is Bhavashrava, invariably there is a person who is experiencing, that is a self, that is a Dittashrava. Avijjashrava means all this taking everything as real. So that again can be easily explained with this mango tree which has become real. So those were few things that I could remember. I was actually listening to half of it. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila?
No, actually, it was good. Nothing much to add. It's a good one. Anything else we can discuss? I think the being narrow-minded is very unfortunate.
Mm.
If everyone can become so open-minded, these restrictions you put on yourself, even when you go to Dhammapada or not, you can go to Dhammapada with the restrictions in your mind. You're not going to do anything. If you even put a restriction like, I'm going to feel this today or something like that, you're not going to feel anything, because subconsciously it is going to work as a plan. So that's not the way. Actually, that's the whole thing about actually becoming a child. Like, not actually, but this vibration coming low, the mind power, if it comes low only, the feel will be better, and then only the non-vibration will be felt. And the way Aranwanse told, like the way that you told now, that is the only thing that is there. The share is the only thing that is there. Or light is the only thing that is there. When you say that, you clearly understand that the duality should be gone in that experience, isn't it? It's a very specific one, not like you, in the sense of someone watching something with so much, how do I say that? It's different to normal samatha samadhi. So in concentration meditation, you definitely know that you are there, you don't feel anything. That's kind of the thing, the perception level, that is what you get. But this is different. This is as if you are almost not there. Not almost, you're not there, but the perception of whatever the stimuli it came, it is there. But the thing is, unless you feel this can't be even explained as well, isn't it? So there are caveats about these explanations, but we all invite everyone to feel this. I think all our Dhamma friends also try to talk to Aranwanse as well. And, if there is no internet, we will not be able to listen to Aranwansi. All the Sri Lankan people will be able to actually visit him or something, if possible. I don't know. So there are possibilities that everyone will be there will be a time that Aranwansi will not be contactable, you know. So I think everyone should talk in one of the Zooms. The Zooms are the best because giving, I don't know, I personally haven't called Aranwansi, but in a Zoom is the best one because actually that gives you chance for the less ego. It gives you, even if whatever Aranwansi says doesn't matter, and you know it will help you to further mold your path. So I think talking very, very truthfully, very openly, which you I mean, anyone might find it difficult, you know, because everyone has an image. Can you feel this? That now imagine if there is a like a politician has to maintain his image. Now, if there's a mother has to maintain her image. And imagine there is like a nun or a monk, then they have to maintain their image. So maintaining the image itself is the egoistic, the ego. So these things, the challenge of these things are actually the habits or the characteristics. They develop slowly, and some are actually in the vibration level, you know, small baby. Their characteristics are very, very genuine, naive ones, not molded by the society. But as soon as I had a friend who said long time ago, she said that she used to be very angry when she was little. She could hit, she could challenge anyone. She was like a boy, and she gets very angry. But then with time, mother, father taught that it's not good for a girl, and she slowly changed. But actually speaking, she's hiding, kind of masking those small personality traits. So there are personality traits, but they are masked as such. So when she actually puts that face out, everyone is shocked, unless it is family members or something, because they may not be shocked because they know she might change. So, you know, more you put the faces outside, more to cover up, isn't it? More, I mean, we usually know if we, even Aranwansi said this, if we say one lie, we have to cover that up. If we say about 100 lies, we have to cover a lot, no? So, likewise, if we have so many, you know, characteristic or personality traits, if you're trying to maintain them, it is giving you very kind of abnormal, not abnormal, yeah, different ideas. Now, we don't act the same way as we act at home when you go to work. You don't act the same way as you go to work or go home when you go to a monastery. And you don't act like any one of these things when you go to a party. So you adapt. This adaptation is fine. That's what the humans are. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of put a thing like make it a thing like I am this, then it is going to actually get registered and you are kind of become that, if you say you are a model has to maintain in such a way, that they will be very upset if there's some problem with the body. But or even like a politician, or actually even young singers who get into stardom at a very young age. There are a lot of things that get into their minds so much that there's so many faces to one person. So having so much faces is bit different, But you have to just realize these things, and once you realize, that's it. You don't have to do anything about it, because we are trying to catch the self vibration in any angle. Because this is inevitable, I think. That this is how this self vibration works. It's actually going to multiply, never the other way around. Only this Dhamma can change you and make you like a 2 or 3-year-old will just run around. They don't care who is looking at them. They are very truthful. After that, they will learn that being truthful is not actually acceptable in the society. So they will slowly start to say lies. And there are so many different things. And actually, I think younger generation, some actually, maybe the Gen Z or like some, no, the latest one. I think they are kind of different, kind of not willing to like change. They might ask why I should act like this. Why can't I stay like this? So they might question, but definitely they have their self vibration as well. But we do it so easily, I think. If someone says stay like this, we stay like that. If another one comes and say no, stay like this, we stayed like that. In such a way, it's a flexibility. And another way, we have so many faces now that we are trying to cover up. So, but finally, what matters is the self vibration, nothing else. So the self vibration actually is hidden in this, some of the personality traits, some of the habits we have. So it's really interesting to talk about them, Yeah, Suranka also has joined. Don't know whether she had the time to listen to Buddhathpada one. I didn't. Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
It's actually still continuing. Yes, Suranita.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw that
everyone's
just now.
online. Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think you're right, it's still continuing. I'm still listening to the morning session one. It's
Yeah, it's a lot to
absolutely riveting. I couldn't, I was almost transfixed. It's actually very powerful when he is uninterrupted by questions.
Yeah.
And he's able to deliver directly in full flow, because I think
Was that
that has a
last
very
night or
powerful
today
effect.
morning?
This morning, Dombagoda.
Oh,
morning
okay. I have to listen. Did you listen to that?
Is that the 9th from 9:30 onwards morning, or is it 5 o'clock one? 5
No,
o'clock
5,
one. 5 o'clock
5
one was
o'clock
normal morning
yeah,
practical.
5
Normal.
o'clock he joined a little bit only, and then he must have had to do other things. But this is the Dombagoda 9:31.
Yes, yes.
He joined almost from the beginning
Okay.
because it was
yeah.
connect. Everything was getting beamed from there, and there was some tooth relic, something in other temples also, but all of them were all online. But the Dombagoda, his sermon was going right through. Then it stopped, I think, probably for the Dani, and then started in the evening. But the morning one is like really. He touched on some of the aspects that were discussed at that Belungala evening talk also, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes, yes, yes. I heard that part. Yeah.
Yeah, that part, and then about the actually, the point he raised recently in the last few days about everybody really, we are fibbing, we are, lying to ourselves about how much, we say, we are not in the mind, we say there is that calmness
Every
and all
mom
that,
says,
but actually,
every mom says feeling now. They don't even use the word thing. They use directly, I felt. And I don't know, it's like, what are you doing? How can you feel that? That's a thought. How can you feel that? That's a thought. I mean, it's really interesting. Really interesting how people can, catch up these things and say, because it's actually showing that they haven't even looked into that, the thought and the perception and because those levels are different. It has to be felt, that even the difference should be felt. Yeah, it is very tricky. But I should listen to the Tambukudu one. I haven't touched it at all. I listened to the 5 o'clock one, but nothing else. Was it with Anula today morning? Was it? Yeah, I think so.
That
From
Anula's one was night, isn't it?
Oh, was it the 7 o'clock one? Okay.
Yeah, I think 7 o'clock one, yes.
Yeah. Joel is also joined. He hasn't asked anything recently. He must be really not having anything much to ask these days. It's good also. But if you can bring up something, you're welcome, Joel. Yeah, actually, anything else from his talks? Any practical aspects?
he was talking about the Paticca also and not asking, I think, everybody not to make such a big deal about it.
Yeah. Because it's a chair.
Practically, you see a tree, you're tied up with the tree, and then that is Paticca in plain English or plain Sinhalese. Actually, it's the
Our
whole
thought.
betrayal of the senses, isn't it? Nothing else. He was talking about the adare. The adare is actually the so-called love is the tying up of because of the vibration, the glue nature or the binding nature of this vibration, which is the thing that keeps the vibration and the mind or the thought going from one to the other, to the other, to the other, constantly wanting to keep the momentum going. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I think both of you should listen. All this has been said, but everything, it's almost as if it's being said again because of
Yeah,
the
because it
way
will
he
be like,
delivers it.
he did 14-hour sermon. So this will be like sometimes like a 6-hour sermon or 8-hour sermon, kind of like that when they become a one sermon. I mean, how many sermons has he done? Yeah. It's really good that everyone is trying to feel this, but the thing is, people are not fully aware that when you give up only, actually you might feel it. The giving up part is not clear to anyone like properly. So it happens very randomly only because you can't fully give up with the self. Like if you try to give up also, there's self, you know. It's a
Yeah, that
catch-22
part actually he
everywhere you
said.
are. Yeah. If you
He
try to
said
give
that
up, if
Dr.
you think,
Kokilavik, I think, particularly addressing mothers, he said, you come on to the Zoom, you're talking about the husband did that, the child did this, you did that, you went out and got this done, this thing done, that thing done. What is this? He said. And then all this is everywhere you are there. You are saying that you are not there, and all this lightness and calmness and all that, but you are there everywhere. And he
yeah,
said,
that's the
then
perception level
here you are looking
sometimes.
for nirvana, and you are there too.
Mm.
Which is obviously, anyone can put that into one's bucket or put that hat on. So as you said, the notion to give up
Also is difficult
is
because it will
yeah.
come as a point of like which will
Mm.
be hampering whole system. Inability to become like less like the powerful mind to calm down is the main thing.
This can be a
So
thought, Dr. Kokila, but it has crossed my mind more than on one occasion that what happens if all Buddothpada Zooms come to a standstill? What
no,
would be going
I was
through
telling
the
Dr. Sakuntala.
followers' minds?
I actually was telling Dr. Sakuntala, I don't know whether you heard it before you maybe joined. I just was
No, I
telling
just joined now.
there's a internet glitch or something completely or due to war or anything, there's nothing. Just imagine.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Only few people could go and talk to him. Yeah, everyone will
It
be.
won't be a bad thing actually.
It won't be a bad thing at the same time. That's why I'm telling that all the people who does sermons actually should talk to him in the Zooms. I don't know. Sometimes there's gaps with, and all the time it is like similar mothers who talk when there's a gap. But not much actual people who does the sermons. I don't know. I just felt that because I think if this has to be an ongoing thing because it is now surrounding Aranohanse, but then everyone should be able to feel the non-vibration, and I'm 100% sure there must be questions. I think the way they like not talk, I don't think it's good. I think there is a bit of a problem because they have become people who do the sermons. I think they get that, how do I say that? They might feel that, okay, now I'm doing a sermon, now I'm holding the Zoom. And how am I going to, have a problem while discussing? How can I show that I don't know that? Something like that is disastrous. I feel that when Aranwansi says, or someone says when Aranwansi is there, also it happens to that. I heard, I don't know if this is the last night, so more than soon before, there was like gaps. And suddenly a mother who usually talks. That's good. That's good for that mother. But what I'm trying to say is there's so many who listen to these sermons and who actually do the sermons, who actually in these different centers also. So I think discussion is very important, because who are they going to ask after that? Because usually people, they don't feel like listening to anyone else. It's only Aranhanse if they would like to hear. And then when he's there, you should actually try and discuss whatever the problems you have. It's in vain, actually. If you have doubts, Aranhanse, I get this, but I don't get this. Something like that. And it may look childish, but if your question is genuine, the answer would be 1,000 times better, because sometimes some others' questions are not even tallying with his mood. Like he's not his mood, like the mode, at that particular moment. So it's tricky, It's tricky. And the good thing about the Buddothpada Aranhanse's sermons is, unless the whole system of internet breaks down, otherwise there's all sermons also. Like there's radios, there's ways and means of listening. But the most important thing is the non-vibration. Experience of non-vibration, that's all what it matters. With the actual penetrative insight.
From the facts that Aranhasi has been explaining over the last couple of 2-3 days, actually, it's becoming clear that actually this self-perception and this perception of existence coming all the way from that level of the zygote, isn't it? I mean, earlier, what I felt from what he described earlier, but I
Actually,
think that
yes. That is the thing I wanted to actually tell Surangika also, that I don't know, I got that notion when he said that. The Sukhiyatte, he says that Sukhiyatte, I don't know whether there's an English word for that, but that is there even in the field. That is the thing that everyone, how do I say that? It should be felt. The simple
That the same as
touch.
Are you referring to Sukhaya or this? What is
No,
Sukhiyatta?
I'm not talking.
not Sukhaya. No, it's a different.
Sukhiyatta is the binding nature.
Sukhiyatta is the whirlpool has this something.
Actually, isn't that the formless level? Isn't that the self vibration itself?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. That's the thing. That's the thing I was trying to say, because we have been we have been like going through this again and again and again and again. But as soon as he said that, I was like, yes, if someone can actually, when we say this Sasavi power, the actual power that is this problem of this samsaric journey is due to that power, no? That power, just imagine, it's just simple touch, nothing, no mind, nothing. just simple touch, if it is that thing. And what about that touch itself still has that? And when it disappears, only you know that it is not there. If you actually, it's kind of that is gone. That is gone, and then yeah, it's completely in the field side, so we can't really explain that. But even in the all the six sensory organs, you can appreciate this. And this specifically catching this Sasvi vibration, Aranwansi is bringing that up a lot. And that is actually coming to an end to these sermons also, because that's the basic thing, Catching this vibration is the basic thing anyway. So that's the utmost important, catching your own vibration. Whether you have done that or whether it has happened, not whether you have done that, even that sentence is useless. Whether it has happened. Yeah. It's catching the actual vibration, in the sense feeling that.
So sorry, the Sukiyate is what the vibratory feel which is originating from the zygote. Is that what it is?
No, Sukiyate is actually describing the whirlpool, Yeah. What do you
The
call it in
Abhisankarana thing.
No.
Sukiyate is, I think that when this whirlpool is moving from place to place, that is because of that current generated from within. It starts moving from place to place, and that is the kind of the self-perception. That is what he explained as Sukiyate, Sattva Swabhavi. Sattva
Okay, so
Swabhavi.
the momentum, no?
Yeah, momentum. Yes, okay.
Yeah, momentum. Yeah, but whether it is something you can feel. That is the thing. The catching this is the problem.
Yeah, but actually, was this last night? He said the sattva thing is actually not just the existence, but the wanting. The
Yeah, that is the
wanting part of
momentum.
it.
That is the
So
momentum.
the wanting is the momentum in that case. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is the momentum.
Wanting is not the momentum. Wanting.
No, wanting
because of the momentum.
No, you are
No, I
talking
think
about.
both are like feeding off each other. No, it's like the power needing the vibration, and the vibration is happening because of the power type of thing.
Yeah. But I'm talking about not in the sensual world or anything. Sensual world, you will start the car and run to the shop and buy something. Yes, it's a different power. I mean, that's a massive power, no? We can go and kill someone and say, now my problem is over because my enemy is gone. Yeah, that kind of thing, the sensual world, anything can happen. But that is not the thing. I'm actually talking about the form, non-form. So even the form level also, this is there. So all three levels, this is very evident in different levels.
Yeah, in the sensual world, it is, what shall I say, very
obvious.
Obvious.
It's very
is
easy,
obvious, no?
Yeah, obvious, very obvious.
Yeah, it's very tangibly felt, isn't it?
Yeah, no questions also, no, very easily
Straight away,
can be.
you like something,
Yeah.
you desire something, you go for it, you laugh, you cry, you enjoy, you shriek, you do everything, right?
Yes.
Then
But the form level,
form is a little subtle.
Yeah, form level, it is actually trying to maintain this mind bubble. That is where the fear of death comes also. Because this mind bubble is a big thing, no? The mind bubble is, Just imagine my father lived 86 years of age. Maybe if we minus 1 year before the mind bubble started, 85 years of mind bubble. So what happens when they that next one, how it is happening? Because there's a kind of a power, the momentum to maintain that mind bubble. It is there, but it is not cached because they are in the sensual world level, so they are going after things. So it actually the below level is not even understood. If one hear Dhamma only, they will actually come to the level of the form world and really feel this difference. What is
But at
happening there?
each level there is ignorance, isn't it? Each level, everyone is
100%.
going behind
100%.
something, and even in the form
Not
and formless
going
world,
behind. Going behind is a very broad word you can't use in feel. You can't say that in the feel, because feel, you are not, I mean, no one is going after anything. That is what I'm saying. That Sukhiyatte is something you feel in that level, that even that
it's like that magnetic power. The attraction is there underneath. The tendency. It's the tendency, isn't it? The tendency to latch on to something, even in that formless way, in the feel way. Because
it
it's
is
almost
actually latch into the light. It
vibration.
is the light. It is whatever the vibration that is there. It can
And
be light,
because
it
it
can
is
be sound.
absolutely so subtle, only it can't be. It's not easily. Whatever. I don't know
Yeah,
what the word is.
that is why it is not unmasked easily. So if one is fully aware that how we get cheated by in each and every level, the non-form level, there is no mind. Actual mind, there's no mind.
Now, baby with the radiant mind who shows that some form of
This mind
attachment to
word,
the
we
light.
talked about this yesterday also. Just now you said baby with the radiant mind. That is like, okay, we'll take 6-week baby. That 6-week baby also has the radiant mind now.
Yeah,
So
that baby now.
As soon as you say the mind word, you don't assume that there is a mind now. That's the thing. When we talking in this English, it's very tricky because it says radiant mind. When we tell that radiant mind, it's not the mind that we talk about in this scenario of chair.
Yes.
Nothing.
But what should be the word to use then?
No, I'm just telling someone to.
Yes.
If actually an English person is listening to this, they will be like, they are using the mind there, and they are telling radiant mind doesn't have a mind.
Oh, yes. But in Sinhalese also we use the Prabhashara Manasa, Prabhashara Sita, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Prabhashara state actually. But what I'm trying to say is, Lord Buddha has used this stimuli. It's the only good word I can say, that because in English, when we say thought, radiant mind, this mind word is so much so used for the mind consciousness and the actual mind. It is not properly used in the light. But light is also actual skandha. That's where the problem is. In the radiant mind, there's light field. That is also a kind of a thing. Even Aranvansi says it's a sitak.
Yeah.
But that should be really properly understood.
Yeah, but explaining is a bit of a problem.
Difficult.
What I wanted to ask you was, the little baby, about 6 weeks old baby, also shows some interest or affinity, whatever the word you can use, to some bright colored objects, or maybe the
Yeah,
mother's face.
100%. Yeah.
So that also, can you explain as the Sukhiyattva at that level?
It
Because there is
is.
some.
It can't be explained in that level because the mind hasn't formed it.
Yeah. But if you
But
are
But
talking
you
about
can't say no either.
no, no
Yeah,
either.
that's right.
You can't say no because the glowiness is there. 100% the glowiness is there. Yeah, 100%.
So what is, I mean, what you get, the term you can use that level is the formless, isn't it? Formless level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
that,
the baby doesn't know what it is latching on to,
yeah,
but the feel is there.
So there
Actually,
also you can say
not even that.
Sukhiyattva.
Not even that. You can't really say anything in that sense. That's why there's no memory also. You can't see anything. You can't say anything at all. That's why when people try to talk about the feel, you can't.
No, but the baby has a feel, no, that's why it's latching on to it.
Yeah, but that is
It
you are
doesn't
looking at the baby.
need to have names, no, it doesn't need to have perceptions.
So
It
that's
doesn't
why
need to have,
that's the exact reason that you have to become that. In a fraction of a second, you have to become that and see what had happened there. Otherwise, you don't know. Because you can't remember now. Can
Yeah,
you?
what about the ages like 7, 8 months? Because then more, I think the senses are more sort of
no,
specified.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Sakuntala, that earlier one was it, did you say 6-month-old baby or 6 weeks? No?
6 weeks earlier.
So at 6 weeks, what was it, Dr. Kokila? Are you saying that the formless, that's not the feel?
It is 100% feel. Even the 7 month, it's the feel. It's just that it may be picking up maybe one mind like mother. I don't know. I don't think there's. Sometimes I have seen some babies catching up so many things before even I have seen a 9 month actually getting the whole idea of things for some reason. So maybe actually babies are actually getting into the mind very quickly nowadays. I'm not sure. Actually, it was a very unique thing I saw that 9 month was like fully into the actual mind side, not the feel side. So it is tricky. As you said, it may happen, but not very common.
Isn't there a difference between the 6 weeks old baby and the 7, 8 odd months baby? Is it same feel? I mean, the you are putting to the
You
group
have to
of
become that and see.
I
That's
think
the challenge. That's the challenge.
it's a challenge, that's true. But Dr. Sakuntala, the perceptions probably would be starting to form.
Because
No? You
it's
say,
one vibration in the very. That's what I was. I don't know whether if you put numbers, it is useless. But
yeah, you
anyway,
can't actually put numbers. Yeah.
Don't put numbers because Aranwansi will actually like. මොකක්ද කියන්නේ සිංහලෙන් අර කියන කට ගලේ උලා ගන්නවා කියන්නේ that might happen because it is not like that. Just it starts from one vibration. And yes, after that it looks as it is 6 vibrations. Actually 5 vibrations initially, and then it looks like 6 vibrations. And finally it's looking like only the mind. Oh, it's really funny.
Actually, there is no way of finding out how they feel now when the baby is very small.
Yeah, you
like
can.
2 weeks.
You can.
By the way they behave, no? The way they latch
No,
on to
no,
things.
you can become your vibration, then you will definitely feel that. That's exactly these challenges. Trying to find your own psychotic power and the non-vibration in one stimuli.
Yeah, true. I mean, you have to go back, isn't it? Yes, what you're saying is true, that the experience should come up.
Yeah.
Mm.
Otherwise, how can you talk about where? You can't talk about where otherwise. Basically, you have to die and see. For a fraction of a second. It's weird when we say that.
Thing is, when you know these things as a knowledge, as part of the knowledge, the duplicate things or non-genuine things, non-genuine ways, it can be
No,
felt.
I don't think I will actually not think like that because I've been listening to Dhamma for like long time. As in main sermons I listened was long time ago. His uninterrupted sermons, as Surangika said, that what is happening in Dhammapada. I have heard so much uninterrupted sermons of him. And he exactly takes you slowly into the depth, and you clearly feel that what should be done. You clearly feel that. It's in vain that people, mothers say like, I don't feel anything, I don't answer. Yeah, that complete sentence is irrelevant. Because this is nothing like that. This is an experience of you losing you, not I losing every sensation. No, that's completely irrelevant. So even though I know 100%, like 99.8% maybe this sukha is going to be misunderstood now. Everyone is going to say that now from onwards. Everyone will say. Everyone, even for the happiness. Because sukha is actually no self-perception. So
What about the Sukha, Dr. Kokila? I must have missed it. I think I heard something, but was there a significant thing he said?
where, when, which sermon are you talking about?
No, I mean when you said about the Sukha getting misunderstood. Because
Because
people are saying their feeling, is it?
No, because whenever he uses it to highlight this, because that's why this delay, to tell the last bits, delay is everyone just jump into that as Dr. Sakuntala said. So everyone is going to talk about Sukha, but there will be massive misunderstandings because no self-perception is the Sukha. So the no self-perception, there is no proper change. As I said, a lot of people can be in a la la land. It's very easy. That's the thing. La la lands can be there, no? With the self-perception. But this Arhat or the Aran Mahanses or Lord Buddha's state is actually no self-perception.
Yeah.
So that is a problem that Aran Hanse is doing sermons online, and it has to be told openly, and as soon as it is told openly, even the one, there's pointless, the stream enterer starts saying, I have sukha. It doesn't match, that's the thing, but it happens. It happens. There's so many, because self-perception will be ignored then. And actually, this what misunderstanding can do is, if you haven't experienced a non-vibration yet, even for a fraction of a second, there will be complete misunderstanding about this. Because everywhere you are going to feel a good feeling. Everywhere. In this path, there is no way that you will feel worse. Like, imagine 1,000 kilograms on the head. When you listen a bit, doesn't it feel like 500? And after some time, it will be like maybe 100, 500 kilograms, but now it is like 100 milligrams. What are you going to do? You will be like, yeah, I don't feel anything.
Floating in the clouds, huh?
Yeah, the problem is, if that system hasn't experienced zero, everywhere when this level is low, misunderstanding can happen. That is where the importance of Sotapanna comes. That's why I always talk about that, because that's why I feel the most important step is that feeling the non-vibration.
I remember a couple of times Saran has very clearly said, don't think this sukha is the happiness. Don't interpret it that way. Sukha is not happiness, it is that relaxed feeling, sahalluwa in Sinhala. That is the word he used.
Can you imagine, Dr. Sakuntala, haven't we felt sahalluwa in
Sahalluwa,
normal
yes.
life?
Yes,
No,
true.
even without listening to Aran say before 5 years, haven't I feel sahalluwa in some occasions? So is it that? This is with Samma-ditthi. So if you miss that Samma-ditthi part, or no self-vibration, or non-self-perception, done. That misunderstanding is good enough for you to be in the samsara for a long time, because there would be addiction for any good space. That is the usual way. This system, this vibration is there to persist. Characteristics of this vibration is to persist. Joel, you can join as well. So actually detecting this whole system is the best thing. Yes, sure.
Yeah, myself still not I mean the system. Still difficult to practice these 4 programs. Bit slopes, and then it goes down, it comes up, it goes down, it comes up. Having struggles to practice it. Yeah.
That's okay, actually. Main thing is to take it easy, as I said every time to you. If you have the correct thing, that depth that you know, if you know actually the depth of it, that the target is not to just feel good, the target is to feel the non-vibration, I think it will happen anyway. It can happen. Just imagine you don't. I think it's very sorry, the atmosphere is very humid, and the heat in Sri Lanka, isn't it? So just imagine you jump to a like a waterfall or water thing. Yeah, it is like that. It just it can happen at any moment. Just having this Dhamma and it can be so random. That's my experience, by the way. So random. But it's like a Dhamma being playing in the background, but it's just an experience. So it can happen at any time. It can be a sound, it can be a touch sensation, it can be a thing you see, but it doesn't matter which way. Actually, if you try to do it, try to do it in, try to understand it fully, that outside, the example we took yesterday was apple on the table. So if you fully realize that apple on the table is a perception, just imagine another example, the helicopter sound. Helicopter sound. We look up because we have a perception that it is in the sky. But actually speaking, sound is sound is a perception. Helicopter sound is a perception. See how quickly it comes. You don't even need to utter a single thought. That's the perception level. You don't need to even, fraction of a second. This is how sudden the system has already detected it's a sound of a chopper or sound of a plane. And see, the sound of a plane, if that is enough for the piercing, nothing else is needed. That is just enough for the piercing, but it has to, you have to have the complete understanding of these levels, that the thought that it is outside will be anyway controlled by now, because you have listened to Dhamma for some time. So 100% it is a perception. It's a perception. And if it is a perception, actual perception, doesn't have a helicopter sound there. Even though we get a perception of a helicopter sound, actual perception doesn't have a helicopter sound. It's just a vibration. Then why do we feel it as something? Still you feel something, isn't it? Yeah, that has to come there. That experience should come there. Then if it really happens, only the form level has been bypassed. So the as soon as the feel, what you feel, it's just a past vibration of the ear, that's all. What else can you feel? Because actual sound didn't have a plain sound, or helicopter sound. So if you are feeling something, if it comes to that vibration level, then definitely after listening to the child would know. The system itself will actually bring it up that it is fast vibration of the ear only. Then there would be a release of this alive field. That's the most important aspect. No, you can't say alive field, but this binding effect will be gone, and that sound effect will be there, but not the you effect. So it's a feel that you should feel, the release of you losing you. It's not you, because one of my friends actually told me that one day by a venerable, to some venerable, I can't remember. She was told that they were all there for a meditative program, and they were doing the meditation, and that venerable told, if you don't hear anything, that's the sotapan. That's the thing. And she thought she's sotapan because she couldn't hear. At one moment she couldn't hear anything. And definitely this is not the thing. That's the thing. This is not something like that. Definitely this is you losing you, not you losing the perception or you losing the feel. No. It's definitely you losing you, but the sound will be there. This is a very unique thing Aranwanse told, and which impacted my whole life, because as soon as he told in initial sermons, I could understand the difference between what my friend has been telling to me versus what Lord Buddha has been telling, because there should be a difference, because I definitely knew that it can't be because of the actions. But the importance of knowing this properly is very important. You can't say that, you can't be scared of having mental pictures about it. You should accept that and fully realize what is happening here. You losing you is not a jargon, not a imagination. It's actually something that should happen. And then only you will realize that when the stimuli is not a thing, because stimuli is not a thing in the non-form level anyway. It's in the sense, not in the perception level. So it has passed that perception level. What is perception? Perception of the whatever, the sound. When it comes to feel, the whole perception part is gone. It is a feel only. That's why I said you have to become the baby. Then only you will 100% know what was your psychotic level. And the non-vibration, if the Dhamma comes properly there. And definitely it will happen. Definitely it will happen. Most of the time, if you don't know, you stagnate in between. But if you know properly, you have heard Dhamma properly, and you know that it is an experience of you losing you, you can't bring it up. You know why? None of these mental pictures will bring it up. Why? Because mental pictures are all in the perception side. This specific feel of the zygote will never come. In the sense, sarasava will never be felt. It's a different feel. It's a different feel. It will never come unless if you keep mentally having pictures about it, then definitely it won't come. You will learn by mistakes. So you will give up everything one day and just go on with life and see. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It doesn't matter. You can't bring it by force. But the Main aspect then Arahant says is look into your defilements. And I will say, Joel, that is the most important thing at this moment, because you know all about Dhamma now. You're trying to practice, it's great, and also look into your defilements. How do you feel actually that apple is on the table? If you actually feel that the apple is on the table, then it is a sensual world. If you actually feel that the moon is in the sky, it's a sensual world. If you are still feel that the moon is in the sky and I have come inside the house, yeah. If you actually believe in that, in the sense, if you actually feel like that. In the perception side, actually, it is different, because perception is here, not outside. So outside is completely different. If the outside is still true, you can't really get this anyway. If the outside is true. If the the others say when they went to Dombagoda, how they saw the pile of hay and they remembered so many things about it. So 100% the pile of hay is something now. If you really feel pile of hay is in front of you, it's a sensual world. At least know that. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. At least know that. But if you don't have any affinity with that, and if you are like really Dhamma in this system, you definitely know it is not actually true. It's a perception. Perception level is a bit different. Perception level, you don't have any affinity towards the apple on the table or the moon on in the sky, or your enemy in the other village. I'm just making up stories. So just imagine you have an enemy in the other village. Don't you feel that he's still there? Or you might think, oh, maybe he's not there. Maybe he has gone to Colombo. So the thing is, if you're actually feeling that this is happening, well, you have to be vigilant, because you are still outside, completely outside. This is like completely shrinking your world. If it has shrunk to the perception level is the actual mind bubble, the actual the level where you don't have that much, you're not going after anything, but still there's potential for it to come up. So do you know how much perceptions you have? It may be millions or billions of perceptions. You know that in one single fraction of you seeing the chair, all these other perceptions are also active. It's like the iCloud, as I always tell, as an example. When you type on Google, it has to check everything now. Likewise, this one single moment, it can be like 1,000th fraction of a second even. Yeah, even that bit, if there is a stimuli, that perception level, all these perceptions are there. If you have, just imagine you had billion perceptions, all the billion perceptions are active at that moment. It's active. It's just active. But then if it disappears, then it comes to the feel only. And the feel, it will be really you can feel how much power that has, that feel. And if Dhamma comes properly only, it will turn. It has to turn, because Dhamma will anyway do the business. Dhamma will do that task, because you're not doing anything here. Because field level, no one can do anything. That's even the trickiest part, non-form Brahma can't do anything. If it comes to that level. But humans has the ability to feel all these levels. That's why Aranhansa says in this one stimuli, all your samsaric journey, or even just this, if you are just imagine you are 59 or something, then 59 or at least 58 if you put 1 year for the field, 58 years of life, if there is a billion perceptions, all the billion perceptions are active in that moment. That is the mind side. But then if it comes to feel, that's the whole samsaric journey. Because the whole samsaric journey activation is actually masked because of this so-called human mind now. Just imagine you're a tiger. The tiger, now it is the tiger. So it's the tiger level only. If tiger lives about 20 years, I don't know how long they live, by the way. Sorry if I'm saying the wrong thing. We'll take a dog. So the dog usually lives maybe take 15 years. So that's it. That's the dream part that you have, the mind bubble. Maybe 15 years. But then, isn't the feel level there? Yes, 100%. 100% it is underneath. That feel level has the whole potential for whole samsaric journey. That is what we are catching, and that is what we are actually getting rid of. If someone has problem with this mind bubble, that is mellower. If you haven't surpassed the mellower, you can't see the yellower, and you have to surpass both. Mellower, yellower. Mellower, yellower in English, I don't know. Mellower is this mind bubble. Yellower is this perception, the vibration level. Yeah, we all can do this. So Aranan says so much effort. How much effort he has put into this. So much gratitude for that. Anything else?
Dr. Kokila, I don't know whether just a suggestion. If Joel finds it difficult to practice all four, is it better to concentrate on the first one for some time, just to see that it is always a thought? Because I remember Aranhasi saying that he practiced that alone for some few years, I think.
1.5 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So until it is established that these are all thoughts, is it advisable to concentrate on that first step alone for some time?
Yeah, it is okay. But you know, this Aran Hanse is the actual person who did this research alone. Now the truth is on a plate now for every one of us. It's on a tray now.
Yeah.
So you may feel it randomly because it's being given now, complete. Because he was researching. His research is a bit different to ours.
Good.
But now it is on a what bandesya? It says, is it gold bandesya? No, I can't remember. There was a saying about that. It's on a tray now, nicely laid. So we all are struggling, you know. It's like kind of thing. It is already in the hand and you can't put it to the mouth. It's like that. So it is actually given to you, like really. It is given to you. It's our kind of, you know, sometimes our paramita, kind of the situations slowly will change and you will become more flexible, more calm, more kind of better moments will come that actually the possibility of Joel becoming the child Joel and the child Joel becoming the baby Joel might come. We never know. Yeah, but we can do what you said can be done. It's not a problem. It can be done within 1 day also. It can be done within 4 days also. Actually, it can be done in any way. What is important is what feels right for you, what feels so easy for you. But you have to just remember there are 4 steps. Otherwise, you stop somewhere. So that's the importance of the noble friend to remind that there are 4 steps. There are 4 steps. That is after Aranvansi actually realizing this after a long effort, you know. Because he started from zero without, no one told him to do this, but Lord Buddha's word is there. But I think he actually was researching more alone. And then when the experience came, he went back to the sutra and read about Lord Buddha's experience. That's what happened. But now this is on a table for, not on the table for us, on a gold plate, gold tray. So we find it difficult to take it from that. But if you are keen enough, if your mind is so pure about this effort, if you actually have the keen idea about ending this samsaric cycle and actually, you know, kind of become the non-vibration, it will come. It doesn't matter what you do. You may be going for a walk. You may be, you know, talking to someone. You might hear something in the garden. Or you may be touching your own phone because that's what one mother said one day. She was nicely experiencing that, but she got so distracted because she wasn't ready. So it's ignorance everywhere. Yes, as as Rangika said, it is ignorance in every level. But if it is being told by Aranvanse already, you can trap here and there. It doesn't matter. You just go on until the non-vibration is felt. That's all. You know that whatever in between is okay, but the genuine keenness, genuine, keenness to understand this non-vibration, or actually understanding about self-view, Actually, you can take it as a challenge also. Doesn't matter. But anyway, what is important is it is not going to happen when your mind is very thick, when your perceptions are very thick. It's going to happen in a very specific way when your mind is not that strong, when your perception is not that strong, because it has to come to the vibration level. And that my vibration shouldn't be that strong either, because it has to go to non-vibration as well. So anyone's experiences can be different, my experiences can be different, someone else's experience can be different, but it is 100% true when not Aran actually Lord Buddha said, Kaya Viveka and Chitta Viveka. The body has to be in a certain good status, like a quiet, calm space, and the mind should be very negligent power. It shouldn't have much power, but it should be vigilant. You know that vigilant mind is different. It can't be stuporous. It can't be like sleepy mind. That's why I said that day also, waking up from a sleep, you don't expect anything to happen. Your mind should be very, very sharp at this moment, because you're piercing one thought. It should be sharp, but without much power. So stupor or the slothiness or whatever, I don't know whether the English words are right. Sloth and stupor, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? Tina Midda?
Sorry, I
Sloth,
missed some parts. Is it? Yeah.
sloth and torpor.
Yeah. So,
What is the second word?
Torpor, P-O-R, I think.
Oh, okay. I haven't even heard that word. So yeah, whatever that the Tina Midda is actual, like kind of, you are nowhere because your mind is not
I think it's basically
smart then.
kind of sleepiness, idleness, and restlessness. That type of feel.
Yeah, the
Either you are
restlessness is
feeling a
actually
sense of.
Uddacha Kukucha, isn't it? Uddacha Kukucha is Kukucha has a different meaning. Uddacha has a different word, but
It is
can't
different,
remember.
isn't it? Yeah. Maybe that is restlessness, but sloth
Yeah,
is like sleepiness, laziness, idleness, lethargy,
yeah,
sense of
yeah.
lethargy.
That doesn't match this incident. This specific experiences. These things never tally with that. So the mind should be very, very like in a child. Children when they are active, they are so active. That kind of thing. What are those 5 things actually? Tina Midda, what is the first one? Tina Midda, Uddacha Kukucha, Vichikiccha.
Kamachanda, Vyapada.
Kamachanda
Kamachanda
Vyapada.
is
That's the
like
thing.
desire, clinging, or attachment. Vyapada is aversion, like ill will. Vyapada is like ill will. And the third one is the sloth and torpor thing. Uddachukuch is the fourth one. Maybe that's restlessness. And finally, Vichikicha is the skeptical doubt business.
Yeah.
Doubt about the
And
correct path, actually, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
And see, if you hear a sound and instantaneously you fall in love with that sound. Can you pierce that sound? Obviously not. You know that when that venerable saw the what was that? It was a beautiful example. I tell this every day when it
Ah, yeah,
comes to my mind.
what, Suryakanta Mala or something?
No. It was
No?
popcorn.
Ah, yes, the Meheni Mahansa, yes.
Yeah, it was a popcorn. And she nicely told that, you know, as soon as she saw
That's right.
popcorn, the whole thing went away and she felt that Kamachand. It's really, this is nothing to do with the self. It's just that attraction. If there's an attraction, how can you pierce that thought? No way. And even if you have a ill will, that means actually it's an aversion, you know. One is like in a magnet. One is kind of getting towards that. Other one is running away from that. Same thing. How can you pierce that? You can't. And if the whole mind is very inactive, you can't. And the restlessness, you can't. Doubt anyway, you can't, because you have doubts about what Aranwansi is saying. It is also the same thing Lord Buddha is saying. If you have doubts about what Lord Buddha is saying, anyway, this Dhamma or whatever, you're not going to pierce this. So these are beautiful examples. It has nothing to do with self, you know, even these 5 things, nothing. It's just how this vibration works. You know, Suranka said that about this love, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just, love is just a kind of that vibration has become a thing. Already there's now attachment. In the sense, it's like a gluey thing. It can be very, actually we don't really, we call mother love son. We don't call it two vibrations. Now only we might call it. We call it mother love son, or you can say, I love my mom. You can say that. But the thing is, it's an affinity between two vibrations. It's actually the sensual world, if it that bad. But there is another level, which is the form level also. There's a affinity to not to give up any of this. That's where the problem of the death also happens, because there's so much clinging to all the perceptions without letting it go, because you feel that's the end of the world.
Dr. Kokila, just for the benefit of Joel, I just Googled the 5 hindrances, and they are aligned with what Aran Mahansa explains as well. But he might find it beneficial if we use the correct English words. So Kamachanda, the first one is sensual desire. So we were right, it's just desire or sensual desire, which is basically craving pleasure through the 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste, kind of thing. Then the Vyapada is ill will, so that's correct as well, which is basically aversion, anger, or any kind of resentment, hostility towards people or situations. So if we think about the things that we have discussed, Joel, you know, that instance you talked about the relatives coming and you feeling either irritated or annoyed that they're overstaying their visit, that type of thing. So this is actually important to identify. When you know what these are called, the 5 hindrances, pancha nivarana. Nivarana means we are something that is covering, seeing the non-vibration. So the hindrances here means it is hindering the ability to penetrate the thought, as Dr. Kokila says, in order to touch the non-vibration. So the third one is sloth and torpor, thina middha, which is mental and physical laziness, which we talked about, drowsiness and lack of motivation. You know how sometimes you're just slouching around the house. You don't even feel like doing anything. Either you're lazy or you feel that you're not up to it, and that kind of thing. So even all that is contributing to not applying right effort in this path. And then Uddacha Kukucha that we used was restlessness and worry. So Dr. Kokila, even worry apparently comes into that. And it's explained as an agitated or distracted mind and anxiety or remorse about past actions. If we are, spending the time thinking about something that we can't even change now, something that we made a mistake or something that has happened like donkeys years ago, 5-10 years, which is coming up sometimes. And if we keep worrying about it, that type of thing is also going to not help in applying right effort. And then the final one is doubt, vichikicha, which is skeptical doubt and lack of conviction in the teaching. So if there is doubt about the correct philosophy, correct teachings, then there is an inability to progress on the path. So all those 5 are what is called overcoming the hindrances, the 5 hindrances towards attaining nirvana. Yeah, that's on that. The best thing to do, Joel, is to understand for each of those instances, now that you know what they are, then you know that when these things are, we get all this, in by way of feelings, emotions, are like, can't be bothered, or, too lazy to do that, too lazy to do this, too lazy to apply effort, or too lazy to go and do walking meditation, or various kind of things. And then even the slight wanting to watch TV or wanting to do something, wanting to, always that wanting to kind of thing also you can observe. Sometimes you can't, there's no point in stopping it if the urge comes. But the good thing is to, once you know that these are hindrances, observing how the mind latches onto these things from one to the other to the other. It never stops. If one is fulfilled, then the stimuli that stimuli is done, and then it wants to move on to another one. And if you're keeping on doing something, even if it's one of your favorite hobbies, can you do it for hours and hours? No, you can't. The mind is pushing you to do another thing and another thing, because it wants variation. And the variation is the thing that keeps it giving that feeling of being alive, is that it needs to renew itself for the power to go on, or the power itself is renewing by changing the stimuli. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, that Kukucha part is actually the kind of about the past, isn't it?
It says restlessness and worry. So worry also like...
Yeah, worry is the
Mm.
past, Kukucha part. So the remorse, regret, or worry over past actions. Brooding over mistakes, wrongdoings, doings, or neglecting good deeds. So the
And I think this morning, there was a person, I think the Maldives person, Chamara, was explaining that, so this is a common thing that happens, Joel, as one progresses on the path also, that thing about all perceptions and worrying about it, like the past anxiety and the worry about something that you can't get your head out of type of thing, gradually dissipates. How does that happen also? Because the stimuli, the truth in this thought is being seen every moment, as and when the Dhamma is contemplated, that is being seen. So with that, when these perceptions arise, because you can't stop the perceptions, no, the perceptions can still arise. But the dwelling in that thought, the dwelling in that perception is, the power behind it is reducing. as a result, there is no dwelling in the thought. So I think that Maldives person was saying that certain things keep popping up about, say, he made a mistake in the job or something he has forgotten. There is a slight kind of tinge of, I don't know, it's anxiety or something, but he said it immediately dissipates or dissolves. It is felt at that moment, but it dissolves. So when it dissolves, then that power is not getting hold there. The power continues to bind thought after thought and multiply when it is considered to be real and taken to be real. So if that has been properly contemplated already, then the ability for that thought to stick and create more momentum, more power is greatly reduced. That's what continues to happen with the dissolving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually very beautiful to discuss these things even, identifying the status of mind, because all these are mind actually, the status of mind which are detrimental to the experience of non-vibration or not conducive to feeling of non-vibration. So when we actually understand them, you don't have to do much. If you're very tired, you can sleep. It doesn't matter. What matters is you just identify them. Obviously, if it is having these features, it's difficult, It's difficult. So the virya, what are the other things, Surangika, that other thing that we talk about, virya?
Noble Eightfold Path.
No. Is it?
Satara Samya Pradhana Virya.
No, also there is another thing called Indriya Dharma, Bala Dharma. What is that one?
Spiritual faculties become spiritual powers.
So the spiritual faculties, what are they? I think they are conducive.
Shraddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna, those, no?
Actually, no. That's not the one. That is actually the Margasit and Palasit also. No. That's not the one. What is the other one that conducive things? So Virya, Chitta.
Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Chanda, Chitta.
Vimansa. Chanda,
Virya,
Chitta,
Vimansa.
Virya,
Yeah,
Vimansa. What are they?
Good point. Can't remember.
Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa, actually, they are the things conducive to feel this non-vibration. So Chanda is, you have a, like, you don't call it like as Kama Chanda, because actually here, Chanda is to feel the non-vibration, not to feel the sensual words. So you can't put the same word there. So Lord Buddha has used another word. So Chanda for to feel the non-vibration, Chitta, you have to have that.
They are called Satara Iddhipada. They are called 4 components of success or power in Buddhism. I mean, this is just Google. But mental factors, spiritual factors to achieve specific goals in the process. Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa.
Yeah, this is the conducive factors for, those are the conducive factors for feeling non-vibration. Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa. So the investigation, the so much,
First one is the liking for it, the affinity towards it, wanting to do it.
Yeah, but you can't call it in a sensual way, because this is for the non-vibration. And that's
not
why
in a sensual
Aranhansa
way.
is saying, can you remember? Sometimes Aranhansa says, you don't need this. Sorry, no, you don't actually want this. That's the problem. He says sometimes, I mean, it must be giving like a knife in the heart, because people are actually listening for a long time also. But sometimes, you know, you don't have that proper thing into it.
He
To
actually
feel the
spoke of that
non-vibration.
he spoke of that very same point today, Dr. Kokila, in the morning talk. You'll hear it when you listen to it. He said that is because it is coming from millions and billions of years ago, when this whole thing formed. From that point onwards, when the flowers became, you know, the pollen started, the flowers became flowers, the trees, the plants, the man, the gender, how the male became a male, the female became a female, how it had those different components, the features, this vibration and what it feels, and the binding nature, the wanting to be there, the existent feel, the alive feel, all that is coming from millions and billions of years ago. It is like ingrained into the very nature, the system in which this whole thing formed. He described it beautifully today. So
wow.
that is why it is so difficult. I mean, true, he has said you're lying to yourself, you're lying to that, you're not really wanting nirvana, true. But then he explained that this is why it is so embedded, that it is absolutely so challenging to dislodge or, you know, dissolve or whatever.
Yeah, but there's high chance of someone feeling this Dhamma if they have felt it before in Lord Buddha's time, you know. You never know.
And that is the reason why there are some people gravitating towards it, including Joel. So now, I mean, how did Joel find this so attractive and find that there is something here that was more meaningful, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's the thing. So actually understanding these things. So what does chitta mean? So I forgot that. We
Chitta is, I
understand.
think, probably the mental capacity or mental, probably something, no, to be able to sustain, I don't know, to go along on that, isn't it? Maybe the
Or
vidarshana part, maybe the reflection,
maybe the actually insight meditation thing, isn't it?
maybe the insight meditation, yeah.
Or penetrating that chitta. I don't know. I actually lost that part.
Vimamsa is probably that part.
The investigation part. Yeah, okay.
Investigation.
It's so beautiful. This Dhamma, when it is aligned, it aligns really naturally and nicely. It aligns so beautifully that you feel so much gratitude for Aranhanse for bringing this up, and also would hope everyone would feel it, not in like a powerful way, but actually it is so weird thing to say, this non-vibration, but still it is not that weird to some, you know. Definitely I remember being attracted to that. Even that first sermon, he was talking about that you have never seen your child or something like that. I was like I felt like so happy. I don't think it will happen to someone else. It's weird, you know, it's weird. It's
I think
this
that's good
Dhamma.
for people who are too firmly, you know, stuck on family and obligations and all. Also, I think certainly good.
Yeah,
for
because some
yeah.
people might feel very upset about it now.
Yeah.
Because just imagine, you have done so much now for yourself. every day we do so much things for yourself, no? Even though we thought we are doing for others.
Yeah, always for, that's the thing. That
That's the
itself
thing.
was such an eye opener, isn't it? I mean,
And
this
to
whole thing that,
realize you have
yeah.
been wasting your time. It's so funny. I mean, it gives so much energy to just to realize that this is that kind of system.
And those people, whoever that we have helped, are also still thanking us, and we now we know that we have been only fulfilling our own self-perception, including
Yeah, true.
yeah.
Yes, yes. It's such a beautiful Dhamma. And actually, we invite everyone. I don't know. It's very good if people can come and, you know, it's a variety of things. It will change the like sound of the people's voices. It will add some stuff, and yeah, you can join this discussion at any time. I wish someone actually will come like Joel. Someone will actually, not even our Dharma friends, someone genuinely needing help might come and ask questions. Not to criticize, but to actually ask. Because Joel actually was a perfect example for someone who has never heard even Buddhism is completely different religion also. Doesn't
Yeah, there
necessarily
are
matter.
people here, you know, occasionally when you have a conversation, when you go to a monastery, they are keen and they listen, but that is all, that it stops there.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, really, because everything is catered for, no, Dr. Kokila, in these societies. So it's, and the people who are actually suffering, I think the Dhamma hasn't reached them and they don't know what it is. And it's also very much difficult to grasp.
Yeah.
So, and the
That's
people
why
who
the
come to
sing.
monasteries are kind of generally okay, because they think the little bit of suffering and worry and things like that, if they come and say some prayers and give an almsgiving, that it's fine. They can always come to the temple. The monk is there. The temple is there. So unfortunately, they seem to be happy with that. And the rest is almost as if it's up to them, and that is that is how life is type of mentality. It's the fact that there is something here that is unexplainable, that has to be really looked into, is not there, almost within them. So, but you can't put it like that and stop also, no, because how many mothers have been brought onto this journey by R.N. Vansa, by spreading the Dhamma in Sri Lanka only, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they have thanked him on so many occasions for opening their eyes. But if he didn't do that, they would still be worshipping gods and sitting and doing concentration meditation. So it's not as if one has to give up on people in these societies, but at the same time, the societal systems and norms have made it slightly more challenging in these societies to be able to say the unvarnished truth of the pure Dhamma.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll stop the discussion for today. And thank you, Arano, also for your noble guidance. We worship you every day. Thank you, all Dhamma friends. Thank you, Surangika. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. Friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to, for anyone joining afresh, you are listening to Buddothpada 24-hour Zoom channel. And this channel is dedicated to English-speaking listeners all over the world. This is the only, I think, Zoom channel of this kind where the pure Dhamma is being imparted 24 hours and beamed worldwide through the PeoTV, Buddothpada PeoTV YouTube channel. So we invite you to make full opportunity, make the maximum use of these teachings that are being shared by various practitioners on this path. And our noble spiritual teacher is Buddothpada Vahansa, who has uncovered the pure truth as realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. Our spiritual teacher also, with a lot of commitment and a lot of sacrifice, discovered and uncovered this pure truth more than 10 or 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and has been sharing the truth of this Buddhist philosophy with mostly in Sri Lanka, but for listeners all over the world, but in the native tongue Sinhalese for the last 5 to 6 years. Most of the discourses are in the Sinhalese language, but over the years there have been quite a lot of English translations as well of those talks, and these are available in both printed and PDF forms. The ebooks or the PDF versions are available on the Buddothpada websites. One of those websites, if you are interested in downloading the books, one of those websites is buddothpada-dhamma.com. If you go into that website and you scroll down, you will find a section called English Books. And in that you'll have, I think, about 12 or 13 translated books of various sermons and discussions that Aryan Vahansa, or our noble teacher, has done over the years. Some are, I think, direct sermons, but most of them are just discussions had by way of question and answer session. So it is really very much worth if one can actually have a look at those books and understand the pure Buddhist philosophy, which is, I think, in quite stark contrast to the traditional Dhamma teachings that one encounters in monasteries and various other parts. Even in Sri Lanka, for that matter, the teachings are mostly traditional, mostly has a bit of influence, not a bit, quite a bit of influence with Hinduism and various types of principles that have unfortunately crept into the mainstream Buddhist teachings. And what is being actually uncovered by Buddothpada and Vahansa, noble teacher, is the pure truth as uncovered by Lord Buddha. And in the pure truth, what is being emphasized, the core tenet and the crux of the pure Dhamma, which is absolutely essential in order to reach the stream enterer position, is the Buddha Darshani, as we call it in Sinhalese, when that's the Buddhist philosophy. If one doesn't get the correct Buddhist philosophy right in terms of the understanding of it and the correct teachings, one can easily go down the wrong path and get misled and waste time dwelling in areas like researching areas or dwelling in areas or practicing things which are not really appropriate or relevant to the achieving of nirvana or the path to non-vibration. So one of the fundamental tenet of this Buddhist philosophy is that this is a no-self Dhamma. And why we call it no-self Dhamma is that because everything that is generally done, and even in the traditional Buddhist teachings, is that this concept doesn't come out well. this basic aspect doesn't come out well, that this is a anatma or no self dhamma. It is being talked about. They keep saying it's anicca, dukkha, anatma, and so on. But this anatma thing, the non-self part of it, is not taken in the correct sense. So the correct sense is that actually what is believed to be existent as a self or a person or an individual here, because the teachings traditionally keep on saying that. But ultimately, when the concentration meditation is being promoted as a means for nirvana, when that kind of teaching and worshipping and prayers are being encouraged, that is all being done implicitly by the acknowledgement of there being a self here still. So there's almost like a sense of the person being there and doing merit, person being there and doing good for like life after birth, life after death. So all this, the dwelling of there being something positive after death, there being some good that can be done in order to benefit this person who is doing the good now after death. So almost, without even saying it out loud or explicitly, there is almost an acknowledgement that there is a person here doing good, doing merit, worshipping, giving almsgiving for the benefit of a better life after death, and so on. Whereas, what did Lord Buddha actually find out through the pure truth? That this was not anybody's doing. There is no such thing as a person here or a self here. That itself was an absolute wrong view, and it is this wrong view of self that is the cause for this, which is called the misconception of self, or the wrong self view, which is the thing that has been the cause for this suffering to continue, and for this samsaric cycle of birth and death to continue for ever so long. The whole world that we call it is only getting manifested through these sense faculties. So another, to understand this no self concept, one has to then start breaking down and understanding the senses and how the senses work. Now every being will have some kind of senses, whether it is 1 or 2 or 5 or whatever it is, there will be senses. And because this is the cause of everything is vibration, the sense faculties react to that vibration. The sense faculties itself, there is a vibration that occurs. And because of the vibration, certain perceptions are formed. For the eye, the perception would be light. For the ears, the perception due to vibration is sound. For the tongue, the perception is taste. For the nose, the perception is smell. And for the body sensor, the perceptions are either cold, heat, or solidity. So these are the perceptions that naturally form in the various faculties. We spoke of it in terms of a human being, but even in the case of animals and different other types of creatures, insects and so on, the same thing applies. Whatever sensor that they have, or sensors that they have, the vibration that occurs in those sensor faculties will give rise to various manifestations. So some can see ultraviolet light, some can see in the dark, some can use the echolocation in order to navigate themselves to find prey or to go around in the dark. Various things. So some animals have great vision, some animals have a great sense of smell, and this type of thing. So in every living being, the senses actually make up the world. Whatever that is discerned through their senses is the only thing that they know, or they feel they know. So, or basically what they feel. So, there is absolutely no way for any animal or being to be able to experience what is called an outside world, because the notion of outside world only comes about by the manifestation of whatever vibration in their respective sense faculties. So this whole manifestation of a world through the light perception, sound perception, and so on only comes about by these various basic perceptions coming together to uh, form what we call thoughts, form what we call these worldly objects, which are nothing but mother, father, tree, mountain, temple, this type of thing. These names are just a construct due to the fast occurrence of the vibration occurring in the different sense faculties. What occurs in the sense faculties is only basic perceptions of light, basic perception of sound, touch, taste, and smell. And those two, the Buddha said, occurs only due to vibration. This is what he called the cause and effect Dhamma. The law of cause and effect. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. So the primary cause is vibration. And it is that vibration that manifests in 5 different ways in the 5 sense faculties that human beings have. So what is discerned is only the manifestation from each of those sense faculties. Nothing else. So we keep saying that it is a manifestation because it is only a manifestation. There is a notion that there is light. There is a notion that there is sound. It doesn't actually there. It is not actually happening, but there is a notion, a perception that there is light, a perception that there is sound. Now, if, for example, somebody is making a big racket outside, say, or just hitting some metal with something, but you say you don't have ears. Can you actually hear it? No, you can't. Then say somebody, say that there is, the whole sky has turned red for some reason. Everybody's scared about it and worried about it and wondering what is happening, whether it's an apocalypse or whatever it is now, getting really worried and anxious about it. But say, what if you don't have eyes? Not that you are blind or whatever, just say, think that you don't have eyes. So, in that case, would you see it? No. So, does it bother you then? No. Why? You haven't seen it. It's only when you see something, or only when you think you saw something, that you have given a name to it, you have given a label to it, you have given a meaning to it, you have given a perception to it, and a feeling or an emotion is attached to that, whether it is a good feeling, a bad feeling, or a mediocre feeling, an average feeling, or whether it is something that needs to be worried. That's it. Whether it is something that makes you get worried about it. If it is it something that will make you happy? Is it something that is going to make you anxious? All these things are coming about only by the recognition of that object or thing. Now, if you don't have eyes, you don't even know the sky is red. You don't know even what color the sky is generally. Just imagine the senses are separate, right? So we are talking about just the eyes here as an example. So then you don't know whether the sky is blue or red or whatever it is. You don't know. So then the fact that the sky is blue and now it has turned red and it is unusual is completely lost on you. Is there anything there then? No. If there's nothing there in the thought or in that object or stimuli, is there anybody actually seeing it or observing it? No. So the object or the stimuli has to become real for this person or I or observer to be also there, isn't it? So who is giving these names and labels? It is the mind. The perception occurs. So coming back to the basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, now these are naturally occurring vibrations in the sense faculties. But what happens is these are put together. There is another formation that happens due to the speed of vibration. There is a mental formation that happens where the mind then constructs and interprets these vibrations, these perceptions, to call it, for example, the red sky. Now, if we keep going back and seeing at what point did the red sky become the red sky? At what point did one actually recognize that the sky should be blue and red sky is unusual and therefore slightly worrying? Right? So you keep going back and then you realize actually the baby in the cot had no idea of sky, had no idea of blue, had no idea of red, had no idea what color of the sky is all right and what color of the sky is not all right. The whole concept of a sky, nothing, even words, even sounds, nothing is true for the baby. The baby only has feelings. The baby will have a feel towards a bright light, towards a harsh sound, towards some musical instrument or melody. The baby will, if something is given to the hand, the baby will hold it in the hands, will put it to the mouth, will touch it, will lick it, will do all those things. But it will have no sense of what that object is, whether it is a toy, whether it is a ball, whether it is some other kind of object, whether it is even an apple. The baby has absolutely no idea. But it will, if it is given to hold something for some time, and if it is then taken away from the baby can probably cry. That is because the baby, whilst not having perceptions forming at that age, still has that lingering sense of feel. That lingering sense of feel is coming about also through the sense faculties. The baby also has that self vibration, which is starting at the point of the zygote level, when the DNA, RNA come together to form that. The vibration that occurs telepathizes with another vibration, and then that is from that point only the self vibration starts. This is a cycle that is continuing for countless times in this samsaric cycle. But all that is there here is that one vibration. It is that one vibration that is collectively having the perceptions of everything that has happened and telepathized into that moment. So, coming back to the baby would still not have any perceptions, not have any thoughts. Thoughts have not even formed at that age. But there is a feel. The feel if a light is put, if a sound is heard. So these are because the ears are functioning, the eyes are functioning, the nose and all that is functioning. So those feel sensations are still felt by the baby. But is there a recognition that light is light? That sound is sound? That an instrument is like a melody or the nursery rhyme? No. That, what is being drunk is milk? No. What is being eaten is some kind of broth? No. That there is carrot and something else blended together? No. No sense of any of that whatsoever. All these are what? Perceptions, isn't it? If we keep coming a little forward, we realize that actually when the child is either 3-4 years of age and starts to go to Montessori or kindergarten, that is the time these concepts have been fed into the child, isn't it? An image is shown, a sound is associated with it, and the child learns the word apple. An image is shown and a sound is associated with it, and the child learns the letter alphabet, the letter A from the alphabet. A sound is heard, a sound is made, and then through another sound, the child is taught that was the ringing of the bell. That another sound was the chirping of a bird. Another sound was the shouting of another child. That another sound was, a plane going up in the sky. The noise of a plane. The noise of a car. The honking of a vehicle horn. The clapping of hands. The sound of running water from a tap. Aren't all these things actually being taught to that child? Word after word, letter after letter, name after name, concept after concept, gradually from kindergarten to grade 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to from primary to intermediate, from intermediate to senior school, from senior to high school, whatever the way it goes. It is either it's being taught in school, and then there are things being taught at home. There are things that are being learned through school books, education, trips, background of the child, background of how the environment in which the child grows up. From all these aspects, different stimuli, different perceptions are learned through these 5 senses, nothing else. It's always from a taste, the sensation, various sensations would be called, this is a pineapple, this is a chili, that's rice and curry, or curry separately. This is sour, this is what we call sweet, this is what we call something else, bitter. This is a lemon, this is how a lemon tastes, this is how an orange tastes, this is how water is felt. This is what a rock feels like, hard and solid. This is how a cushion feels like, slightly soft. This is what flat is. This is what round is. This is what spongy kind of feeling is. This is what is gooey and sticky. Can you see everything, whether it is taken from the body faculty sensations, whether it is from the nose sensations of smell, whether it is from the touch sensations, whether it is from the light vision aspect of it? Every one of these experiences, every one of these shapes, sounds, smells, different types of taste and different types of tactile sensations are all given various names, various labels, all with the view of distinguishing one from the other. In this conventional world, this is how the communication happens. By each object, person, worldly thing is given a name, and the people who are teaching the child is also believing that these things exist, that these things are the proper names and concepts that are given to those concepts. And they are also in that belief, wrong belief, due to ignorance. All this is due to ignorance, and then that is being taught to the child as well. So what does the child understand? Something is being shown from outside, and that is being named a tree. So the child learns it as a tree. Something is heard from outside, and the name is given, and the child hears that as the doorbell or the school bell ringing, or someone clapping, or the plane going in the sky. The drone noise is then associated with the plane. Now, if you look up, you will see just an image, right? The eye is only a camera. The eye can't identify anything whatsoever. Right? So it is the mind that actually puts these basic perceptions together and calls it a plane. An image is shown and the name plane is given to it. And from that point onwards, the perception immediately comes as plane. It doesn't come saying it is an image and then the plane is coming. No, straight away the plane comes. And if there's more information that is being given about the plane, that is going in the sky, that it is, fueled by jet fuel, that it is, going in 30,000 or whatever miles up in the sky. You have to go to the airport to catch a plane. This is how going in a plane feels like, and so on and so forth. Then, sometime later, when the child hears the word plane being mentioned, what happens? All these perceptions of what a plane is, what it looks like, that is going in the sky, the airport, the experience of going in a plane, all that flashes in that one thought, in that fraction of a second, in that stimuli, that whole experience is there, isn't it? Now, how did that happen? For that to happen, can you understand that it is a coming together? It is a combination of those sensations arising from the different faculties. From the image alone, can one get that entire perception? No, you can't, because from the image alone, it is only the shape, right? The shape and the image, and perhaps the color. But what about the other things, the entire experience? The bodily sensation of going in a plane, when it is taking off, when it is landing, when it is up in the air, cruising. All these things, that is a tactile sensation, isn't it? Now, the tactile sensation can't be obtained from the eye sensor or from the sound sensor. The sound sensor will give the droning noise, the whirring of the plane, the whatever's. The droning of the plane, the starting of the engine, and the acceleration, all those kind of noises come from the sound faculty. So again, the droning, the whirling, all those words are what? Different variations and permutations of sound are also being given names. Now again, consider the baby in the cot. No sensation, no recognition of any of these whatsoever. So when did all this start? When did this deception happen? Isn't that all a construct? The construct is actually happening at the stage where the major milestone is at the kindergarten stage. These are all being taught. And the teaching, what does that do? In the end result is that the child believes that these things actually exist outside, because always something is shown outside. And then a name is given, a label is given. So the child starts believing, that is the tree, this is the plane, that is an apple, this is the teacher, that is my school, and here's my mother, here's my father, and guess what? This is me. I am Jack, or I am Jane, isn't it? So this is how the world gets formed. Was the world there for the baby when the baby was born? No, the baby has no idea, no concept at all about a world. Have you ever stopped to really think about that? Stop to ever reflect that the baby has no concept of a world at all. The newly born infant. Isn't it the mother, the father, the hospital people who actually think that a baby is born, that the baby is born to this mother. The baby is a girl or a boy, or they are twins, and so on. The name of baby, the name of twins, all that is also labels, isn't it? Might be difficult to understand, but the easiest thing to do is to consider and compare with the newly born infant. What you know now and the newly born infant. Okay? The newly born infant had only those touch sensation, light sensation, smell perception, smell sensation, those only, nothing else. So those basic consciousnesses, yes, but no recognition. So where is the recognition point coming? From the mind sensor. So this mind sensor holding the suffering. The suffering was coming about by the mind consciousness, the basic perceptions, basic consciousnesses of I, sound consciousness, eye consciousness, and so on, being combined, and construction happens internally where the mind then interprets those sensations and calls it a name to differentiate one from the other. So this is happening also because of the vibration. The initial vibration give rise to the basic perceptions. The basic perceptions then become the cause to form a thought called the mother, the flower, the tree, the temple, the priest, the monk, the mountain, and so on. And with that with that manifests a world that is taken to exist outside. So then an existent field comes about. The result, the effect, is an existent field. So not only is the object there, one gets the feeling that the object is there. One gets the feeling that the mother and the father is there. Right? Sometimes they might not be even in plain sight. But the child has a notion, has a feeling that the mother is there at home. The child might be in school, but the child has a notion, a perception that the mother is there at home. Now, how did the child get that perception? So this is how this thing gradually forms from object to object, keeps on getting added, keeps on getting learned, forms into a perception. And then these perceptions, due to the speedy vibration and the constant recurrence of that perception, gives rise to the feeling that this perception of mother is there. So the feeling that the mother is there at home arises. But what is it? Is it not just a perception? Is there anything in the mind called the mother? Can you find the mother in the mind? No. Can you find the school in the mind? Can you find the bell in the mind? The apple, the tree, anything in the mind? No. The eye doesn't say the mother is mother. Right? Nobody says it. It's the mind that is putting a spin and then calling it a mother. The very first time the mother was recognized. Right? The recognition is happening by what? It's the mind. The mind consciousness itself is interpreting, giving names and labels. And these are the things that then continue to be interacted with, continue to be associated with. But how? Only in the form of perceptions, nothing else. But what did Lord Buddha say? The association of perceptions and taking them to be real is what you call living. That is the Buddha's pure words. The perceptions being taken to be real is what you actually call living in this conventional world. But What is perception? There is nothing in it. It is only a perception. If you think about the perception, something that is coming to your mind now, say we talk about mother, right? Your mother is not even around you, but you get a image of the mother, isn't it? What she looks like, whether she has black hair, whether she is old, whether she is short or tall, whether she is fair or dark, whether she is slim or slightly fat, right? Then what about the voice? What kind of a voice she has? Then her mannerisms, the way she walks, the way she talks, the food she likes to eat, the things that she likes to watch, her hobbies, all these things, the mannerisms, the way she looked after you, the way she took you to school, the way she took you on trips, how she treated you as opposed to your siblings, what was the general feeling that you had about your mother during your childhood days, how that changed when you were in your youth, whether that relationship still remained like that or whether it turned sour, whether you are still still associating with your mother or have you both drifted apart. All these things, just imagine, all these things will come to your mind when we mention the word mother. It didn't come earlier and it didn't come later. It came in this one thought, in a flash, isn't it? Comes in a thought, comes in a flash. That is why our noble teacher says that everything is in one vibration. Everything is in one stimuli. And that stimuli, that thought occurs only in this moment. You may think that you're associating multiple thoughts all the time, every time, and that this mind is yours. These thoughts are yours, right? But do you have any control of that mind, right? If there is something that you are feeling really depressed about, something that you have perhaps not taken up with your mother, if you are estranged with your mother, or if your mother has died and you are feeling very depressed about it, you don't want to think about it, but just like the person who went to the jungle to meditate and said, I'm not going to think about anything, I'm not going to think about anything. Or maybe something, I think it was something to do with a monkey. Somebody was told not to think about a monkey or something, and then all they thought of was the monkey. How did that happen? That is because that is the way the mind is, right? You try to say not to do something, and that's the very thing that will happen because the mind has been given an object. And the moment the mind is given an object, then that's exactly what it is going to focus on. But if you say that I don't want to think about it now, why is the mind thinking about it? The question itself is wrong because you are assuming that the mind is yours. You're assuming that there is control over thoughts. Whereas what did the Buddha teach? What did the Buddha actually explain through the Dhamma philosophy? That this entire experience that we call living is based on perceptions occurring due to the speedy vibration. The basic perceptions are light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and these coming together form another vibration which is called a thought. The thoughts, these stimuli, are a combination of these basic perceptions. But this vibration is the cause of everything from the beginning. But like the vibration has an underlying power, the basic perceptions that get manifested also have a power. And then what happens when these perceptions are also combined to form a name and a label and a concept and an object purely for the purpose of savoring it, experiencing it, because that is what happens from the zygote level. The self vibration that is there, which is dormant at the beginning, starts expanding, starts manifesting, starts gaining momentum and gaining power as and when each and every object that is learned becomes real. So imagine from the small object of one or two objects that are learned from kindergarten days to increasing number of objects that are considered and learned to be real, taken to be existing outside. For each and every one of those stimuli, perceptions that are learned, the vibration, the self vibration is dominant. The self vibration continues. The self vibration continues to live within those objects, people being taken to be real. And with that notion of the world being taken to be real, the self perception is also born. Because why? The objects and the world is there, and then if the world is there, then I am here. True, isn't it? The wrong self view is born. So where there is no duality at all, because right from the beginning, everything is manifesting only internally, only within the sense faculties, is lost because of the ignorance, because of the delusion. Because mankind and living beings are all shrouded in ignorance, as the Buddha pointed out. There is ignorance right from the beginning, and it is ignorance right till the very end that is pervading this whole samsaric cycle, which is why it is so challenging to see through this whole delusion and understand the mechanism for what it is, because all that is there, all that is here, is just a mechanism. As long as the senses are functioning, there will be a vibration. That vibration will telepathize with the vibration of a similar frequency and give rise to a manifestation of light, give rise to a manifestation of sound, touch, taste, and smell. Then the different variations of this is only an interpretation, a construct of the mind. Those basic manifestations are then interpreted as the baby crying, the clap of thunder, the honking of a vehicle horn, the doorbell ringing, right? The image of a rainbow, the sky, the clouds, the red sky, the mother, the touch of the mother, the soft voice of the mother, the taste of a pineapple, taste of orange juice, the smell, the fragrance of a flower, right? The bad odor coming from a garbage bin, negative or positive, either way. Everything is a perception. Everything is then taken to be real, because every one of these have been given names, labels, and considered to be very much there. The moment these things are very much there is a person that is taken automatically to exist, who is savoring it, who is experiencing these notions, good or bad, positive or negative. So this is how the world gets formed. And what is all this? All this is due to ignorance. All this is because of not understanding how the sense faculties work. Not understanding that this all starts from vibration, that this underlying power only keeps on magnifying by taking the world to be true. And by taking the world to be true, there is an existent field that arises. And with that existent field that arises, there is an alive field that also arises at the same time. And it is that alive field which is the self vibration, which is magnified and magnified unless this Dhamma is seen, unless this true Dhamma is understood, and then the practical application of that also is done. So how does the practical application, how is that done? That is another key part that is missing in these traditional Buddhist teachings. The aspect of the teachings that is taken in these mainstream channels and what is being taught is that they take the thing out of the Tripitaka or the Pali scriptures, and to some extent they feel as if they understand the Dhamma, but in terms of the practical application of it, what they do is they naturally, out of, I don't know, probably wrong teachings and wrong understanding, automatically turn to concentration meditation as the practical application of it. But what are you ultimately doing through the concentration meditation? You are taking some kind of object, considering that to be true, contemplating upon it, and then ultimately there is somebody contemplating it, and there is an object that is being contemplated upon. Now, both those premises are false, according to the Buddha. There is nothing, absolutely nothing here that can be taken as real, because everything is only manifesting to the senses, nothing else. Not that it is existing, it is only manifesting due to the speed of vibration. So if only things are only manifesting to the speed of vibration, then everything that is manifesting is only an illusion, isn't it? So can you take anything as being a thing? So can you take anything to be there to use as a focal point for concentration meditation? No, you can't. And then if there is a focal point, the stimulus, the focus, there is somebody also here that is getting implicitly acknowledged as the person focusing on something, the person who wants to go into samadhi, the person who is trying to attain nirvana, the person who is trying to achieve calmness and tranquility. Now, is that also real in Buddhism? No. Actually, there is no ism in Buddhism. This is a very practical Dhamma. But unfortunately, this is something that has been hidden for so long and uncovered by Buddothpada and Mahansa, because the practical application of it is so crucial in order to touch the non-vibration. Because everything that is being felt, touched, and experienced in this world, in the three realms, the form, formless, and the sensual, form, and formless world, are associated with the self vibration. That is the thing that started off at the zygote level and then gradually expands. And with the mind getting created, the self vibration expands and the power is automatically generated by taking objects and persons to be real. And this keeps on, the momentum keeps on continuing. And as long as things are considered to be real, there is a wanting, there is a clinging, there is a wanting to keep those objects, wanting to keep the mother, the father, the loved ones around you, right? You want to protect them, you want to hold on to them. You don't want anything happening to your loved ones. It doesn't matter if something happens to the person 10 houses down on your road, right? You'll just sympathize, but that's it. Doesn't really touch you, right? Doesn't really rock your world. But what if your child, something happens to your child? Something happens to your husband, right? If your husband falls ill tomorrow or overnight, what happens? Or if you lose your job suddenly. Are these the reasons? Are these the things that would then cause suffering, right? Your world turns upside down. You don't know what to do. You're beside yourself in grief, right? You have lost the purpose of life. Everything was really fine and rosy at one moment, and then everything is being turned completely dark the following moment. These things have happened. These things happen all over the world every moment. You can hear this in the news, you can hear this on social media, you will recount this through your own personal experiences in some form or the other. There has been tragedy, there has been sorrow, there has been death that has been encountered in our lives at some point or the other. And yet, if one does not know the true Dhamma, if yet one does not know the cause of this suffering, the sorrow, one would only be able to just try to suppress it, just try to talk yourself out of it, just try to act in the normal conventional societal way of saying, this is the way life is, this is the way it has ups and downs. Sorrow and happiness come in equal proportions. Or this is a fact of life. We have to get used to it, or we have to be brave. We have to be courageous. We have to overcome it. These are the things that are being generally said in the conventional society in order to get over these types of events. But have you actually, if you're honest with yourself, have you actually thought about the real cause of that suffering? Isn't everything a suffering? Isn't even the fact that you have a loving relationship with your husband or spouse also a problem? Because innately there is the notion that there is fear that it can finish, that it can end. Why? Because that whole thing has been taken to be real. There is a husband and there is a you, and there is a relationship, and there is love, or so-called love. There is an expectation, a perception that the husband should be like this. There is an expectation that the relationship should be like this, smooth and loving and romantic and whatever. Or even if it is not smooth and loving and romantic, that it has to be in whatever form that you like it to be. Right? So everything like that is just a what? Perception, isn't it? Because the way you think about the relationship is not necessarily how your husband thinks or your spouse thinks. He can have a different notion or different perception about the relationship totally. That is because that is a different system. And the system, the perceptions that are felt here is a different system. Again, there is nobody doing anything. This entire mechanism, right from the point of one vibration manifesting into the different sensor faculties, and then those vibrations coming together to form the thought called the husband, the mother, the father, and so on, is another vibration altogether. But in whatever form, these vibrations carry an underlying power, and that power is magnified, gains momentum by the continuous belief that there is an outside world, that there is an I or a self here that has got created, experiencing this world, living in this world. This life is mine. I have the family, I have a job, a mortgage, a car, whatever it is. This life is great. I know there's war and everything happening in different places, but right now I'm feeling good. I'm in Australia, I'm in Canada, wherever it is. I have a secure job. I have good friends at office. I have my kids who are going to school. Everything is fine. My husband is an honest guy. Whatever that you want to say, whatever that you want to say to make you feel good. These are things that one kind of continues to believe. Because why all these notions are taught. And these have been taught at some point, accumulated through learning, through self-learning, through other people's learning, through the community, through one's background. through habit, which is again perceptions, thickening of perceptions over and over again. So this is the way this life has formed. This is the way the world revolves. But if we understand that every one of these things are only perceptions that have been taught at some point of time, and if one actually penetrates the thought, penetrates the perception, and realizes that this is nothing other than a combination of basic light, basic sound, basic touch, taste, and smell that has come together to be taught as various objects, people, and things, which are basically only mind constructs, then the whole thing starts unraveling. The objects, the things of value, will gradually not be so. The truth is seen in the thought, the stimuli that is occurring in this moment. Because everything, like we gave in that mother example, is in this one stimuli, is in this one thought. When you are at your work, you don't think of your husband, right? If somebody says, "What did your husband drop you home, drop you to work today?" At that time, because of the word husband being mentioned, the stimuli arises, and the world of the husband then arises in that moment. Did it arise before that? No. But what do you think? You always think that the husband is always there somewhere, either at his workplace or somewhere that he's there. But was he there, or did the notion of husband arise only at the moment when that vibration occurred? When the sound vibration occurred, the world constituting the husband arose in that moment, in that one thought. And all that is being associated is one thought occurring in this very moment. But in that one thought, if the world is continuing to be taken as real, based on ignorance, all three realms, the sensual realm, the form and formless realms, are there. The feeling of craving, attachment, aversion towards that object, towards the person, the notion or the perception that that person is there, the form world, and the feel that you get when that perception arises, the formless world. All three realms are there in that one moment, in that one thought. So can you imagine how this world gets constructed, how this world gets manifested from moment to moment, moment to moment? There is no continuous world. There is no continued existence, and therefore there is no continued self. There has never been. This is no self Dhamma. This is not mainstream Buddhist teaching. This is complete pure truth of pure Dhamma as revealed by Aryan Mahansa and obviously revealed by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, and which has been uncovered by our noble teacher Aryan Mahansa. So we'll stop the talk at that point. Ultimately, which we should have got to at the end of it, is that when one actually sees the pure truth in this whole thing, the no self aspect is becomes completely self-evident, and with that there is a dissolution of the defilements. The defilements dissolving will then bring about that inner transformation, and this whole self vibration starts losing momentum, starts losing power, and that is the point at which the nirvana path starts opening up. For a fraction of a moment, the no self is witnessed, and the stream enterer level is reached. And then, with the gradual, continuous fading of the defilements, there is an inner awakening and a super happiness that ultimately is reached by the vibration ceasing, the self vibration ceasing, which is what we call non self vibration or the nirvanic state. So there's so much more that can be explained in the Dhamma from various angles. So we continue we encourage you to continue to listen to these talks delivered by various practitioners, which will be enormously helpful in order to understand the basic concepts of Buddhism as well as practical aspects in which one can practice and reflect on these teachings. And if you do have questions, we invite you to come and join us at the 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time Dhamma discussion, where we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. There are advanced practitioners who explain the Dhamma beautifully, and you can enormously benefit from that kind of discourse. So thank you, Dhamma friends, and let me pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa for his noble teachings, for his commitment, for his vision and guidance, and above all, for all the commitment, the sacrifice that he has made through the years, and for being so compassionate towards mankind and devoting his time so much for imparting this Dhamma, without which, everybody would be kind of groping in the dark and being lost in this samsaric cycle. So we have a debt of gratitude to our noble teacher for paving the path, for opening up the path to Nirvana and to the non-vibration. So thank you, our advance, Thiruvon Saranai. We worship you. We worship you at your feet. And Thiruvon Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Can you hear me? Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahasa. Therwan Saranai everyone. Actually, Mrs. Shiromi is the one have the program, but I think her mic is not working. Sorry about that. We are a little bit. Are you okay now? Okay.
Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Okay. Yes. Now we can hear. Okay. Okay. You can start now. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai, Honorable Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Saranai, everyone. Now we are participating in another English Zoom discussion with Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. So you all know that this is a valuable opportunity. So take a full advantages of this opportunity and don't hesitate to ask Aryan Mahansa any questions about Dhamma. It can be about the way that you should follow the right path to Nirvana, or it can be about purifying your mind. Now this is your opportunity. This is your chance. But before we start, we have a little notice to give to you all. Please mute your mic and turn off your video if it is not your chance to speak throughout this program. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, excuse me.
Therwan Saranai,
Yeah,
can I ask a question? Is Aryan Mahansa is online now?
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Therwan Saranai, everybody. Yes, ask me.
Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. My question is could you please explain what is Buddhism? Because these days we are hearing a lot of things about Buddhism. We just need to get a sort of a clear understanding. So the question basically is, what is Buddhism?
Yes, what is the Buddhism? Yeah. We are, we all of them have a religion. So, so people are talking about Buddhism. Yes, people are talking religion. Buddhism is a religion. But so Buddhism is a religion or no? So Buddhism not a religion. Yeah. Buddhism is Buddhism, not a religion. All of them have a religion. So, what is the Buddhism? What is the Buddhism? Question is very good. Question is very good. What is the Buddhism? Buddhism is not a religion. A religion, they are, yeah, yeah. Buddhism is Buddhism is Buddhism is the pure truth. But first we what is the religion we we want to realize this. What is the religion? Religion is based on belief. They are believing. So most people are believing the God. This world making a God. So all of them are believing the God. So some people are Buddhist people are looking like not understanding what is the Buddhism. They are doing same, but Buddhism is not a religion. So religion is they are believing. They are thinking after the death. What happened? All of people have three questions. One is
Teruvan Saranai. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and the blessing of most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. The Buddha's teaching invites us to awaken from ignorance. Just as we wake from a dream and recognize its nature through the wisdom. When attachment weakens, peace grows. When peace grows, liberation becomes possible. May we gradually free from ourselves from suffering and walk in the path towards Nibbana. That is our expectation. Everyone's expectation is to end this samsara, the non-ending journey. We have been having rebirths and sufferings right throughout. But everyone's ultimate goal is to cease this suffering, which is not as easy as we think. Unless the wisdom of a person is fully awakened, understanding the real truth will be somewhat far away from us. Fortunately, Buddothpada Kalaya has arisen. We hear the exact Dhamma expounded by our Tathagata Samma Sambuddha. Having realized the Dhamma as it is, through the practical experience he has got, our Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa is guiding all of us to the path of Nirvana. It is a must, a Kalyana Mitra Sampattiya for that. He has become, fortunately, a Kalyana Mitrayan Wahansa for everybody. His Dhamma is somewhat simple to understand. The Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha using Abhidharmaya. Our Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa is teaching with simple language so that everyone can understand this Dhamma. We should not miss this chance. We must make the best use of this opportunity. If we happen to go in this samsara, we will not see the destination of it. It is full of dukkha. Without understanding this dangerous journey, most of people try to collect merits, thinking to have luxurious life. What is this luxurious life? Does it last for a long time? No. Everyone has just a moment. Past is gone. It will never return. Future is yet to come. Who knows whether it would come or not? what is left with us. It is only the moment. One who is awakened to this moment lives happily. He has an understanding. All these we do are just actions. So therefore, he or she who listen to this Dhamma will carefully analyze the truth of this nature. No longer a person who listens to this Dhamma will live with thoughts. He or she knows very clearly. There isn't an outside. There isn't anything called mind. All these things are just thoughts. People should understand this small theory. Long time ago, we were not being coached properly, guided properly. We thought Nirvana is very far from us. We all thought we should reach it step by step. First attain Sotapanna, so we knew that 3 stages yet to be passed to attain Nibbana. But we can understand easily. Nirvana is at this moment. The deep Dhamma expounded by Tathagata Buddhajanan Vahansa. Through his own experiments, and guided people to attain Nibbana. Our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa has taken the responsibility to show the people who are in the darkness to go into the light. The journey is very clear now. Little by little, everyone's wisdom is getting awakened. Now we are in the path. We should always understand there is nothing called mind. This is actually not a very deep concept to be understood. Why do we say that there isn't anything called mind, because it only momentarily appears and disappears. There is nothing that ever exists. Due to our ignorance, we always thought that there is something outside. Not only that, we gave value. We measured things in the outside. Who gave the value for those things? It's only by ourselves. Just a piece of paper with some pictures. We gave a value to that telling. It's a 5,000 worth note. Now for an example, if the government declare at night no longer the 5,000 note is valuable or in existence, do the people give it a value again and again? Will they collect the 5,000 notes any longer? Can they buy something using that 5,000 note? No. We can simply understand the value was given by us. That is why we say that there is nothing exist outside. We give various names to the things in the outside. But reality to be understood, all these are names. We use these names as sammutinama. Are these sammutinama real? No, they are not. If one can understand this simple concept, it will be easy for such a person to attain nirvana. Before understanding something very complex, we should understand the simple theory behind this. If there is nothing outside, and if someone sees that reality, why do we need to suffer? Is there anything that make us sorrowful or unhappy? We do not find reasons or causes to be joyful or sorrowful. all thoughts, constructs, ends then and there. All appear momentarily and disappear. If we cling to a thought, projection, it is inevitable that there will be a residue that is left behind. Niravasesha viraga nirodho is called nibbana. That means there is no any residue. The thought of a book appears and disappears with nothing left. The thought of a wall appears and disappears. And again, nothing is left. Niravasesha. We are using the words only. My dear Dhamma friends, you should recognize the deep meaning that these words point into. The one who sees the momentary appearance and disappearance of thoughts, constructs, or the mind will not find the so-called death. Then he will be ever blissful and at peace. What is a mind? The mind is a flux. It is like the wind. Is there a beginning or end to the wind? Can we enforce an end or boundary? No. We cannot limit or draw a democrat line. No demarcation lines can be drawn to mark the boundary. In other words, it is impossible to fixate. No ends, no extremes, no boundaries. We cannot define or fixate these. It is just a natural phenomenon of arising and ceasing. We cannot show you the mind. There is nothing called the mind in the world. However, when you are able to grasp this, it's like recognizing the nature, like the wind. Where does the wind exist? Can you show the wind? We have shown many similes which have no extremes or ends or fixation. We'll just consider a river. Can anybody show you a river? If you touch it, it's only water. The river is a flux, a flow. The wind is also a flux. It flows. Rain is also a flux. It flows of water drops. We cannot make any fixation on any of these. There are no such things as wind, river, etc. Then what are they? They are just concepts. The word river is not the river. Equally, the word wind is also not the wind. Can anybody touch the river? Or can anybody touch the wind? Have you ever touched the rain? All these are flux. One can touch nothing outside. It is also a flux. Why those so-called chitta is introduced just to show the nature of flux of the mind. Even though we use so many words to describe the flux, in the end, you will understand that there is nothing. What we experience is only the emptiness. Mahasunyata. You have heard about a story of a war between two countries fought for a treasure. After enormous destruction to both parties, one country won the precious treasure box, but at the end, what was found when the box was opened? There was nothing. They have just fought for an empty box under a delusion. At last, it was only nothing else. Similarly, we may not understand this nature very easily. But if you think deep into it, we can understand the simple theory in that. We may put tremendous effort for Nibbana as well, but at the end, one will recognize there is nothing. All Mahasunyata only, the recognizing emptiness only, ultimately a recognition only. This is the truth. Yes, we are seeking something very valuable. But that does not have a material validity. Why it is so important? That ends the samsara journey. That ends the suffering of people. What else do we need other than ceasing this samsara journey? One who has understood this, he enjoys the bliss of Nibbana. He is the happiest. That is an eternal happiness. The happiness of ceasing the journey. That assurance can be gained by him or herself. What we have been doing so far is explaining how the system works and how material formations come into seeming existence. In many of our initial talks, for example, Arya Deshana, Parama Satya, Satya, Mahasinghanadaya, etc. What we tried was to explain the non-existent mind, or to explain that there is nothing as mind. Here we are not searching for anything. Instead, to recognize experientially that there is nothing to be searched for and found. In simple words, trying to attain Nibbana is the attempts that we put to know and recognize that there is no such thing called mind. All the practices, kamatahan, are recommended only for this. You may be surprised when you hear this, but This is the truth. Having divided into practices, Pratipada, in stages such as shown, Sakutudagami, Anagami directions are given only to reach recognition at the end by oneself. Understanding the Buddhist philosophy means recognizing the non-existent mind, the sunyata. In order to reach the goal, Lord Buddha initially showed the two extreme positions, the external and internal. Then he went on to show the external is not real. There are no so-called objects as perceive them to be. It's only thought or thinking about externals. Having this insight, one can be free from the illusion of external object. How do we call this? You will experience Sovan Palaya. Next, he explained there is such things called internal mind also. It's not real. Here the mind means the aramuna itself, thought constructions. There are no things in the mind. And most importantly, there is such thing called aramunu. If there is no such things called aramunu, it's transistent. Arising and ceasing thoughts, formations. Having this insight, one can be free from the influence of transient thoughts also. That is the freedom from non-existent thoughts, formations. Ultimately, it is realized there are neither aramunu nor things, only knowing emptiness, sunyata. Here we will have direct knowledge or insight of arising and ceasing thoughts, retaining nothing. This insight is called Buddothpada. The thought is also called the Vijnana. Vijnana is anitya, that is transient. Seeing this anitya of Vijnana is by wisdom, prajna. This is not a thought but knowing. that is seeing the non-existent mind is Panya. If we explain too much, you will not comprehend. If we tell this directly, perhaps you may understand this since straight. However, almost all the time we have a sense of we have a mind. We are hearing, we are seeing, we are thinking, we are feeling, etc. This is a false notion or the mistaken view of the world that we should get rid of. That can be done only through wisdom, knowing the reality behind it. Through all sensory inputs, we are naturally deceived, giving us a false sense of existing objects outside. Having this false sense for long, it has become a sort of living truth. Ordinary people naturally believe independently existing objects. The world, including themselves, it is the living truth for them. That is why they are consumed by dukkha, suffering or unhappiness. In reality, there are no such existing objects or world independently. The wrong notion or belief of independently existing objects or the world is the cause of dukkha. If you see non-existence, non-existent things as non-existent, how can there be dukkha? This is the reality. Yes, true enough. It's somewhat difficult to understand as well. That is why here your concentrated mind is very important. If you are not focused, you will not understand this easily. Mind concentration is very important. It plays a vital role to understand this. If you understand in this, of course your dukkha is over. You will win everything. You will win the whole world. You will feel so. The whole world with nothing. Nothingness is seen there. That is what we all want to understand. everything, everywhere, it is the emptiness, sunyata. There is no such thing called mind. We repeatedly say this. It is also emptiness. To be free from dukkha, Lord Buddha mainly explained about the mind and the nature of the mind. It is applicable to the other things as well. Nevertheless, he emphasized only the nature of the mind. What is important for us is the path to freedom from suffering or the freedom from non-existent mind. For that, one needs to see the seeming formation of the mind or the reality of the mind. If we say suddenly that there is no mind, many do not believe that. In that case, we need to show the truth behind it by simplifying the nature of the mind. That is where we have to explain in details, step by step, processes so that the listener is able to grasp it. That is where we have to show how the seeming mind is formed. We have many sutras like Maha Nidana Sutra, Salayatana Sutra, Skanda Sutra. All are to explain how the seeming mind is formed. The Satra Satipatthana, Chaturarya Satya, Four Noble Truths, Arya Ashtangika Magga, Eight Noble Fall Path, all discuss the same topics in essence. Through those analytical expositions are provided to explain the fact that there is nothing called the mind. We emphasize that because that is the most important part to understand, that there isn't a mind. There is no such thing called mind. It is merely a concept. If we understand and see clearly this pointing, that we will be a great accomplishment. Lord Buddha says, one can shoot an arrow to split a hair of a horse into thousands parts. But seeing the truth is almost impossible. Knowing this truth is not easy. If one grasps this experientially, it is pratyaksha, a living truth. Lord Buddha has given many similes to show how difficult it is to grasp this truth through the ordinary human mind. One can see a rainbow in an early morning, dewdrops on a grass blade. Only if one sees it an exact required angle and positions only. In a similar way, we will grasp this truth only if we analyze and understand the truth in an appropriate viewpoint and understanding. In other words, we must have the correct viewpoint, correct attitude, right level of spiritual maturity. Then only one will have a chance to recognize this truth. You will not get the supreme truth through your own fancies and viewpoints. It has to be seen through the direction and that the teacher is pointing to. It is very rare to hear the supreme truth. The supreme truth is profound and the profound truth is difficult to understand. But with the attempt, one has the concentrated mind, awakened wisdom, determination, perseverance. One can find this real truth. The desire to find the real truth is also equally important. But guidance to see this path cannot be found everywhere. It is very rare. What we have got right now is that rare opportunity. An opportunity does not knock at one's door twice. It's a saying, but it has the truth, true enough to understand. This chance we will not get once again. The profound truth expounded by Lord Buddha has been understood by our Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa with practical experience. He too never forced anybody. He preached the quality of Dhamma, ehipassiko. He has understood it really. He has never forced anybody to embrace this Dhamma forcibly, but only the path is shown. One who has the willpower, awakened mind, will be able to understand this. If the doubts are arisen, even we have our Kalyana Mitran Wahansa to approach. He will let loose all the knots that we have as doubts. Unless other than these doubts are cleared, our journey will not be possible. Obstacles should be removed one by one, and we should make our path clear. Whenever we come across a hindrance, we should be energetic to remove that obstacle. Removing the obstacles, we should reach the goal. Until the goal is found, we should never give up. At the end, yes, that's true that we will find the emptiness. We all are trying to find the emptiness. That is the bliss of Nibbana. What is seen there is the sunyata. When there is nothing exist, that gives us the non-ending happiness. It's an everlasting happiness that cannot be measured in terms of any material things. This is the high time for everyone to open their eyes and see the world. The world which is not existing. The ownership we had for many things, little by little, going away from us. We will never say that is mine, it owns by me. At the end, you will never show any kind of ownership. values are no longer existing. When the values are not existing, where is the desire? Desire also will not be there because it is no longer valuable. The simple concept to understand with the awakened wisdom, one will find the blissful Nibbana. That is the mere expectation of our Buddothpada Vahansa. He wants to show us the path day and night. He works tirelessly to find the way to send us towards Nibbana. He preaches again and again. Days are so lengthy for him. Nights are so lengthy for him. He is awakened right throughout to give us the blissful happiness. Aryan Vahansa, I worship you again and again. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Teruvan Saranai.
Can you hear me?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Thervan Saranai, everyone. Actually, Mrs. Shiromi is the one have to start the program, but I think her mic is not working. Sorry about that. We are a little bit. Are you okay now? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes. Now we can hear. Okay. You can start now. Thervan Saranai.
Thervan Saranai. Thervan Saranai, Honorable Aryan Mahansa. Thervan Saranai, everyone. Now we are participating in another English Zoom discussion with Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. So you all know that this is a valuable opportunity. So take a full advantages of this opportunity and don't hesitate to ask Aryan Mahansa any questions about Dhamma. It can be about the way that you should follow the right path to Nirvana, or it can be about purifying your mind. Now this is your opportunity. This is your chance. But before we start, we have a little notice to give to you all. Please mute your mic and turn off your video if it is not your chance to speak throughout this program. Thervan Saranai.
Thervan Saranai. Can I ask a question? Is Aryan Mahansa online now?
Oh, yeah. It's okay. Thervan Saranai, everybody. Yes, ask him.
Thervan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. My question is could you please explain what is Buddhism? Because these days we are hearing a lot of things about Buddhism. We just need to get a sort of a clear understanding. So the question basically is, what is Buddhism?
Yes, what is the Buddhism? Yeah. We are, we all of them have a religion. So, so people are talking about Buddhism. Yes, people are talking religion. Buddhism is a religion. But so Buddhism is a religion or no? So Buddhism not a religion. Yeah, Buddhism not a religion. All of them have a religion. So, what is the Buddhism? What is the Buddhism? Question is very good. Question is very good. What is the Buddhism? Buddhism is not a religion. A religion, they are, yeah. Buddhism is Buddhism is the pure truth. But first we what is the religion we want to realize this. What is the religion? Religion is based on belief. They are believing. So most people are believing the God. This world making a God. So all of them are believing the God. So some people are Buddhist people are looking like not understanding what is the Buddhism. They are doing same, but Buddhism is not a religion. So religion is they are believing. They are thinking after the death. What happened? All of people have three questions. One is why we are born. Second is why we are living. Third is why we are dead. What happened after that? They have questions. People have questions. That is why people believe in. So blind their eyes, blind their mind. They are believing. So someone make this world. He is a God. So this is not a true. But most people are in this world believing. They're thinking after the death, they are going heaven. Am I correct? Yes. Most people are believing after the death, they are going heaven. They are going to the God, heaven or hell. Yeah. They are think meeting the God. They believe it. They don't know exactly what happened here. They haven't experienced. After the death, who know what happened? Anybody know? Anybody know? After the practice, no. Yeah. It is illusion. They haven't experienced anything. They haven't an idea. They haven't an idea after the death. What happened? What happened after the death? They blindly believe in the God. They haven't any idea. They are blind. Yeah. Buddhism is not like that. Buddhism is not a believing or blessing. It is practice and experience. Anytime you can realize. Buddhism is the pure truth. What is the pure truth? You know, what is the truth? What happened this world? What happened you? What happened everybody? You know? You don't know? You are in illusion. Buddha's word is, this whole world is an illusion. Yes. Yeah. The people's are misconception. We are talking about the religions, believings. They don't know the truth. In Buddhism, there is Nibbana path. There is nature. What is the nature? What is the Nibbana path? The truth is this nature, base the nature. There is nothing existing. There is only nature. No soul. No God. Nothing existing. You have to know this pure truth. Is all of this your mind? Not outside or anywhere. Mind is not a material anywhere. It's a illusion. Yeah. Thinkly, Buddhism is a nothingness. That's a simple answer. No, it's okay. What is the Buddhism? That's a simple answer. Buddhism is not a religion, and it's not a belief. It's not a soul. Nothingness. It's simply answer. Buddhism is a Nibbana path. Yeah. So people have sorrow, happiness. They don't know what is the truth. They have an idea. So Buddha finding the truth. Buddha wants the people's sorrow end. That is why Buddha found in the truth. Yeah. Buddha found in dependent origination. Is the system. Is the process. Is the science of our mind. Because whole we are talking, everything is our mind. It's a creation. How is the made this mind? How is the creating this mind? What is the process is this mind? There is the, how creating this mind. For example, how is doing magic. You haven't a magic. How is doing the magic? You haven't a magic. Like that. How is coming this illusion? You find it after you have an illusion. That is Buddha's path. That is a Nibbana path. Nibbana is where's the fire? Fire is over, there's a Nibbana. Your thinking mind has a fire, like a fire. Fire given you sadness, happiness, everything. Why are you worried? Why are you happy? That's the answer is given Buddha. It's the Nibbana path is like that. That is not a believing or anything. It is the spiritual truth. That is the truth. Okay. Okay. I think that answer is happy. Am I correct?
So grateful for the explanation. As
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah, it's okay.
As I understand, Buddha explained nothingness and how to eradicate this suffering, sorrow, etc. Arenhanse simply touched upon those aspects, explaining what Buddhism is simply. Can I ask another question, Arenhanse?
Yes. Okay.
The next question I would like to ask Arenhanse is that how can we follow the Buddha's path? Because there are a lot of explanations coming these days, and it is very important to know when we follow the Buddha's path, what we should exactly do in this path. So much appreciated if Arenhanse can explain simply how we can follow this Buddha's path and what we should do in this path. Teruwan Saranai, Arenhanse.
Yes, okay.
Could you
Yeah,
hear the
Saranai,
question?
I heard that question. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. You ask in the path, how is going to path, this Buddhist path? That's the question, no? It's
Yes,
okay.
yes. What we should do
Yeah,
in this
what we
path.
do. It's okay. Yeah. So first I want to tell, after the Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha, after that, Buddha coming teachers, and first Buddha's Dhamma sermon. Everybody knows that sutra, Dhamma Chakkapawаттana Sutra. That one is a Buddha's first Dhamma sermon. Buddha met Upaka, Ajivaka, but Buddha never doing Dhamma sermon. So, because this is not easy. So after the Buddhist state, Buddha thinking. So how this message given peoples, they can understand this. They couldn't understood this. They cannot. The peoples are Buddha. No, this Dhamma is very, very, very deeply thing is Buddha understood. This dependent origination is not easy to understand, because these peoples are ignorance. They are praying. They are so misconceptions. Variety of misconceptions. Jatiya, Nikanta, Brahma. Many of things they are doing, but there is no truth. So that is why Buddha came. Teachers, found in the teachers, came to teach. 5 teachers. Pasagata also we call in that. So what is the sutras? Buddha said, Dhamma Chakkapawаттana Sutra, there. So Buddha said, Satyajnana, Krutajnana, Krutajnana, Tiparivattan Dvedasakara. Satyajnana, Krutajnana, Krutajnana, Tiparivattan Dvedasakara is a Buddha's word. So that is the path. First, middle, and end. Full. So package like that. Nibbana. What is Satyajnana? What is Krutajnana? What is Krutajnana? This all this Dhamma is not believing or anything. This is a practical. This is the experience. Everybody can do this. Yeah. So you can experience this. This is not a believing. So all of them became. One day you understood this Dhamma, dependent origination. you became Buddhist. So it's a son of Buddhas. Buddha telling that Sambodhi Sutra. Somebody is understood this Dhamma is like a son. Like a Buddha Putreki. Buddha's word is Buddha Putreki. Shraka Buddha. There is no sorrow or anything. Okay. First, we want to see Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra. There is Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Pruthakjnana, Triparivartana, Dvedasakara. This sutra is there. You can realize that. Buddha's path, we are two parts. Buddha's path, easy to see. There is two paths. One is the first and second. Okay, first what you do, second what you do. That is like first what you do. It's the Purva Bhaga Pratipada. Other one is the second. Why like this? First and second, two parts. Because you doing second one. Before first, it not happen. It's not happen. Why? First, you want to do something. It's nothing do. How is happened that? Second one is so somebody we know this Buddhist peoples. So somebody is finding this Dhamma. They are always doing second part. They don't know what is the first part. Periods, you pass period, you can realize this. Why not became anyone or Arahato? Thus levels, Buddha's levels not coming. Why? They are doing, but they haven't a result. Why? They are doing second part. So meditation. All of them are doing meditation. So meditation therapy, so conception, so meditation, samatha and vipassana, Buddha's path is, all of them are doing construction and meditation. All of them are doing meditation. But you want to do first something. You doing meditation? Are you doing meditation? All of people doing meditation now. They are thinking this is the Buddha. Because where are you looking? There are the statues. What is that? The statues. They are sitting and they are briefing, doing meditation. So all of these Buddhist people are thinking about that. There is a class, meditation class. Yes, we are going to meditation class. After, they are thinking they can do that. But nobody is there. They haven't a result. The people want to be understood something. What is the real path? What is the address? You going somewhere. You have address, no? You haven't address. You get out your home and going. Where are you going? You don't know. Where are you going? Like that. You want to go there. You want to go somewhere. You want to address. This one is like that. So people are Buddhist peoples, this Nibbana, so finding peoples. They are always looking at meditation and Satara Satipatthana Sutra. Is the Buddhists do that? No. Yeah, Passagat also is a time. Is the Buddha before became Buddha? Buddha's doing what's the Buddha's doing? Buddha Siddhartha Tapasatuma. It's a tapasdam. It's a meditation. Siddhartha Tapasatuma. What is doing he? He doing meditation. Can he? Can he do that? No. Siddhartha Tapasatuma is doing meditation, but not became a Buddha. So Siddhartha Tapasatuma left them teachers after finding what is the truth. Siddhartha Tapasatuma left the meditation. You believe this or no? No, do you not believing? You can practice it. You can't do this. You experience. I'm telling you it's our experience. We are also doing that. We also do that. 30 years we are meditation doing. But we haven't a result. There is no Buddha's path. Okay. No argument. You can practice. You can experience. You do that. Okay. No argument. This Dhamma is not an argument. It's a direct path is here. One path is here. Ekayana maggo ayam bhikkave. Buddha said that. No another path. No another path. One path is there. It is dependent origination. You want to be understanding what is the happen here. How is the made this mind. You all of them are talking about outside world. So simply, animals are no outside world. How is that? So humans are doing same. Animals are babies and house and animals have. You have same. Like animals. But animals don't know what is the truth. But human can understand what happened here. You want to be understanding. You want to find in the truth. So animals can't find the truth. Like animals, you're a human. So you can find the truth. What is the truth? So you not understood what is the truth. You are blind. Your eyes is open. You told everybody you can see, but you don't know what happened here. You are blind. You have eyes. You can see, but you are blind. You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened here. You don't know what happened here. That is why you are blind. You are calling. That is why we are calling. You are blind. So two paths we call, no? First, Buddha said Purabhaga Pratipada and Aparabhaga Pratipada. Buddha's words, Satyajnana is a Purabhaga Pratipada. So Krutajnana and Krutyajnana is the Aparabhaga Pratipada. Okay, we can explain what is Satyajnana. It's a Buddha's word, no? What is Krutyajnana and Krutajnana? These two paths, very worth is first one. First one is Satyajnana. You don't know what is the truth. Satyajnana is a truth, wisdom, spiritual, understanding the truth. This is the Purabhaga. It's the first Buddha's path. First one. This whole world missing this path. First one, Purabhaga Pratipada. This whole world, so try to Nibbana, but they don't know what is the spiritual truth. They are thinking something, but not practically. They are like believing other guys, like religion type, doing anything. But after they missing this path, they are talking this situation is this. So we can't do this at this moment. At this. So they are talking. So after the death, going, so another Buddha's time. So Patana Bodhi talking me. So Sinhalese are talking like that. Patana Bodhi Nivan Dakino. They are praying like religions. They are believing like religions. They left the path. They think we can't do this. They don't know what is the mistake is here. What happened that? That is why they left this path. They lost. No, path is here. Everything is here. You can do this, but you don't know what is happening here. So, Grantha Dura, we're talking about books, Sutra Pitakas and like that books. The sutras, there are, you can find, there are the Dhamma. Buddha's word is there. But, so, people are not active. The harmless there. They are not finding this. They are regularly doing meditation and try. One day you can win, you know, but there is no happen. No? And they harmless. That is why this the pain. How sad this case. No? Yeah. I also doing like that. So many Sri Lankan, many meditation therapy centers I follow. I'm doing that. Satipasana program, project. I'm doing that. You think there is a Nibbana path? No. It's a mistake you. There is a meditation therapy. It's like doing mental outing is okay. So sometimes it's okay. So present mind is okay. But there is not a meditation. There is not a Nibbana path. You can do that practice. Yeah. So variety of aras, various of aras visit. So I want to find in this Dhamma what is the spiritual truth. I want what is the Buddha's path is going. Who's the going? I realized that many of us, yes, who is in Sri Lanka here, end of going this path. Nobody knows. You have someone is going there? No. All of them are acting like that. Amarat, Arat, acting they are doing. They haven't happened that. They have klesha, raga desamo. They have ragas. What is the raga? What is the desa? What is the moha? Raga is attachment, no? Desa is aversion. Moha is ignorance. So people have this three. They always attach on everything. What is the see? What is the hearing? What is the feeling? They attach everything. No, attach and disattach. It like that. Yeah. So that is the raga desana, like that, ignorance. Ignorance is a idea like that. So people always are in, well, they don't know the truth. They are in ignorance. Yeah, well, that is why we are talking ignorance people. You don't know the truth, you are the ignorance people. Like that, you are the ignorance, no? So you try to understand what is the truth. Why are you in blind? What happened to you? This is your last be finished now. You are dead, no? So how sad you? What happened to you? You don't know what is the real truth. You don't want to know. It's your fault. Yeah, it's your fault. You try. You can. So Purabhaga Pratipada is the main point today, whole world. Buddothpada Arana says, what is that saying? That is the Satyajnana Purabhaga Pratipada, like that, spiritual truth. It is the spiritual truth Buddothpada Arana says is going to do. Whole world so open in the spiritual truth. All of them are worth this. You can visit Taiwan, or Australia, or Canada, or New Zealand, or anywhere. What they doing? They are doing meditation therapy. You asking, what is the spiritual truth? They don't know. You can ask them. How is my mind is made in? They don't know. How is thoughts coming? They don't know. Why people are sading and why happy and sading? Why is happening this? They don't know. They are doing meditation. They are think someday, one day is coming and light in and enlightenment is there, is the path. I am going there. Like a Hindus. That's the meditation of Hindus doing. Not a Buddha's path. Buddha is dependent originations. before, not that Buddha's word is. Thus teachers, 5 teachers, what is Buddha said? I am telling you the truth. I am a Buddha. This is not yours. So continue doing that one. That is not. This is not that. Buddha explained a new one. What is the new one? It is not a meditation therapy, because teachers are doing meditation therapy. So Buddha not telling them, continuing that, it's okay. One day you can Nibbana. Buddha don't telling that. What is Buddha telling? What is Buddha telling? You want to understand in some Dhamma, sense of mind, science of mind. What is that? What is that creation? What is that process? How is creating this mind? Nobody doing this. Anyone doing this? Nothing you doing this. It is happening in the automatically system. That is the nature's system. Unbelievable thing is here. One day you understood. That is the dependent originations understood. You became a Nibbana. You never understood that. You never practice it. You never experienced that. You haven't experienced that. First, you want to be understood. Second, you want to be experienced. Practice, yes. Your practice is worth. But it never happening. You are a blind. You are a blind person. Without understanding this dependent origination, never happen Nibbana. Nobody happen Nibbana. You never do this. You can't. Yes. What is the Purabhaga Pratipada? It is creating the mind. Yes. We always explaining this, Buddothpada Dhamma discussion. There is many of thousands of these Dhamma sermons, Sinhala language we are doing. Yes. Many of them. That many of them we do in Dhamma sermons. What about that? What? That is the Satyajnana. There is the Satyajnana. We always explain in the Satyajnana. How is mind is creation? How is mind is your mind? How is creating? How is happened this? You want to be understanding this. Yeah. You want to listen Dhamma sermon, not meditation. It's not the first one. Meditation is not the first one. You want to understand the Dhamma sermon. You want to listen. Buddha said, Saddhamma Savana. Buddha said, Kalyana Mitrasra, Saddhamma Savana, Dhamman Dhamma Patipada. That's the Sotapattya. Buddha said that. Okay. So, first what you want to do, you want to listen to Dhamma. That Buddha's word is that. So, second, you want to someone you have or no. So, this is not easy. Kalyana Mitra, who is the Kalyana Mitra? Very rare. Ask the Kalyana Mitra. Have you? Oh, I haven't a Kalyana Mitra. I haven't a Kalyana Mitra. My Kalyana Mitra Dhamma, like a Buddha. Why? I visit, I found it, but not found. Last few years, so before this understood, happened that I visit everywhere. So there is not Kalyana Mitra. There are teachers in meditation teachers, like a Pasagatas. They are doing that. They are telling that you do this and you got enlightenment. Buddha is enlightenment? No. That is not a Kalyana Mitra. Buddha not enlightenment. That is a Hindu. Bhavana is a Hindu. Meditation therapist doesn't want me. I've left them because it's necessary. It's careless. It doesn't matter. It's necessary. So, first, you can listen to the Dhamma. So you can find in the Dhamma. You want to do finding. You want to understand in Dhamma. So somebody you doing this path and go in the end, or someone is talking about so without soul. So they are talking about without souls Dhamma. So nearby Nibbana. Because Buddha said this. Buddha's words, there's no soul. Non-soul concept is the Buddha's word. Non-soul concept, someone who talking. You hearing that? Sometimes he is a Kalyana. That is the signal. Because Buddha's word is that. Buddha's word is the no soul. Non-soul conception. Okay. So this part is Satyajnana is you want to study in the mind. So analyzing. Because so everybody are thinking the outside is the world, but it is not true. It is your mind. So so we are talking this mango tree. So Western person is coming, not to talk in this mango, this ambagasa. Sinhalese are talking ambagasa. Westerns are not talking ambagasa. They are talking mango tree.
Teruvan Saranai, dear Dhamma friends. We happen to hear a nice sermon that was delivered by our noble friend Buddothpada and Vanse. So what he wanted to highlight, emphasize through his entire sermon is the way how this illusion is made. So I think that is the key for the realization of entire Dhamma. Iti rupang samudayo. So that means how this so-called form is made. That is the most important part that everybody should understand in order to realize this Dhamma. Iti rupang samudayo, how this is formed. So Lord Buddha said like that. Once you understand the way how it is formed, then you will understand that there is nothing to be taken as real. So even though you tell how much, you try to understand how many times there is nothing inside, but you won't be able to understand the truth without knowing how it has been formed. So that's why this Itiropan Samudayo is essential to be understood. So otherwise, there is no easy way, no any shortcuts for this realization of truth. So I thought of highlighting this fact because in the previous session, Buddothpada and Vanse was describing by himself of this mechanism of this formation. So what we do, what eventually happens is we try to put it as the outside, external world. So I myself also be found in the external world. So what Maren Mahase wanted to highlight here is there is no such a thing called external world here. And this demarcation in between external world and internal world puts you in trouble. So so-called internal world is known as external world is known as the Bahijja. Internal world is known as Ajjatta. So involuntary, unknowingly, without intervention of yourself, this internal world and external world will get created as long as you are in ignorance. So that makes you to put you in this sansaric journey. So that is so you from there onwards you try to demarcate Ajjatta Bahijja. There are two separate things called internally I am living within me, and the rest of the things in the world are external. So that is the way how you demarcate, because you are having such a huge ignorance. So that is so-called Ajjatta Bahijja. So if you get to know how this so-called form or rupe is formed, So that will enable you to understand there is no such a thing called Bahija. So then you will understand this, the notion that that it was there within you as internal is also a part of that so-called external world. You yourself is found in the external world, absolutely. And then you will realize there is no such a thing called internal world. So that is the way, through this understanding, how you get to a certain realization of there is no such a demarcation like that. So that is the place you drop your entire Ajjatta Bahijja concept. You can get away from this internal and external world concept or Ajjatta Bahijja concept. You will understand that you have been cheated so far up to now by your own senses, showing there is an external separate world for you, and there is an internal living being is living within you. So those things will be clearly understood after understanding the main concept of iti rupang samudayo, how this form, which has a certain kind of a living feeling in it, get formed. How this rupa has been formed with an existence feel in it. So that is the most critical part here to be understood. Otherwise, if you don't understand this particular thing, how much you keep on thinking there is no external thing, there is no self here, and blah blah blah, all these things, nothing will help you to get away from this samsaric journey. You must understand this fact of the concept or the way, the mechanism, how this so-called rupa, so-called form is getting created, the way how it is getting created. So that is what Lord Buddha said. Dear monks, you have to understand the fact, the mechanism of how this Itirupang Samudaya is happening, is taking place. So, yes, yes, I started my today's explanation in this way because I heard a most important fact that was delivered by Buddothpada and Hanse. So that's why I wanted to further emphasize this fact, because that is the most important part of this process of understanding. So that's why I initially thought of explaining it further. So anyway, so we can go further beyond that even. So as I said, this ignorance, ignorance is the causative factor here. So in Pali it says like avidya paccha sankhara. This avidya means the fact that you don't know this truth. That is the avidya. You don't know the science. Vidya means the science. Avidya means the negative form of it. So avidya means the way it is formed. You don't know the way it is formed, basically. So that will lead to sankara. Avidya paccha sankara. Sankara means what? Sankara means, we discussed yesterday this one. It's in depth. So it is the repetitive process, repetitive happening of the same perception, or repetitive formation of same perception. So we feel the light as a real thing. Why is that? Because of the vibration keeps on happening again and again, the repetitive happening. So repetitive happening will lead to certain feeling of its existence. So that is known as sankara. So why you feel that your chair as a real kind of object? Just because the perception of a chair keeps coming again and again and again. So that makes you a certain feeling of its existence, gives certain feeling of existence. So by itself, it gives a certain feeling of existence by repetitive formation of the same perception. So that's why you feel that chair as an existing kind of a thing. So when you go back into your childhood again, so the nursery teacher will show you an apple. So then first day you learn this is an apple. So you capture, as a small kid, you capture you detect the shape and the sizes and the shades of the colors and the sound. This perception, the color perception will combine with the sound perception, the name of the apple. So it is given by the teacher. It is told by the teacher. So then firstly you have a certain picture in your mind about this particular object. Then the second day again, teacher shows the same apple and ask what it is. Then you will try to remember. You don't get, you can't recall it. But on the second day itself, teacher gives the same word. This is called an apple. So then these two things get combined, the color and the shape, and with the word apple. So then it gets registered. Then it gets registered at one single perception. Then the third day, when teacher asks the name after showing the apple, then you will be able to say the word, the apple. This is apple, teacher. Teacher, this is called apple. So this is the way, the repetitive process of the same thing will register certain perceptions in one single perception. So when the apple keeps on coming again and again, it will also give a certain perception of its own existence. So you tend to feel it is as a real kind of object, because then you try to hold it, then you feel the texture of it, then you try to have a bite of it, then you feel it is a tasty kind of a fruit. Wow, all these perceptions will combine each other. So as soon as someone tells the word apple, all these perceptions will come right at the moment. So that's why from that also you can you can understand this, the underlying mechanism is the combination of all these perceptions. Due to the combined, they get combined each other. These perceptions get combined each other into one single perception. Now in the adult stage, once you hear the word apple, you get all the kind of feelings, all the kind of perceptions, the color, texture, taste, and the smell. Sometimes all these things can be will be coming in as a mental projection once you heard the word apple. Why is that? Due to this process of sankhara. Sankhara means coming up the same sort of perception again and again. So that's why Lord Buddha said, avidya paccaya sankhara. The lack of knowledge, lack of understanding about this process will lead to formation of sankhara, will lead to repetitive formation of same kind of perception. So when there is same kind of perceptions coming again and again, what will happen? It will lead to some kind of a feel. Sankhara paccaya vijnana. Then the third one, sankhara paccaya vijnana. So you get some kind of a feeling. There is something existing. Right? Then what will happen? Vijnana paccaya nama rupa. So that kind of a feel will give a certain kind of a perception of the apple. Wow, this is the way how your mental projections projection is taking place. So the mental avidya paccaya sankhara, sankhara paccaya vijnana, vijnana paccaya nama rupa. Nama rupa means the form and the name and the form. So if there is name and the form, eventually there should be the faculties, your senses. Namarupa salayatana. That is the point where your senses are taking place, are forming. So, as I said earlier, if there is any kind of a repetitive formation of light, that from that, so if this product is happen to be the light, that particular sensor is known as eye faculty. This process is known as vision. If the result of the repetitive process would be the sound, that is the point where your ear faculty has been born. If the perception happens to be the taste, that is the point where your tongue sensor is being formed. So if the perception happens to be the smell, that is the point where your nose or olfactory sensors are formed. So likewise, Namarupa Pacha Salayatana. Nama form means the light. Form means the sound. Rupa, Rupana. In Pali, Rupana. Why these Rupana are taking place? Because of the initial vibration. So vibration has power to give certain kind of a feel of its existence. So that existence will project a certain kind of a perception. If that perception happens to be the light, that is the point where your eye sensor has been formed. So this is the Namarupa Pacha Salayatana. Salayatana Pacha, then what will happen? All these senses, all these perceptions will come together, will combine each other. Salayatana Pacha Passo. Passa means combination. Combination. After combination, there will be a huge kind of a feel there. So that is the point where your apple has been formed. The perception of apple contains all the visionary perceptions, auditory perceptions, olfactory perceptions, and contact information, all these things, contact feelings, the texture, all these things are there in the perception of the apple. Then that is why it is called Salayatana Pacha Passo. All these Salayatana means all these sensors. Sensors combine each other to form the perception of the apple. That apple perceptions has underlying a certain kind of a feel that is known as Passa Pacha Vedana. Then that Passa mean combination will lead to certain kind of a feel. Passa Pacha Vedana. Then Vedana Pacha, what you call a clinging. So how this clinging happens? So you feel that the apple is kind of an existing kind of object. Then what will happen? Eventually, if it is existence, from that perception itself, it creates certain kind of a clinging kind of a nature towards it. No one does it. So from perception itself has that kind of a will give rise to certain kind of a clinging nature. Why is this happening? So it can be explained like this. So you have seen the whirlpools. Whirlpools means the speedy rotations of water in lakes and rivers, and when the obstacles are met, so these kind of whirlpools get created. So you can see that these spots, the spinning speed is very high in that particular area. So what will happen? That spinning makes you to attract everything everything from the surroundings. So the spinning of the whirlpool, due to the speed, the spinning occurs. The spinning will attract certain things inward from the outside. So same thing happens here. Due to the sankara, the volitional formation, it keeps coming repetitively. Then it will form a certain kind of a whirlpool thing there. So this whirlpool thing can attract the surroundings towards itself. So this is the clinging. This is the clinging nature that we can observe in this Vedana Paccha Tanha. Tanha means the clinging. This attraction occurs due to the speed of the volitional formations. As the signal, as this perception of apple keeps coming again and again, it gives certain kind of a feeling. So that feeling will lead to bring about a certain kind of a attraction, a certain kind of a clinging. So that is very well explained in Vedana Paccha Tanha point. Tanha means this clinging. How this attraction is brought about by these volitional formations or the sankhara. So why the sankhara took place? Because of the ignorance. So it is very methodical and it is very logical. If someone is able to understand, that is the person who become the Mahapurusha. So then what happens? So you have seen in that particular whirlpools, so the attracted objects will be drawn internal towards this whirlpool. So same thing happens here as well. Then what happens? This clinging will lead to upadana. Upadana means, I can't remember the word actually, in English word. So this clinging will lead to upadana. Upadana means you need certain kind of a wanting feeling. So that will lead to upadana pacchaya bhavo. That is the point where your birth will take place. So who has this kind of needy feeling? That needy feeling is there with you. So there should be someone to feel that particular feeling. So that is the point where your self gets created. During that entire process, have you ever noticed a kind of personal involvement in any voluntary involvement? Did you observe any point? No, there's no any voluntary or any intentional thing is happening here. Everything has been happening involuntarily, spontaneously. So no one did it. That's why Selatheriya said that Nahidam Parakatam Bimban, Nahidam Parakatam Agam. This self has not been created by anybody else, neither by you. Without your involvement, that has been created. What has been created? The self. The ultimate, the result is the self. Upadana Pachya Bhava. That is the birthplace of you, yourself. So nobody has intervened with that particular process. Then what will happen? If you have a certain kind of a birth, Bhavapachya, Jati means the birth, Jatipachya, Jaramarana. So if you have a birth, your death is inevitable. You becoming ill is not preventable. So those things will be there. Jatipachya, Jaramaranam, Sokaparideva. The sufferings will be there. Sokaparideva, Dukkang Domanasana Sambhavati. So all these things will be there if you have been born. So this is very nicely explained in the Dhamma. So this entire explanation is known as the Paticca Samuppada, or the explanation of aggregates, Skandha Vigrahaya. So it is, so we'll recap it again. So avidya pachya sankara, you know, the ignorance will lead to volitional formations. This sankara pachya vinyan, this volitional formation will make you to feel a certain perception as a real thing. So then vijnana pachya nama rupa. So that particular feel will create name and the form, the perception of light, the perception of sound, the perception of tactile stimulation, the perception of taste, the perception of smell, the perception of pain or tactile stimulation, this tactile or contact feeling that you receive through the skin sensor. So those are there. Vijnana pachya nama rupa. Then nama rupa pachya salayatana. So as I said earlier, if the perception happens to be the light, that is the point where your eye faculty got created. If the perception happens to be the sound, that is the point where your ear faculty or the process of hearing has been taken place. Then what will happen? The salayata pachya passo. So all these perception will combine each other. Salayata pachya passo. Passa means combination of all these things will lead to passa pachya vedana. So that will create another kind of a feeling, because it contains all the vibrationally vibrations there. This, after amalgamating everything into one perception, it has more power in it. So it gives a certain kind of another kind of a feeling. So that is the feel that you feel when you see the chair, the perception of chair unknowingly has a certain feeling of its existence. So that is the point where it is described as Passapaccha Vedana. Then Vedana Pacha Tanha. Then what will happen? I explained using a whirlpool. So in the center of the whirlpool, you get a certain hollow area. So it will attract everything towards itself. So what will happen? The Vedana Pasya Tanha, this attractive nature, the clinging nature will be the reason for Tanha Pacha Upadana. So that will remain, you get certain kind of a needy feeling, wanting kind of a feeling internally because this clinging nature. So then Upadana Pacha Bhavo, Bhava Pacha Jati. So that will make you to feel that there is someone should feel the existence of this particular object. So that is the point where your birth is taking place. So that is the exact point where yourself has been born. For that, if you have born, if you have a birth for Bhava Pacha Jati, Jati Pacha Jara Maranang Soka Parideva Dukkha Domanassanang Sambhavati. So if you have been born, the rest of the things like soka, suffering, and domanas, the annoyment or desperate feelings. So, and put you in different ailments and ultimately the death. All these things are unpreventable if you have a birth. So, evam metassa kevalassa dukkandassa samudayo hoti. So those things have to be seen as the way how five aggregates have been getting formed. So that is why Lord Buddha said, Itirupang Samudayo. How this perception of exist with an existence field gets created. This has to be clearly understood. So as I told you at the beginning, that at the same point where the external object, so-called external object, perception of the external object gets created, that is the exact point where yourself is also getting created. So that's why you can't assign these objects as external, the self is as internal. So there are no certain kind of demarcation. All these things happen at once. So we are talking only about one single thought. So this Lord Buddha explained this, the way how this thought is formed. This is the entire process of formation of the thought. So thought will lead to, any thought will lead to certain kind of a perception. That perception will give rise to certain kind of a feel. of its existence. It makes sure that this perception as a real thing. So if it is felt as a real thing, the formation of self to perceive that particular perception as real is unpreventable. That is the point where yourself is getting created. So this has to be very clear. This has to be very clear. So then you will find, then you will not, it is not very difficult to understand. If you understand this entire process as it is prescribed, as it is described, so it is not difficult to, it will be not hard to understand. There is no such a demarcation called ajjata bahijja, or external or internal. So we can't differentiate those two things. As soon as you feel that these objects as real things, there will be a self getting created involuntarily, all of a sudden, unknowingly, without involvement of anyone else. It happens automatically. So then what? So what will come through the understanding this process? And now you understood this process. So what will happen next? Then all these things are so then you will understand actually there is no such a so-called person can be known as you. Can you tell there is a person who is living as you think within you? No. The initial electric current that is generated at the sensory level ultimately brought about a certain kind of a feeling of an existence of a self. So we are referring ourselves to a certain kind of a current from where it is generated from your senses. So what are those senses next? Next we have to figure out what those senses are. What is the process of formation of the perceptions in the senses? Then we will realize then you will realize other than telepathization of the vibration, similar vibrations happening in the senses, other than that there will be nothing else happening in these sensors. So what is a sensor here now? So you know, sensors have vibration. This vibration will get telepathized with any kind of similar vibrations. So if these vibrations become similar in their frequencies, they will resonate each other. So that is the way how the vision takes place. That is the way, that is the mechanism how your hearing takes place. Actually, nothing is coming from outside. The internal projection, internal resonance or the telepathization will able to generate some kind of a power, because one single vibration has a power. So when it keeps on vibrating due to the telepathization, so it creates a kind of a feel. So that feel is able to create or give rise to a certain kind of perception. That perception may be in the form of light, maybe in the form of sound, maybe in the form of pain, maybe in the form of taste, maybe in the form of smell. So these different forms will segregate your senses, but there is only one single vibration here. So it is captured differently. So vijnana means how you feel it separately. Vijnana means that the way how you feel them in separate, as separate perceptions. That is known as vijnana. So in Sinhala, that is Venkar Danima. So one single vibration created as perception. If perception is recognized as light, that is your vision or the eye faculty. If that perception is recognized as sound, that is your auditory perception. If this feeling, if this perception is recognized as pain, that is your skin sensor. If this perception is recognized as smell, that is your olfactory sensor. If this is recognized as a taste, that is your taste buds. But that is the way how your senses are formed. But ultimately there is only a vibration. Absolutely, there is certain current that is generated as a result of the telepathization. So this will create a self at the end point. So now can you understand? Can you find out any kind of actual self here? No. You are referring a self. You are assigning a notion of a self to that particular sensory feeling that is created as a result of your sensory vibrations. So actually there is no person here. But due to your ignorance, what has happened? Due to that particular feel, you have tied up the shape of your on the figure, your figure that you have seen through the mirror. So you are the one who is feeling the particular perception of the apple. So that is the point where your birth is taking place. You mistakenly take that particular feel as you. Then what happens? Then all worldly perceptions become external unknowingly. You become you yourself, the feeling of the self become internal. So that is the way how this Ajjatta Bahijja thing gets created. The rest of the worldly perception will be coming from external. Then who is feeling those perceptions, feeling of the perceptions, that is me, which sits internally. So, but if you understand this truth, it is not hard to, it's not difficult to understand that taking the perception as real will lead to creation of self. So taking the perception, whatever the perception you receive through the senses as real, will lead to creation of self. So this has to be very clear. It is the first step in the path of seeing the truth. So nothing will be external for you. Nothing is coming externally. The so-called external perceptions are creations of your own senses. That understanding should be there as the initial step. There's no such a external world here, external kind of objects and entities here. This has to be very clear. Then what will be the next step? Next step would be all the so-called external perceptions are created within me in the sense within the mind. The mind is the thought. Mind has been formed with the speedy occurrences of the thoughts. So one single thought is the so-called apple is a one single thought. So with these thoughts, the mind gets formed. So first we understood there is no external kind of perceptions. So they are there in the mind. In other words, they are only the thoughts. The understanding that is enough. Whatever the things we interact with are coming as thoughts. So that has to be very clear. Then what will happen? Are these thoughts are real? No. Then you will understand these thoughts are not as real as you think. Because you have a big misconception. You think them as real things. But there's no such thing called thoughts even. So then you will understand everything happens because of the impulses that you receive from your own senses. So everything happens according to your senses. So your mind is also behaving as a sensor. So it keeps on forming more and more thoughts. So that is the way how your mind behaves. So like as long as you keep your eyelids open, so you can't prevent seeing external things. So likewise, as the moment your mind gets created, it keeps on creating more and more thoughts. So that's why it is known as another kind of a sensor. So mind behaves as a sensor. So now you have 6 senses. So you, with these 6 senses, you created your own world. That's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Your 6 senses collectively define your scope, your boundary of your own world. So you can't see the world beyond that, those senses. So, but ultimately, you realize is that you are dealing with the perceptions that are created from your senses. Whatever the thing you do, so you think just that now you are listening to this sermon at this very moment. Again, what is happening? Your ear sensor is working and it creates auditory signals. These auditory signals you interpret as real because it keeps coming again and again. By itself, it generates energy by itself because the repetitive happening. That is the volitional formation. So if this as volitional formations continue to happen, so it will create some kind of an existence sound, a feeling of an existence sound. So you mistakenly take it as a real sound that you are hearing. So again, what will happen? So if it is a real sound, there should be someone who should hear that particular sound, the real sound. So involuntarily, unknowingly, you yourself is getting formed in your sight. That is your birth. If you believed, if you believe that is you, that means you have been born. That means you have a death. That means you have suffering. So these things have to be very clear. So if you understand this hearing has happened due to your senses, because of the way the senses behave, it created a sound that is felt as real. But with the understanding, you know, it is not true. There is no sound that which coming from outside. It is a sensory. It is my ear sensors duty. It happens due to my hearing senses. So there is no way of creating a kind of existing kind of a sound. So if it is understood, then you will understand there is no one to pursue that particular perception, but because there is no such a thing called sound here. So no one is there. That is the fourth one, fourth kamatana. So we got to know that there is nothing coming from external. Then you understood it is only a thought. So then you realize there's nothing to be taken in the thought as well. Then you realize everything happens due to the senses. then you will understand there is no self who is responsible for taking this perception as real. So that is the fourth point. That is the fourth practical experience that you can acquire through this understanding. Ultimately, what is that? That is the exact message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. He stated that there is no sato ni jivo sunyo. There is no living being, no such a self here. So that can be experienced by yourself if you do follow this path. Only thing what you have to understand this Dhamma first. This Dhamma in the sense, this system. What is this system? How these five aggregates creates a self. How these five aggregates collectively create a self. Then you will understand there is no such a self here. So that's why this Buddhism cannot be known as a kind of a religion, something there to be understood. Sankitte Nibbidaya. You attain to the nine vibrational state only through this understanding. It is not a faith. It should not be a faith. It is not a dogma. Something more practical that can be experienced by your own. So I think this is enough for the day. We can talk further tomorrow as well. Please keep contemplating on these things and try to figure out even little for one single day. That will enough, because you will feel some kind of internal transformation is happening within you after hearing this Dhamma. Because it is a system, it is the nature, it is the way how the nature rolls out. It will happen. You can't even prevent this happening transformation. It will happen. Only thing you have to understand is the formation of the thought. That will be enough. So we can catch up tomorrow as well. So until then, Triple Gem bless you. Good night and thank you for listening.